Good morning, everyone. Welcome to World Leaders Summit 2021 Women's League. As you know, we started as a blast in year 2020 with 120 speakers from 90 plus countries. And here we are again with 60 plus speakers from 30 plus countries worldwide. Amazing people who support women, who help human and handhold with each other. Let me give you a brief about World Leaders Summit, why we are and who we are, and about a small details about our ecosystem. As a logo, I'll start with the logo. As you can see, it looks like a round with a man. So when you look at our logo, it's a total art. So as a leader, you are supposed to look at ourself, the inner self of us. That's the reason the human being is inside the globe. But to rise and to understand the world, you need to have a top-notch view. And that's the reason you have the human face, the brain on the top of the earth. And we have a combination of darkness and light. Before you go to the world, before you see anything, you don't actually see black and white. The world is gray. The reason is world is gray, we have gray matters in our brain. And that's the reason we have gray as a color in World Leaders Summit as a theme color. Yellow is the color of passion, life. The color of aggressiveness. Yes, we are aggressive. As a name, we are on the peak. It's not an event, it's an ecosystem of leaders, entrepreneurs, professionals, doctors, lawyers. Anyone who is going to change the world is a part of World Leaders Summit as a member. Now, if you look at our structure has got 8 different pillars, and those 8 pillars are mentoring, networking, education, funding, business to business, incubation supports, technology, and of course, women empowerment. And that's the reason we are celebrating Women's Day today. For the last couple of months, we successfully created 27 plus countries, chairperson and ambassadors. They're supporting the whole cause. They're supporting the whole ecosystem so that they can handshake with each other, they can support each other and grow and do the market connect. Let me have the pleasure to introduce our core committee. When we talk about the ecosystem always have pillars. And because we are World Leaders Summit, we have got 6 amazing pillars. I'm one of them as a catalyst. Let me welcome Marco Zamarelli, our co-founder from Australia. Hi, Marco, how are you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you, Ajit. Welcome, everyone. Good evening from Sydney, Australia. And as we say in Australia, g'day, mates around the world. As a co-founder of the World Leaders Summit and the Women's League, my roles and responsibilities lie in international and corporate government relationships and global funding. As a father of 2 beautiful daughters, 9 and 12, I feel privileged today to say to all the speakers, best wishes and a happy International Women's Day on behalf of my family and my co-friends in Australia. Thank you all.
Thank you, Marco. So let me introduce our another co-founder, Dev Chima. Dev is from Australia. Dev, how are you doing, man? Dev, please unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Arjit. I'm so delighted to be part of WLS. And once we had a dream, all 3 of us, that we want to actually help people or entrepreneurs globally and give them opportunity to be on the stage. And it just happened. And now today we are welcoming all women, and they've always been valuable for us. And I congratulate all the women in the world. And I always will be thankful on behalf of WLS, and welcome you all and present, all of your talent, skills, and we always will be there with you guys. Welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dev. Dev is responsible for all the legal segment as well as defining and organizing the operational segment for World Leaders Summit from the top-notch view. let me welcome another great woman. So when we talk about pillars, we have a 50-50 ratio as pillars. I'm the founder, but I call myself as a catalyst. I'm responsible to bring money, funding, and of course the market connect for the entire World Leaders Summit. But with us, we have three beautiful different pillars who are probably working much more faster, much more accurate than us men. So let me introduce Evgenia from Russia. How are you doing, Evgenia?
Hello, Rajit. I am great. Hello, everyone from Moscow, Russia. I am really happy to be a core team of World Leaders Summit. Thank you, Arijit, for this honor. And first of all, I would like to congratulate all ladies with this special day. And I'm really excited to celebrate this International Women's Day with our wonderful team of superheroes, with our amazing speakers, and of course with our audience. And let me share my role in the World Leaders Summit. I am responsible for bringing speakers in the World Leaders Summit events. And as a public speaking coach and business coach, I also organize a business speaking event that entrepreneurs and leaders could improve their business communication skills. And also, I'm responsible for building relationships between ambassadors, partners, and World Leaders Summit.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Can
you.
we move to our next pillar, a pillar of success? The lady who called herself as fire, Bianca. Can we have your beautiful face on the screen? How
Good
are
morning.
you doing, Bianca?
Thank you. Amazing. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you so much to our founder, Arjit. I would like to say happy International Women's Day to all the women out there, to our beautiful team, to our ladies in the team. You are amazing, amazing. I love you so much. Of course, that we all know when we invest in women, they invest back 90% into their communities. So when women thrive, the world thrives. This is my let's say, my motto and my mantra. So in World Leaders Summit, I'm happy to serve together with my team for women empowerment, women entrepreneurship, for entrepreneurship at a global scale, for education and global collaboration. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. So before I move to our next pillar, who is actually going to be the moderator, let me give a small introduction about Elena. Elena is our chairperson for the Balkan countries. Farah is actually the initial level team player who actually supported us in World Leaders Summit for I think for quite a long time. And Farah is from Malaysia, Elena for Serbia, and last but not the least, Sepeti. She's supporting us for I think for quite a long time, and she's from South Africa. And before I move to our next pillar, let me give you a small thanks to all the supporting partners. Thank you so much for supporting us, Anim Gaming, Deep Tech Technologies, H Metals, Glam World Face, Avalu Global, Animation Reviews, Supreme Corp, Virtual Infocom, IO Industries, Web Hub. Thank you for all the technologies. PGD, Cybersecurity, I Am Superhero, Yoga Training for You, My Films, Sports Zone In, Second Life Tech, Cosplay Sellers, Exo Design. Thank you for all the designing stuff. Entrepreneur Face, HD Africa, Willow Thrive, EBW, WWCA, Generations from Russia, and of course the entire ecosystem of entrepreneurs and leaders. So here is the time. Let me introduce our sixth pillar, Concetta. Beautiful Concetta is from Italy. Hi Concetta, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm in great shape. I could not be. I mean, it's an important day today. It's really a day we're celebrating for all women, and we have the support of men. So I'm really super happy to be with this great team here. I'm really very proud core member of your everything that we put together as a friend, as team. We've been building this since months, so I'm really happy to be here and sharing this with you, with all our distinguished guests, which really prove that this is an important day. So just a couple of words about myself, what I do in World Leaders Summit. Well, I do a lot for women empowerment, but not only, because of course, for women to be empowered, we need, of course, also men's support. So I never discount their support. I also, through my entrepreneurial skills as resilient woman, because this is what I am, of course, I try to bring in as much as knowledge and business so that we can all share. So just a couple of words about myself. You said I'm Italian. I live in Brussels, in Belgium, the heart of Europe. I am proud, before anything, a proud mother of 2 children. Just briefly about my experience, I have 15 years at executive VP level in telco and media. This is where I have been building all my knowledge, especially at CSR level. Then I am entrepreneur since 8 years. And then, of course, proud founder and the owner of Willow Tribe, which, well, many of you already know, which is an NPO, which was born out of a very deep reflection of where we have to go, how we have to invest our efforts in this changed world. So our motto is we innovate, we resist, we win. And thank you for many of you already helping Willow Tribe and many of you who will help. So really, really very happy about this. Now I've said enough, so please let me introduce our first guest. What was the most original way to open the International Women's Day with a fantastic man? So can I please introduce, and then thank you for being there, is Royal Highness Prince Lorenzo de' Medici. Lorenzo, the floor is yours. If you can please briefly introduce yourself, and then I will be more than happy to share a couple of questions with you, if you allow me, please. Dear Lorenzo, are you there? You need to unmute yourself, Lorenzo. Perfect, Lorenzo.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Thank you, Lorenzo. The floor is yours. I will be asking you a couple of questions, but please briefly introduce yourself, if you can, please.
Thank you, everyone. And it's an honor today to be with all those interesting, incredible, energetic, changing mind. And my family was a pioneer of changing mind at that time with the Renaissance. And 50% of the change was made by intelligent women already in my family. Today is one of the most important day for all the world. I come from 2 different families. I'm from the De' Medici family, the oldest banker family in Europe, but at the same time, I have an important mother from a Polish family. And so both of them celebrate the 8th of March as the Day of the Woman. Woman needs to be in power because women were able to change the world, to make a better world already at the time of the Renaissance, and they will be for the new Renaissance from now on. So I don't think, absolutely, I think that women are much, much, much more advanced than men, and so we need them to be better men. So starting from this is an honor to be part of this World Summit for specific today for the women, but I thanks Arjit to put together all those minds around the world that can help entrepreneurs to be better entrepreneurs. And it doesn't matter if we are men or women, we all need to grow, we all need to learn. And it's a fantastic opportunity. Thank you, Concetta, and what a beautiful message that your charity is doing as well to empower full women and making a better world. So I think that we need to be strong, we need to be warriors, and we need to go for the new century to be making this world a better place with anyone.
Absolutely, absolutely. So your team today, Lorenzo, is Women in Power from Renaissance, as you said, to modern warriors in business. So what do you think, well, how does it feel, first of all, to open such an incredible event today to celebrate, of course, women on a multicultural platform? You have been traveling a lot, so what do you think, how does it feel for you, of course, being a man, celebrating this day in this rich platform of women and men coming from all over the place to listen to us? How does it feel, please?
I think that is an incredible opportunity that the technology and the situation where we live today have given to us. We have always to get the best of what we can. And the fact that we can put together so many minds together through the technology, I think is an incredible opportunity, because we sometimes in the old time we were divided by different blocks. You know, there was the Asian bloc, there was the American bloc, there was the Eurasia bloc. Today we're all united. We have people from Russia, as we hear. We have people from India. We have people from Europe. We have people from USA. So it's fantastic that I have the opportunity with the new technology to be an ambassador to a message. And the message is that we need to rebirth. The Renaissance was a rebirth of the persona as themselves to help the other person. We all can bring something better to the world. And that's what the greatest things was of the Medici family, of the Renaissance, was understanding that there is no one person only that is in command, but there is so many different small minds that if they all go to the same goal, to make better world, to make more understanding of the true situation of women in many different and countries where they are not so developed as others. And I think our goal today is to be sure that through our knowledge, through our money, through our contact, we can empower the women in the difficult, most rural place in the world. And I think that that's what my biggest message is, because we all have friends probably in some place around the world that today are not able to be here. And I think our goal is to reach them wherever they are. And that's why the technology can do this. Today, it's enough that one person, one future generation woman can stand and give a message from Kazakhstan, from Uzbekistan, from Oklahoma, but she can make change in the world. And so I think we need to build this new generation, and we can be able to do it. And I'm honored to be this. When we speak about women in power and being warrior in business, is because I have to tell you a little story. The first lady, when we call the first lady, it was an ancestor of mine. Her name was Eleonora de Toledo. It was a woman who moved from Spain to Italy. She arrived at the court of Medici, where it was a male mentality court. And for the first time, this woman, when the husband was not in the city of Florence, she decided that all the power has to be put in her hand. She stands for her power as a wife, power as a woman who can manage an economy of the city, the social aspect of the city, the political aspect of the city, and the social aspect of the city. That was the first time a woman stood, and it was a Medici woman. Is celebrated in the art from many artists, because today when we talk about First Lady, it has to be an active role. The woman, each one of you, women around the world, are the First Lady, because somehow you're married, somehow you have a partner, but you can be the boss of your future generational life. And that's what really the word First Lady was before. It was misunderstood in the time. It was not just a woman who accompanied the husband or the king. It was a woman that when the king is not there, she's even superior than him, and she can take any political decision, any social decision, any decision even better than the husband, because the husband trusts her more than anyone else.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, what do you mean by warriors? You have already replied my question. Absolutely, that's really very, very clear. Very nice, by the way, speech. So Lorenzo, I know that you have a beautiful daughter, 5 years daughter. So of course, well, today is already a symbol. What would you, if you had to what would you like her to have as, learnings, now that you have acquired all this knowledge and you know what the role of women is? If you had to give her, the main learnings for the future, what would you like her to have as key learnings?
For sure, I would. Yes, for sure. As a father and of a 5 years old, intelligent, beautiful little girl, I would love to have the opportunity for her to have a World Leader Summit environment ecosystem in her life. Not many people. We arrive, all of us, to an age where you, me, we want to give back. But, we wish we could have, when we were growing, a group of friends, a group of people, an ecosystem for kids, from teenagers, where somehow they give us a direction that will empower us to be world leader. And so I think that a suggestion to Arjit and to the association is that we need to count on kids. We need to count on the new generation, teenagers. We need to do a world summit where we have their point of view. We need to involve them. And I'm doing this in my own way. Maddalena is the first knighted ever kid in the world. And in Rome, she was knighted last year. And the message that she understood and she gave to the world is that we need to help the needy. That if we have something, we need to give not everything we have, but we can give 50% of our time. We don't need to speak about money, but 50% of our time to be better and to help other people to be better. So I think that being a warrior who is a modern world for knight. I'm a knight from the Knight Order of St. Martin. I am knight from the year 1000, my family. But today, the modern knights, warrior women, are women that stand for other friends. They stand for men. They stand for other people that has different ethnicities. They stand for people that has other different sexual different things. So we have so many things that women can today be a player much more than men. And I think that the world really, I said before, the women need to be empowered. So I think with this message, I want to give the opportunity to all the people that are listening today that we thank you. We are all kids, we're all sons, and we need a lot of intelligent mothers to make us better men on any age. And I think that today is a fantastic day to celebrate all your mind and all the people that are today here. Thank you very much.
It's fantastic, Lorenzo. I can already tell you that we have discussed, and then we will do a session with the new generation, with future leaders. So we will be very happy to have your daughter on board. We will organize with the Leader Summit because, as you say, those are the future leaders. They need guidance today. It's up to us as entrepreneurs, as leaders, to give guidance and to get absolutely their feedback, because this is what it is about. If we don't give hope and give guidance for the future, well, the world is over. So thank you very much.
And just one last thing. When we were young in our opportunity before internet, we needed to travel to open our mind. Doesn't matter where we come from. We could be from any place. We needed to travel. Today, they have opportunity to meet such an interesting global people without traveling. And so they can be a better person in their own village. So today we can have so many different local leaders that before was much more difficult because knowledge was an asset that many people could only buy with money. Today, knowledge can be offered for free to anyone around the world.
This is definitely the future. Absolutely. It's
taking
one of our
taking your line, Lorenzo. So
fantastic, beautiful.
Yeah, we have quarterly event which we call as Women League, Kids League, Senior Citizens League, and War Veterans League. So the Kids League, we are coming up very soon, and
Yes.
we'll be more than happy to have you and your kids on board with us.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for this input.
Thank you, Arjit.
Very much. Thank you very much. So I would like to have the audience, maybe a couple of questions for Lorenzo, because I know that many people are watching us. So please do not hesitate to ask one or two questions to Lorenzo, as really given us.
One input from WhatsApp, because I'm supposed to take all the questions. One input from WhatsApp, it's a question that, is it the same Netflix show, the same Medici family that we see? Are you from the same family? It's not a question, it's something, yeah.
Yes, the shows is more than one, but the shows on Netflix is called Medici Master of Florence, and then there's another one called Lorenzo the Magnificent, who is me. Yes, they are part of my family, is my family. My family was the oldest bankers, innovator family in Europe, and they have been in power for 500 years. So there is a lot of shows that will talk about our family.
Absolutely, fantastic. Any other question for Principal Lorenzo that you would like to share? Please do take this moment.
Yeah, so just for our moderator, I think you are getting questions in your chat box. Please look at your chat box.
Absolutely. Yeah, I see there are questions coming. Please share your vision about your digital bank. Lorenzo, if you can give us a little bit more of information, if possible, please.
Yes. In general, in the older tradition in the bank, majority of the time, the bank are in all the bank, their ecosystem is a system that goes towards the shareholder. So the interest of the bankers is only the shareholder. The bank doesn't care about the final consumer, about the user. My bank called Medici International Bank, Medici.Bank, is the first bank in the world that instead focus on the shareholder, not on the shareholder, but on the consumer. So my interest is that the consumer is part of the bank. The consumer has the opportunity to totally have an easy, manageable, cheap way to do banking. So a fast processing and a cheap processing is the future of banking. There was no bank before mine that is trying to destroy the concept of the old traditional bank, and the digital can allow me this, because I can be faster and cheaper than any other bank, and I will give the opportunity to people to enjoy more life and spend less time in the bank.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Last question for you, Lorenzo. How do you feel you can empower women? What's your input about the third world country women empowerment? What would you do?
I will spend for sure more time there. And the third world is probably the first world for me of interest, because from any business to any change is the place where the changing can be faster and better, because it's, unfortunately, is a clean area where new ideas and new mentality can surge much faster than the place where you already have some kind of changing. So I will focus a lot about the third world, and for sure bringing top mind, top technology, top of the top. So I think the world should understand, and once you have any place with the top mind and everything, the change can explode. The place can explode, and we see example around the world of places that in few years have become a successful international hub for business, just because mind was able to make incredible things. And Dubai is one of the example of how a desert was transformed in 10 years, one of the biggest financial hub, and one of the biggest places, the place where you have free vaccine and people, the economy somehow, and there's no more paper, it's a digital state. And so there's a lot of good things around the world and many places, but they had started from zero at the top.
Yeah, I think it's important. I think that the comfort zone, maybe developed countries, they are less eager to fight and to go for change. So I think that your vision of focusing on the third world as being a priority, well, is definitely what we see today, is definitely the right one. Any more questions for Lorenzo? Shall we thank Lorenzo for his fantastic intervention? If you have more questions, maybe what we can do also is gather the questions, and then of course we can share with Lorenzo, and he can share also his input. And for sure, well, thank you very much for really for being here, Lorenzo. It's an honor. It's been a pleasure to interact with you. You are not only a businessman, but also an artist, as you can see. So it's it's always very sparkling, very nice. Thank you for your thoughts for your daughter, and a very important day. And then you can really count on us that we will definitely, it's in the pipeline, do something for the children and future generation, and you will be our first guest on this. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you all of you. Thank you wherever you are in this moment to be attending this, and it was an honor to meet so many interesting people. Thank you, Arjit, for your energy, your positivity, and the way you're presenting this beautiful event. I hope I can be part of next event, and maybe live after COVID, so we can all give a hug. But for now, let's work, all of us, with whatever we have. I want to tell you last things to leave you. My knight's order is called the Order of San Martin. San Martin was a wealthy man in the history that it was on the horse, and he founded a homeless, frozen man who was in the middle of the street, and the man was freezing because it was cold. And so San Martin have cut his robe in half and give half of the robe to the poor, the guy who was homeless, to make him feel covered, and he keep half for him. So I think that this is the idea. We all have a life, we all have our needs, we all need to take care of our family, but at the same time, we can cut half of our comfort zone and helping other people. So I wish this goes beyond religion, but it's a message that I want to give to all of you.
Fantastic.
Bye bye, grazie.
Grazie Lorenzo, a prestissimo. Grazie Lorenzo. Thank you very much, a pleasure. Okay, can we move to our, you can stay, of course, Lorenzo, you are more than welcome. You can continue to stay with us. It's really a pleasure to have you on board. I know that our next distinguished guest is there, so I don't know if I can see Her Royal Highness Princess Swati Mandela. Are you there, Swati?
Hi.
Hello, hello. It's really a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much for joining. Very important day. And then, of course, with your presence, it makes really all its value. So thank you very much for joining. Thank you very much for being part of this event. And it's an honor. We put so much energy to really have as many cultures as possible on board. And you see, not only women, even if it's the Women International Day, but men. So please, Swati, do introduce yourself. And then I know that you have something to share with us. Please.
Good morning to everyone on this International Women's Day. I am always honored when I'm asked to speak on such days that are so significant for us across the globe as women. We don't get to be celebrated or honored. And so I think if we can take time to come together to talk, to debate, to answer some really important and I think difficult and sometimes uncomfortable conversation. I believe that it's the only way that we are able to move forward. But I think more importantly for me, it's always to think about solutions as to how it is we give back to generations that are coming behind us. You know, the future of our world and where we are is in the young people. And so we want to create a world, we want to create a life in which they can be proud of, in which they can stand on the work that we do and the things that we build and the things that we create for them to be able to have opportunities, especially opportunities for women. My grandparents were relentless in their pursuit to fight not only for the freedoms of men or people of color, but also of women. The freedoms we enjoy today are because of both my grandparents and largely my grandmother, who is a woman that is a big role model in my life, whenever I'm going through a difficult time, I remember her words and I remember her insights, and I just stand on her bravery and her courage and her persistence in the pursuit for freedom, not only for people of color, but for women more importantly. So I've written a few words that I'd like to share with you all today. And so I'll begin. It is indeed a pleasure and honor to be invited to talk to you today on International Women's Day about the role women have played and are continuing to play in the struggle. I say struggle because it is just this, a struggle to ensure we as women secure equality, parity, and equal status with our male counterparts. As I reflected on the topic, it began to dawn on me the role women play was framed within the present, the here, and the now. While we must acknowledge what women are doing today, like the Me Too movement, to stand up to and generate awareness of ongoing sexual harassment and abuse women face in the workplace, to continue to dismantle the social edifice and artificial order of patriarchy, which is at the systematic root of gender inequality. It is, I believe, necessary to examine patriarchy and its detrimental impact on society within a broader historical framework and context. At this point, I would like to take a moment to furnish a brief outline of the meaning of patriarchy within the social context and fabric of our social order, for it will form the spinal thread of my speech. Patriarchy is the deep-seated artificial social construct and order, which has for centuries emasculated women and has relegated us to effectively non-entities, devoid of social identity, status, and position within society. The definition of patriarchy is a social system in which men hold primary power and predominate in roles of political leadership, moral authority, social privilege, and control of property. As I mentioned at the outset of my speech, I believe it is imperative and essential to see the struggle for women's emancipation, gender equality, and parity within a historical framework. For in doing so, my aim is to justify my assertion that merely by coming together in solidarity to stand in opposition to the ideology and socialization of patriarchy is in itself insufficient. In taking a historical perspective, my aim will be to show that women have for centuries been fighting against patriarchy and the social construct of patriarchy, which has been recognized by many for a long time. We merely need to examine the Bible to see reference and opposition to the subjugation of women for Christian egalitarianism. It is also known as biblical equality. Egalitarianism derived from Christianity. In theological spheres, egalitarianism generally means equality in authority and responsibilities between genders. In contrast to complementarianism, which is a theology view which states in Christianity, Judaism, and Islam that men and women have different but complementary roles and responsibilities in marriage, family life, and religious leadership. The word complementary and its cognates are currently used to denote this view. Though the Bible speaks about gender equality, it ultimately comes down to how it is interpreted. In 1996, my grandfather, the first Democratic president of South Africa, established a gender equity task team headed by Dr. A. Walpe to look into why girls and women occupy a lower status in our society and the negative effects this has on our development as a country. They produced a report entitled Issues on Gender in Schools: An Introduction for Teachers. The report argues that religion remains one of the most powerful belief systems that is resistant to change. The report furthermore goes on to state some people say it is their religion that accounts for the differences between men and women. All major religions believe that people are equal in the eyes of God, although the form this takes differs from religion to religion. Yet women find that this equality does not apply to them in their communities. It is in the way in which communities worship their interpretations of their religious documents, like the Bible, the Quran, and the Torah, and the authority of their leadership that creates this difference. So religious practices do not live up to their religious theories. In practice, they are used to justify women's roles in the household and bringing up children at the expense of their lives as citizens and equal members of our society. Why should this be so? A critical point the report highlights with regard to religion is most societies are controlled by men whose practices reflect their power over women. These power relations become reflected in religious practices. Also, the religious writings have been compiled and interpreted by men, reflecting men's ideas and men's experiences. In 1776, Abigail Adams wrote to her husband, John Adams, who was to become the second president of the United States and the Continental Congress, to plead to them that they remember ladies and be more generous and favorable to them than their ancestors. Do not put such unlimited power into the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could. If particular care and attention is not paid to the ladies, we are determined to foment a rebellion, and we will not hold ourselves bound by any laws in which we have no voice or representation. In 1848, from the 19th to the 20th July, the first Women's Rights Convention organized by the Seneca Falls Convention was held in New York City. 68 women and 32 men signed the Declaration of Sentiments, which sparked decades of activism, eventually leading to the passage of the 19th Amendment of the US Constitution, granting women the right to vote. The amendment declared that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any Senate on account of their sex. Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. What I'm attempting to emphasize and argue here is, despite the major triumphs which have been achieved, the boundaries that have been broken in our fight for equality, I consider the boundaries that have been shattered and broken are essentially basic human rights, like the right to vote, our reproductive rights as women, which are now under attack and threat in the United States from an extreme right-wing Christian fundamental Supreme Court opposed to abortion, and the right to own property. Notwithstanding these accomplishments, which have been achieved over the last 225 years, we as women are still fighting to secure complete broad-based emancipation, gender equality, and basic human rights. In the struggle against apartheid, though women played significant roles, their roles in the main have gone unrecognized, overlooked, and often ignored. The women of the struggle sacrificed, contributed to ideas, and were often subjugated to the same brutal treatment as the men received at the hands of apartheid government, such as 90-day detention, house arrest, and at times banished far from all that was familiar to them. The women of the struggle also suffered other emotional traumas like being separated from their children and being raped. The banishment of my grandmother, Winnie Madikizela Mandela, to a house in the dusty Afrikaans town of Bromford in the Free State, which had no running water, no electricity, no floors or ceilings, coupled with being subjugated to isolation, loneliness, and above all, dehumanizing brutalization, was in itself soul-destroying and torture. However, despite this lack of acknowledgement and recognition, in a twist of irony, the 9th of August in South Africa is our National Women's Day. It is a day dedicated to the women of the struggle, where we as South Africans get the opportunity to celebrate, honor, and acknowledge the important, significant, and selfless sacrifices women like my grandmother and countless others played in bringing about the eradication and fall of apartheid. However, regardless of this and the role women played, 27 years after securing for the Black majority our human rights, our dignity and freedom, regrettably, women in my country, just like in many countries around the world today, are still being subjected to degradation, humiliation, sexual harassment, and if I may say, the worst form of subjugation and dehumanization of all sexual violence and rape. Yet, regardless of my country's rich legacy, commitment to human rights, equality, social justice, and the strong stance taken by my government, and not only women's equality, gender rights, but also on the gender recognition of the LGBTQ plus community, we are still struggling to turn the tide and eradicate the systematic artificial construct of patriarchy. Though the South African government has furthermore shown its commitment towards inculcating a gender-based culture, ethos, and philosophy, from the fact that 50% of our cabinet ministers are women, notwithstanding this, government has failed to tackle this underlying systematic structural and cultural patriarchal traditions of gender-based social relations which still impede and block our collective attempts to bring about a gender-based equitable society. Though the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development argues that gender diversity in public institutions is particularly crucial, given that these decision-making bodies create the rules that affect people's rights, behaviors, and life choices, they unfortunately fail to take heed of the fact that laws and rules don't necessarily lead to attitudinal changes in our ingrained beliefs, value systems, or our behavior. In my opinion, institutions like the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development neglect to take into consideration or take cognizance of the impact of socialization on patriarchy and societal beliefs and attitudes. Although there are 29 countries which, as of 29 November 2019, currently have women serving as elected or appointed heads of state or government, and since 1950, there have been 75 countries where women were head of state, the following fundamental question still remains, and this is, why are patriarchal norms still being widely practiced, accepted, and entrenched? Why haven't we as women, through our collective solidarity and unity of purpose, achieved the gender equality we so desire and so aspire to? In my opinion, the underlying systematic issue and problem lies in the education of patriarchalism, and in particular, the so-called cultural norms that are reinforced through educational system. Why do I say this? The educational system, and I say educational system because this is a worldwide phenomenon, is geared to not only perpetuating gender-based inequalities, but also reinforcing the stereotypical construct of the role of women in our society. In Dr. Whoopi's book, Within School Walls, The Role of Discipline, Sexuality, and the Curriculum, published in 1988, she explores the impact of what is taught in high schools, which effectively perpetuates and reinforces and entrenches the construct of patriarchy. As Dr. Whoopi remarks in her background to the study, arising from an earlier study on the recruitment and career patterns of women in professional engineering, I became concerned with the process through which female gender roles and gender identity are constructed, defined, and reinforced within a secondary school setting. The underlying premise, proposition, and argument by Dr. Whoopi in the book is that gender formations for both girls and boys is meditated, taught, and transmitted through disciplinary control, sexuality, and the school curriculum, which lie at the heart and functionality of patriarchal control. What I've tried to emphasize is that lead change together. The role women play in ensuring equality can only be effective and bring about meaningful structural and endemic changes if we concurrently ensure that the school educational system and curriculum redefined and geared to provide the paradigm shift in children's belief system that women are not subordinate to men. This means, for example, when a boy without consent kisses a girl, either in a classroom, outside the class, or in school grounds, the teacher, whether male or female, is not dismissive and brushes it off with that typical glib and dismissive response to the girl that boys will be boys. This necessary paradigm shift can only be realized firstly by dismantling and deconstructing the patriarchal school curriculum that continues to reinforce the artificial stereo notions of gender relations constructed out of the patriarchal edifice. Secondly, constructing a gender-based curriculum that redefines the societal paradigm towards gender equality by actually teaching gender equality and entrenching a new belief system that women are equal to men. If we don't start to address the underlying structural impediments constructed out of patriarchal values, we will continue as a collective to struggle to realize our fundamental goal of broad-based gender equality. In conclusion, what are other ways in which we help bridge this widening gap in gender diversity in a time when women are still so vulnerable? Firstly, women should be given the same rights to productive resources, including the right to own land, as men have. As former US President Barack Obama said, communities that give their daughters the same opportunities as their sons are more peaceful, are more prosperous, and develop faster. While legislating change is important, it is also slow, expensive, and does not always address the root of the problem. We should therefore be mindful that regulation is not a cure to a problem. We should be far more concerned with creating awareness and educating younger generations as to the necessity of gender equality. My grandparents, Winnie and Nelson, both believe that basic education should be a right for all, as it is the cornerstone and catalyst to true change. Therefore, women should participate in innovation and research. They should be encouraged to develop their own solutions through having access to funding structures and educational opportunities. I encourage us females to unite ourselves more often in more ways. These efforts will enable us to respond to our rapidly changing world and will ensure that we develop initiatives that address the critical issues facing women today and plan for those that may arise in the future. Lastly, true female empowerment is only possible if men join us in our strive toward a more equal society where women have the same freedoms and therefore the same access to opportunities as men. Men too should question gendered norms and customs and recognize their responsibility in being part of the solution. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm humbled to have addressed you today. And in closing and in quoting my grandfather, Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done. So let us forge a way together and to find a collective solution for this generation and the next. I thank you.
Oh, we thank you. Wow.
Thank you.
Really, you leave us speechless, beautiful Swati. This is unbelievable. I mean, it's just, you need some time to recover for this beautiful, deep, true, straight speech. You have so many people who are watching you today. So I know that there is a lot to do still. I mean, just listening to what you said, really a lot to do. But please do address to all women and men who would like to help. You know, the women, first of all, generally, because I have so many questions who are coming in the chat. Just your message, very simple message to all women and men who are listening to you today. How can the world help the women, according to you? What needs to be done?
I always say I think the path to get there is a collective path, and I think it's a joint effort between men and women. I don't think that women can sit at a table and come up with our solutions alone, because I think a lot of our society problems are between men and women, and the social constructs of patriarchy which have been perpetuated for centuries in communities. And I do believe that it does start at the base of the foundation, which is education. I think if we educate the girl child to be confident, to learn how to speak for herself, to empower her and give her the tools that she needs in order to forge a path and a career and a life for herself where she makes her own choices and she believes that as a woman, she is enough. But I think also boys from a young age need to understand that women are equal to them. So I say that for me, the basis is really starting at the foundation. It's really starting as early as childhood to address these issues, because I think it's in changing of mindsets. I think it's a mindset that needs to be changed. And I think we need to be deliberate about it. I think we need to be intentional about it. And I think we need to not be afraid to stand up and say that we as women want to start as early as the girl child to address patriarchy and its institutionalized systematic oppression towards women. And I think if you start there, then you'll see generations that will come after us will understand that, you know, women deserve a seat at the table, and women will put themselves forward and also just be there at the table. I think oftentimes women don't put ourselves forward because of just what we've been taught over time, that we shouldn't strive for more, that we shouldn't fight for equality, that we shouldn't want more, and that we don't deserve a seat at the table. But yes, we do deserve a seat at the table. I mean, I'm here today, you're here today because somebody said it's okay for me to be at this table. And that's by no mistake, I think, where I come from and where I stand from. I always say I stand on my grandmother's courage, her strength, her fight, because without her, I, as a Black woman in my country, would not even live in the community I live in, take my daughter to the school she goes to, or participate in certain types of deals or transactions, or just be at a table where, let's say, I'm the only Black woman in a room of white men who are previously very privileged. But for me, I feel like I stand on her courage. I stand on what she did. I stand on what both my grandparents did. But I do believe that the fight is still not over and it still continues. The struggle continues. The struggle is real. And I think we have much work to do. But I think that, as I said in the beginning, it's a collective effort. And I think we all have to come around the table together. But I do think starting as early as possible in the education system and changing the belief systems from that, and religion plays a big part in that too. I think that's how we forge a way forward for us as humanity, but more importantly for women.
For women, absolutely. We should all just, stop talking about the minorities or, the ethnicities. We're all together. We just should even, not mention this anymore. We're all together collectively to make things move forward. How do you think we can help more specifically Africa? How do you think that we can help your country? Of course, we have, by the way, in my NPO, we have starting really doing an action for reducing the digital gap, really for young children in Africa, because we really believe that the access to knowledge is really, as you said, the beginning. It's really where everything starts, and it's really paramount, because if you have access to knowledge, you can really build a future. So how do you think that we, whoever is listening to today to your beautiful keynote, how can the rest of the world help Africa? Please, Swati, tell us, how can we help you?
I mean, Africa is such a massive continent, and I think lumping it all into one continent is a mistake within itself. Each part of Africa is so different from the next. I mean, you can go to Nigeria, for instance, where they have like over, I think, and I stand to be corrected, 100 different dialects in terms of like just the language, in terms of how people communicate with each other. So I think as Africa is very complex, it's very diverse. I think it's very interesting, it's very rich, and each region and each country should come up with their own solutions within that. I don't think that I can say this is the solution that all of Africa needs, because we are all so different. And for me, I always say that Africa first needs to come up with solutions for Africa. And then we go to the world and we say, this is how you come to the party. This is how you come to the table. This is how we feel like you can assist. And this is how we feel like you can help. And I think we're in a very interesting place now, where I think the birth and the emergence of the being African is really just at the forefront of a lot of debate and a lot of discussion. So I always say we have to look within ourselves as Africans, as people in different parts of Africa, because the south to the north to the east to the west is so vastly different. And for me, I just feel like we have got to create the solutions ourselves. We have got to start to think how it is that we feel people should come to the party and support us, and how we tell the rest of the world, these are the solutions that we as Africans have come up with ourselves. And therefore, this is how you come on board, and this is how you assist, and this is how we form partnerships, collaborations, synergies, etc., in order to create solutions for the African. So I fundamentally believe that it's got to come from within, and then I think we go out, and I think that's kind of how we build the solutions. But I can't speak for the whole of Africa, because Africa is just too big, it's too wide, it's too rich, it's too complex and interesting, and just so diverse in so many different ways. But I think we are at a very interesting place where we are starting to create African solutions for ourselves. I don't know if that answered your question, but that's really just how I feel about it.
Yeah, and the Africa is on many agendas today, so which means, as you said, it's so rich. There is so much to do that, of course, is also based upon our, priorities, where we want to tackle, and then where to go to, because it's really huge, it's really immense. So I don't know if we have more questions for. I
would like to say something, Conchita, if it is okay.
Please.
Conchita, this is Bruno speaking. Just one question, because I just dialed in a few minutes ago. When should I intervene? Because I wrote in my diary from 10 to 12.
Yeah, and now it's Princess Swati Mandela is finishing her intervention. Then it's up to you, Bruno. Okay.
And
so
how long will it last?
5 minutes, 10, 15 minutes.
No, but how long should my intervention last?
10, 15 minutes.
Okay, 10, 15 minutes. Great.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So we are live now, Bruno. So, okay. So please, any questions for Swati Mandela? Arjit, you wanted to say something?
Swati, we have a process that we started in World Leaders Summit Academy as a structure. So I have seen this total startup ecosystem for last 23 years of my entrepreneurial journey. And what we have created, we created a system where we start teaching people on how to create your business plan first and then understand the market. Then after that, who is your target customer and who is not your target customer. Then the process goes on a system where we teach them how to create a business plan and how to pitch in front of the investors. And that's the sole reason we are creating multiple different variety, different faculties, different members, different mentors, different investors in the council. And this process is actually for the world, not only for only a particular continent. And we'll be more than happy to probably share this with your network. And if you can honor us, handshaking with us with World Leaders Summit so that we can do it jointly as a joint program so that people can learn and they can probably grow together, handshake with each other and make it a vibrant community. I just want to share this with you so that probably you have a big voice to the world. Maybe it can go and grow and probably we can grow together. Thank you for being with us, Swati.
Very much.
It's been
Thank
a pleasure.
you very much, Swati. Really unbelievable. Thank you very, very much. This is a beautiful gift on an important day for everyone, by the way. So we move to our next guest, as Bruno Colmont. Bonjour, Bruno. So you intervened just a couple of minutes ago. So Bruno, are you there?
I'm with you. I'm sorry to have jumped in earlier than foreseen. Sorry for that.
No problem. It's really no problem. Okay, Bruno Colmont, so from Brussels. Well, at least we have, I have somebody close to me here. So Bruno Colmont, it's a really pleasure, of course, to have you here. So Bruno is the CEO of Banque de Grove Petercam, which is the largest Belgian private and investment bank. And on top of everything, also a very, very good friend since many, many years. So your question today, Bruno, is it's just a smashing. I mean, I'm sure that everyone, so the question, what if women rule the world? So please, the floor is yours. Bruno, I let you introduce yourself and then, of course, we start interacting each other.
Thank you, Conchetta, for this nice opportunity to exchange with you. And I would apologize because in the frame behind me, you would see the Beatles and it's 4 men and there's no woman in there. So unfortunately, I carry this frame since long ago in all the jobs I hold in my business life. You know, I would say many things. I think this day is very important because we are in the middle of this pandemic and we know that the violence made to women has increased significantly in all countries, which is a big concern to all of us. It's kind of a topic which is somehow hidden by the news. But that's a reality for many people, multiple people. And I would say that I'm extremely concerned by that, especially because many women are stuck in the place they have to live in without the opportunity to move out, to move away. And that's a real concern that will have, I would say, that will carry a significant weight in the future. You know, I would say, what if women would rule the world? I'm biased because my grandmother was American, and so I've had, since I was born, some kind of a liberal view in the US term of the way women should be involved in the business life. I will give you an explanation that is maybe a little bit different from the one you may hear. I think that we have been living since long ago in a very deductive way, meaning that overall principles would lead the way the business life would be organized. Deduction means that you start with overall principles and then you end up, applying these principles to the reality. And at least if I'm European centric, I shouldn't be European centric, but if I take the European perspective, this has been heavily influenced by the church and by the authority that was given to superior powers like religions and I would say governments and people, and a bunch of people made out of men. And what has changed? And deduction is a nice thing because it leads to the perception of order, of well-organized things. But at the same time, it crystallizes the society is being organized around the same principles that may hold since long ago. This deduction is also a byproduct of the Catholic blueprint of the European societies. What has changed 5 centuries ago with Reformation, what is changing in the world today, is that induction is more important than deduction. What does induction means? It means that you do not start with overall principles, but every time you face a new reality, every time you see a new situation, a new issue to resolve, you try to find a solution using the tools that you have, rather than trying to inspire yourself with these principles that, by the way, are, for most of them, are outdated. And this is where I see the place of women, because in this new world, the world that we all contemplate, if we accept that induction is more efficient, a more efficient way to run companies and to work the world, as Conchita was telling us, then it means that pragmatically women will play a larger and a larger role in the economy and in the management of companies. And I will talk about deduction and induction because I will never say that, as some people say, that women have more intuition than men, because that would be, I would say, some kind of segregation, and I will not enter into that debate. But I think that if we accept that the reality has to be rethought every day, like it is, by the way, in the US and most Anglo-Saxon countries, then women de facto will play a more important role than before. And it will take some time, but I think it will go faster than we think, because the old principle-based model that is still valid in some European countries is changing today toward this more open-ended, I would say, approach of the business life. So more women, to me, is a solution. Now, to give a practical example, in my day-to-day life, I really start to entertain the presence of women. It's sometimes difficult because for a myriad of reasons, sometimes women do not dare to take on their role in companies, to take on their role in the society. But with a little bit of listening and social intelligence, of collective intelligence, we can achieve a lot. So this was my message to you, and I think that this changeover, as I was saying, into inductive world, is really something that is a bold move that will promote the reality of the wisdom and the power, well deserved, by the way, of women in the economy.
Perfect, Bruno. That's great. I mean, we said that you are the CEO of a bank. So in the finance world, you have really written so many books. So really, your expertise is known. And here in Belgium, it's really without any doubt, and also elsewhere. In your world, which is predominantly led by men, do you think that we could include more women? And then what would be your, and if yes, of course, what would be your let's say, lessons or learnings that you would like to give to women if they would like to have more access to a domain which is predominantly run by men?
Well, I would say this is a very interesting question, because the banking world is a capitalist world. This is where capital is being exchanged. And you do not need to read Marx or any other thinker to know that capitalism is about social violence. Freud, explained that the concept of money had been invented to concentrate social violence on a banknote rather than allowing people to fight each other. But so the violence of the society is concentrated into the financial world. There's a lot of testosterone out there. And so it's more difficult for women to enter this hermetic world, that's for sure. At the same time, what is changing today is that people, and I'm talking, buyer and sellers of financial products, are more and more eager to acquiring corporate social responsibility items, meaning that there is a new perception of what should be a proper financial vehicle. And in that frame, the recognition of gender parity, gender diversity is extremely important. By the way, it's even becoming normative in some classification of financial instruments. So I wouldn't say that within the bank themselves, it's easy for women to show up and to escalate, the hierarchy. But at the same time, the raw material of capitalism is changing toward a more proper recognition of the power of women. So this is changing multiple ways, but I do not expect capitalism to change overnight. Capitalism, as I was saying, is carrying its own violence, which is far from, of course, the good vibes that women can bring to societies.
Okay, thank you, Bruno. I have a couple of questions which are coming from the audience for you. So if you don't mind responding,
sure.
How do you feel about women in financial world? Yeah, what do you think? Of course, you said that it's not an easy, and you talked a lot about capitalism. Yes. But what is your vision about if you had to give some invitation? What would you say to women who wants to access the financial world? What would you say? We have seen that it's not easy. But what is for you?
No, it's not easy. I would say that just to dare to take on the power. The worst case scenario for me is that women would self-limit themselves, although when I teach at many universities in finance, in economy, and what I see is that the top positions everywhere. And I'm teaching the 3 regions of the country of Belgium, which speaks multiple languages. What I see is that women are ranking first, which is totally amazing. What a difference with my grandmother. I was saying that my grandmother was American. They lost a fortune in Chicago during the Prohibition, so my family had to go back to Belgium after 2 generations. And when my grandmother turned 22, it was in 1933, she met with my grandfather. And she would have been one of the first women to graduate from the law school of the Brussels University. And 1 month before graduation, she had another couple of exams to take. My grandfather, before marrying her, asked her to give up her studies because he didn't want a woman who had more degrees than him. And you know what? She accepted that. And so what a difference between the 30s and what we see today. So that would be amazing not to reconcile I would say the academic positions of women and what they become in the business life. So definitely women should dare to take the right position they deserve in companies. That's the only solution.
Absolutely, yeah. Why in CSR, of course, as you mentioned, well, I am also very, very close to the subject. Why we don't see that many women, Bruno?
True, but it will increase. It will increase. It will definitely increase. These trends, they take a couple of years before really emerging. So it's a thing that it's a cycle that will not end. It will take some time, but it will succeed, I think.
And Concheta, I would like to ask a question as well.
Please,
Bruno.
please,
yeah.
please.
It's very interesting. Bruno, thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned that women rank first in the ranking. So question to you as to men, what do you think? What is the women's strengths you could list that help women to be successful in business and on the top positions?
I'm not sure I understand your question. What's your precise question?
I mean, what do you think? What is the main strength of women? What is the power of women? Women features which help them to be successful in business.
But first, women take a good start because they graduate better than men in multiple universities, whatever, by the way, the department. What I see, and this is striking for me, is that it's as if women would not dare to take the position they deserve within companies. So, funnily enough, strange enough, it requires maybe a little bit more, I would say, social intelligence. I wouldn't call it social violence, social intelligence to be at the position they deserve. You know, my previous girlfriend was Ségolène Royal. She had been one of the potential president of the French Republic, and when I was with her, she always told me that it was more difficult for women because when you put men together, there is some kind of social arrangements that takes place that tends to exclude women. So it's always harder for women. But then at the same time, being aware of one's possibility and intelligence, helps a lot. And I think that that's a responsibility of men who are aware of that to help the women to take the position they deserve. To break, the circle of the white men, as we say in French, to make sure that women can play the role. So it's not only about women taking their position, their role. It's also about, men to understand that everybody will be better off. As simple as that, I would say.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Great. Marco, maybe you have a question for my friend Bruno.
Marco, you should unmute.
Yeah, welcome from Sydney, Australia, Bruno, and welcome to the audience. I've been a proud father of two young daughters, 9 and 12. Throughout my sporting career in elite sports, a lot of my friends have succeeded, and I'm talking about men in Australia and around the world. What I've seen lately in the last 3 years in Australia, there's been a big shift in women. Women come in not only through success at the international stage, but what I'm saying is being respected in Australia, in mainstream media, equal payments, and also contact sporting opportunities. Do you feel that Europe has also come a long way in these areas in elite sport?
I do. I think I could draw the same conclusions as the one you're drawing today at least for Belgium. I'm also the proud father of a daughter. She's going to turn 21 in June, and I can exactly feel what you say. So I do agree. Yes.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see that Europe and Southern Hemisphere. I'd like to see also other developing countries come on board and women in business, but other industries, elite sport, and so on, get equal opportunities and definitely equal payments is a big thing. And in the media last week, there was 4 ladies that have a fantastic history in surfing, and these ladies were saying during their events they're pushed aside, and they're pushed aside by the men because of sponsorship and their payments and their world of sport. And what happened is the bikini girls got on stage, but these ladies weren't recognized. Well, in 2019, thank goodness, these ladies are now recognized, and they're on the stage now, the modern woman in surfing in the world, and also get equal pay. So that's congratulations to those men out there and women that have been advocates for equality.
Yes.
Fantastic, Bruno. Any other questions for Bruno? Of course, his subject is so interesting. It would be great, Bruno, that you share with this beautiful platform. So I told you already with World Leader Summit that we're really doing a lot of us to share, to give guidance. So it would be great to have you in our sharing, in our knowledge groups, where you can really teach. We do this really fantastically since so many years in our best schools. We would really be honored to have your knowledge sharing so that we can all
sure.
So Bruno, I have a question, if you allow me, Concetta.
Sure.
Okay. I have seen that whenever a woman is actually going through a process of sports, their mindset and their strength becomes probably multifolded. And when they join from that sports background with, combined with education, they do great, amazing stuff in corporate world. And among us, I know one, I think I know a couple of those kind of ladies, but I would love to comment on Yelena. Yelena is from Siberia. She used to do martial arts. And when she started her own angel investment structure, she actually doing it in a
Interesting.
very focused way. So your thoughts on the same? Do you recommend the same to the girls who are actually evolving from probably becoming a butterfly and want to fly with a lot of passion, with a lot of beauty? Do you recommend the same to the world of women? What is your thoughts?
You know, I couldn't disagree with you. I couldn't agree more. I think that you make a very wise statement. I concur with, definitely. Yes, I hadn't thought of that, but I think you're right. Definitely, you're right. Yes, so I agree with you.
Thank you so much, brother. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for your intervention, Bruno. If we have more questions, we will gather, and I will be very happy, of course, to share them with you, and we will stay in touch. Thank you very much for
You're
your
welcome.
involvement.
You guys take care. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye bye.
Good, fantastic. Okay, so beautiful team. As you know, we're live, so there are always a little bit of delay. So this it's part of being a leader, is adapting, innovating, readjusting, always be there and always be smiling and on time. So so our next guest has a little bit of delay. So of course I have found a fantastic solution. So if I can ask my beautiful friend Sasha to come on the scene, please, Sasha.
I am here. Hello, everyone.
Wow! Wow!
So
That's
beautiful.
my God! Wow! Oh, Sasha, you
Support.
deserve a standing
Happy
ovation.
International Women's Day.
Happy International Women's Day. Oh, come on. That's great. That's really great. That's fantastic. This is fantastic. Okay. So would you like to say something about the bracelet you're wearing?
Yes, yes. I'm all for, I think the best way of supporting each other is to really lift each other up as us as women. And by supporting each other, we can do that in many different ways. We can give a shout out to each other. We can do small gestures. And in the small gestures, the big balloon gets filled with beautiful air. So this is my small gesture for the day. This beautiful bracelet is made by Concetta. Concetta, I think you're a very inspirational woman for the fact that, and that's something I wanted to talk about as well. Us as women, we are so agile and we are so adaptable. And finding that gut within and following your gut feeling and saying, you know what, I have been, in Concetta's case, I've been in 15 years in the telecoms space. I want to follow my gut feeling. I want to be brave and set up my own company, which is what Concetta did. It takes a lot of courage and it takes a lot of deep desire and purpose, finding your own purpose to do that. And Concetta did it, and that's something she is very proud of. And I am a huge advocate for the work she does because it's, first of all, let's face it, it's beautiful and it's real flowers. So it's something beautiful and it supports us as women. And I want to kind of thank everyone on the screen today. And my big message before we even start talking is that the best thing to support each other is by doing small gestures every day. Put a smile on someone's face. That smile will carry the person through the day and will help him, her, to build on and build business, build trust, build relationships. Be that person to put that smile on someone's face.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. It's really beautiful. Okay, Sasha, beautiful Sasha. So you are Sasha Lund. You are the founder of Core Values Consulting. And also, of course, well, you will talk about your new venture, but you're also, and I'm proud, of course, to announce the proud executive board member of Willow Tribe. You will also speak briefly about that. Your subject is deserves all attention today, is turning pain into purpose. how your experience of dying helped you to realize and release your potential, of course. So please, I mean, I'm sure that all women and men who are watching us will really learn from this very much. So please, the floor is all yours, and then we will be interacting and taking all the questions. I'm sure there will be many.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. Let me start by saying that I did die. 3 years ago, I died. I was dead for 17 seconds. My heart stopped and I was not there anymore. My life prior, Sasha 1.0, if you so want, was very much kind of following the status quo. I was doing a job, I was working, I had my hobbies. I always felt something was missing, but kind of embracing society for what it is and never really stepping up. And this changed with the 8th of August 2017. Half a year earlier, I got sick, and that infection didn't leave my body and it festered, which I didn't know. So fast forward half a year later, I am having horrible tremors, over 40 degrees fever for 4 days. Within 4 days, I lose 10 kilos of weight and I become almost comatose. I am in and out, can't really understand anything at all. The only thing I know is that I'm in tremendous pain and my thoughts are going crazy. I am worried, I am scared, I'm thinking about what's gonna come. And from one second to another, I just know I will die later. I open my eyes, I stare at my husband who looks terrified, and I just tell him one sentence. I want to be buried in Sweden, that's where I'm from. Please know that I want you and my son to have everything, but I will die. That's the moment he decides, okay, it's time to call an ambulance. And the ambulance eventually arrives. And now is what I really want to talk with you about, because this is a very powerful experience that changed my life. And I want to share it with you in order for you to find yourself and find that inner strength within and really do what you want to do, because that is when the world will become better, when we do what we really want to do, when we help each other. I heard the ambulance arriving, and then all the pain suddenly went away. My thoughts stopped. I had a final thought. So this is how it is to die. Then my body, my physical body, became tremendously heavy. It was as if I had massive magnets stuck to my back that were pulling me inside the mattress. But around my chest area, it became very, very light. And I flew out of my body. Now, I need to tell you, I do not believe in religion as such. I don't identify with a religion. So I've had people telling me, oh, it's because you are religious that you saw this. It's not. It was a physical, if you so want, experience. My physical body, heavy in my mattress, I fly out. My chest is light and I fly out. I fly towards the lamp, where is what we would call the light. But the way it was more of a horizon that was lighter looking at me. I fly very, very calmly. It's almost serene. It's almost as if you're watching yourself in slow motion. I circle the lamp and then I sit myself on the shoulder of one of the two paramedics. And I look down at myself and I observe the situation. Now you must realize that this must have been going tuck, tuck, tuck very quickly, because they at this point have measured, they have seen my pulse is gone, that one is telling the other, we have lost her. They are preparing poles, they're counting seconds. And all this, I'm very calmly observing. At one point I look down at myself and I realize my eyes are open and I am gray, almost like a stone. I have unfortunately in my life been in the situation where twice I have already lost someone, and in those two cases I was with the person in the room. And it's weird, but you know when someone is gone, where, if you want to call it, the soul leaves the body. You just feel that the presence of the person is not there anymore. And that's what I looked at myself and saw. So I see myself, I see that this is a dead body, this is a stone with eyes wide open. And I start laughing because, boy, girl, you look horrible. And I laugh and I laugh. It's almost a hysterical laugh. And that's the moment the paramedics shock me and bring me back. So the moment they bring life back into me, I fly in through my stomach into my body, and my body and me, who is now the Sasha 2.0, starts laughing. So then I go to hospital, and the paramedic came to visit me the next day, and he said, look, I'm retiring next week. I've brought back many people. I've never seen such a thing. You started laughing like a crazy person. Why was that? So I told him my story, and he told me, there are many theories about near-death experiences, one of them being that you're hallucinating, but what you're describing is exactly what happened in the room. No one has told you this, so how can you know? And that really changed everything. You can say, oh, it's an interesting near-death experience story. So what? Well, the so what is very important. The so what is that I don't believe anymore in the YOLO hashtag, because you don't always live only once. You can also live twice. And for me, that is a sign that it was meant to be. I was meant to come back. And for me, that was finding my own purpose. And that is one of the main messages I want to give you today, especially the women. I don't want to discriminate in that sense. I want to give it to all humankind. But I do think women, in a way, unfortunately, we have been struggling through history more with this. Find and follow your true purpose. It doesn't mean you quit your job and do something crazy, but it means that step by step, don't take yourself too seriously. And you're not going to master the rest of your life in one day, which is something I feel as women, we have that heavy weight on our shoulders constantly. If we're mothers, if we are running companies, if we're working for someone, we have a million hats on. And often we end up taking ourselves too seriously, and also having that immense pressure on our shoulders. So realize you cannot master your day in one day. You can't master your entire life in one day. But if you master the day, then just keep doing that every day. You will master your life. Absolutely. And by mastering your life and embracing what you want to do, you will be able to work and to function from a space of serenity and calm, which gives you clarity, which helps you in your thought, which helps you in your relationships, which helps you really be happy. And if you are happy, that energy spreads. And the entire world, imagine everyone would have that happiness step, how different the globe would be. It's such a small thing in a way, but it can change everything. A single person, it's like a domino effect, can impact every single person. So it brings back what I said to the beginning to Conchetta. Let's be the person who puts a smile on someone else's face. Absolutely. Because a smile is so powerful. A smile can make a child suddenly forget that she was crying and can open up the world.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, I don't know if, it's when you hear something like this, it's just, it really puts a lot of things into perspective, or the right perspective. What are the things you change in your day-to-day life, Sasha? When you live an experience like this, of course, what are the things that you think that you were doing that you will not do anymore? Or to women and men, who are watching you today, it's after having gone through what you have shared with us, and we thank you for going through such a personal, powerful experience. What would you say? I was used to, and then I understood that was not the way of doing this. What would you say that are the main changes that you have brought to your life with this huge lesson that life has given to you?
First of all, stop being afraid, because we're all afraid constantly. We live in fear, and that holds us back. And most of the fear is really up here in your mind. So by changing small things every day, it could be for women, unfortunately, one very trivial thing is being bombarded with, oh, I'm not good enough, I'm not pretty enough, I don't feel comfortable enough, because that's the way the society has shaped us. Do small things. Look at yourself in the mirror every day and tell yourself something nice. Doesn't have to be about your looks. It can be, I'm gonna rock the world today, or today I'm gonna bake the best pizza I've ever baked in my life. It can be the smallest of changes, but that will already change your mindset and help you get away from your fear, which is what ultimately is holding you back. That was the one thing I changed, the first thing I changed. Secondly, goes hand in hand with fear, it's okay to challenge the status quo. By challenging that, this is really when we progress, both again as individuals and as a society. And for me, what was really the big change was the realization of these two things, because that is actually the main thing, realizing it and acting upon it. But also the way I implemented it was, I started my own company, but also I wanted to give back to society, really. I was always a giver. But it was a bit all over the place. Now, in a way, it's more structured. And in my case, I worked with a charity, and now I'm extremely proud and happy to be working with Conchetta and with Arijit on Willow Thrive, which really has set out to help entrepreneurs, children, in closing the gap in education. It's such a vast transformational platform that we're building, and that actually gives me personally a purpose, because we are, in the end of the day, we are all egos, and ego doesn't always mean a bad thing. In my case, my ego says that if I am able to help a child, I will be happy for myself. My ego will feel good. I will do something good for someone, but I will also feel good about it. It's a give and take. And this is something that, you know, it's fine to realize that it's also a bit about the ego.
Yeah. People always say that ego is absolutely negative. Have your priorities changed since your experience, Sasha?
Oh yes. A sentence stuck to me a few weeks ago when I spoke with Arijit, when we talked about working hard, which is something, especially us women say, oh, we're working so hard. And Arijit said, you know what? It's about working smart. And that is something that really resonated with me, because I've been doing it since I died and came back without really realizing it. Now suddenly, my son is turning 7 this month. And before it was, oh, Mom, you're always working. And it was work. And I did feel bad, but somehow I didn't know how to change it. Now I have found a way where I am able to be a good mom, but I'm also able to run 3 businesses and be involved in an NGO, and it's working. It's all about working smart and really realize what your priorities are. What are your priorities? What did I think that moment when I was dying? My thoughts before, my panic, my pain was, oh my God, my son and my husband, my family. So realizing these priorities help you align. But it does take constant work. I'm sure many of you who have lost someone, who have been to a funeral, you have felt similar urges to change. There is this very short window of time, plus minus a week after someone passes, where you realize, man, my problems are really trivial. It's okay if I don't do that deadline. Yes, the deadline is important, but not every deadline is that important. You have to you find that balance in importance. But we are beings of comfort. We want it to be easy, meaning we often fall back in old routine. So with that pain passing, you kind of tend to go back to being stressed about things that you don't really need to be stressed about. But having lived it myself, that was in a way stronger than losing someone, because I lost myself. I actually lost myself. And that is, I think, where I realized that, you know what, enough talking the talk, let's really walk the walk. It's gonna be uncomfortable. You're gonna cry, you're gonna scream, you're gonna be on the floor, but it is okay. It is okay to embrace those those uncomfortable moments, and it is okay to talk about them, because by talking about them, that is what really makes you stronger.
Awesome, amazing.
Well, Arjit,
Sasha,
you have a couple of
yeah,
questions.
yeah, Sasha, I have a lot of comments. But before I ask, I think Yelena is asking, or rather making a statement. There is always a trigger we need to make us smarter. Yeah, Yelena, that's true. Sasha, you talked about mindset. You talked about fear. You talked about uncomfortness. When we look at ourselves into the mirror, we feel that I'm not looking good today, so I should probably change my dress. What is mindset for you? What do you mean by mindset?
I think mindset often is something that society imposes on us. And that goes back to something Swati said, that, we need to educate our boys as well. The other day, I took my son, although I'm not proud of it, I took him to a fast food chain, I'm not going to say the name, where you can get a meal and it comes with a toy. And when I was ordering, I was asked, is it for a boy or for a girl? That's the change we need to do, because that is where the mindset starts. So when I say finding your mindset in a way is actually going back to that braveness, listening to your gut feeling. We call it gut feeling, but we actually know that it's part of your brain, your subconscious in your brain that is telling you what is right or wrong in a way for you. Listen to that, tap into that. A couple of years ago, I listened to a very interesting speech by a behavioral psychologist who said, and this is science, that you make up a decision within 0.001 seconds. So in a split of a second, you know the answer. It might take you years to act upon it, but you know the answer. So try to tap into that energy. Try to not be clouded by the mindset that has been instilled upon you. And
Amazing.
that's what you will really find.
Super answer. Super answer. Let me share you something, Shasha, and that's a serious question. I think that is for boys and girls both. So when I take any decision or when I do anything, I usually split myself and me into two different personalities. One person becomes the audience, the second person is me, that is myself. So whenever I send any kind of voice message, I usually listen to it again so that it gives me a perspective what the other person can think of me. The second question, this is a question to you. When someone becomes really comfortable with people, they usually try to make others smile, like yourself, like me, like Concepta, like Evgenia, like Marco, like Farah, like all the others, Yelena. We usually don't think about ourselves, what people will feel about us. What if? We usually ask ourselves, what if, always. So I learned in my life that whenever usually people point at me, you did this, this is done by you, I usually laugh aloud in my own. And I tell that particular gentleman that, wow, I think I have a what if. So do you feel, Sasha, that people should learn it and people should understand that they are not celebrities? We don't usually take pictures without permission. It's not needed. It's practically not needed. And we don't really need to call ourselves as his or her king. I understand this exists in this world, but we don't need to do that. Rather, we can say we are a very small, tiny dot in this vast universe. We don't really exist in the entire planet. Mother Earth don't have any kind of ripple if we don't exist. But at the same time, if we do something good, we exist as an energy. And that's not a dot, that's a ripple. So your thoughts, because you are way beyond normal people's thought process, imagination. You saw you yourself, your mortal body, and you came back with a lot of energy and a lot of positivity. And I can sense that when we met. To the audience, yes, we can sense her, that she is there. Doesn't she look like a Greek god at the moment?
Yes. a goddess, please. A goddess.
Same.
Yeah.
God and goddess is same. Like you call someone as God means in this superiority. So that this question goes to you, Shasha. Why we shouldn't feel that what if factor? Or do you feel that we should teach people that what if factor, or we should actually be ourselves and let others understand it in their due course of time?
Yeah, answer B to your question. I think it's something, it's not something you can teach. It's something you can only experience or feel. And that comes with, it's a bit like a skill set. By experiencing it, you will understand it. But it actually goes back to something I said earlier on, Arijit, which is, you know, you should work smart. You also should work hard, but do not take yourself too seriously. You do not need, when I go into a room and people ask me what I do, I tell them, I could tell them, you know, a story about, I am the managing director for this, I'm the CEO for that, I speak a million languages. That's just a shell, that's not who I am. So let's get away from these titles. Let's be real with each other. It's okay. We're all people. We're all naked underneath our clothes. We're human people, we're humankind. Let's embrace that a bit more. And I think that is, in a way, an advantage. Women are more tuned into these notions. I do believe, I don't know if, I think there is science behind it, but please don't quote me on this, that we actually do feel it's easier for us. We are more nurturing. We are the ones, you know, we are the childbearing gender. So I think that has kind of given us the opportunity to tune into this energy more. So let's embrace that. And you know, I think Jacinda Ardern is a fantastic example of this. One of her famous quotes nowadays is, you know, one of the criticisms I've gotten most is that I'm not strong enough because I lead with empathy. But I rebel against that. I totally believe you can be empathetic, but also be a leader and strong. So that's what I'm leaving with you.
Absolutely.
So do you feel that leaders should be always strong? You can't have a leader who don't have any agenda, who don't have probably something to get back. Like yourself, you are always there to give back to the community. And when you give back, you don't expect that something will actually come back to you. It automatically comes back. But the question is, do you feel leaders should be strong?
It was my question also, Rigid.
I think leaders should be agile and receptive, meaning the best leaders are the ones who actually allow themselves to learn from others. So strong is maybe the wrong word. I do think you need to have a certain quality of, in a way, maybe not taking yourself too seriously, yet knowing what you know, but having that transparency of it's a give and take. I learn from my team, and as such, I can give.
Yes,
this is what makes a
very important, Sasha, an important point. We've always been discussing this together. I will be really happy to share with you, with the team before you go. Maybe if there is one more question, is that we have so much talked about values. You know, sometimes you say we have this intuition. Well, when you say my guts tell me that, we never listen to this. But by the way, it's our own body that perceives the energies and tells us where we stand. And sometimes being strong is also, you know, saying to somebody, no matter how powerful, as Arjit said just a couple of minutes before, this titles, etc. If you feel that you don't stick to those values, no matter the titles of the person, you're not going to be happy with, or just not at your ease, or being your true yourself. Being strong also means to go away. So it's not about just the titles, but it's really, really, you know, be your, as you said, you're true yourself. You have gone through, we have sometimes to go through very tough experiences to realize, you know, what we want, what we don't want anymore. I mean, it's just, you said, well, our titles or what we have done in our life just tells to the world what we are good at, where our skills are. But there is so much more about, of course, not just the skills, what you share and and when you are on the same level, when you do share the same values, even taking difficult decisions, going to the good directions, to the right directions, is always going to be achievable, because you are, of course, with like-minded people, and those people understand that sometimes you need to take difficult decision for the better of everyone. So that's really, so it's very important that it's just not the energy, as Arjit said, our tummy tells to us. So it's also my invitation to everyone, just listen to your guts. And yeah, sometimes the guts and the mind and the rational, they keep on fighting, because we think about, well, if I say no to this, how much money I'm going to lose? What if this, I lose comfort, I lose that? Oh, is this crazy? No. And then we get back to what you said, Sasha, it's really the mindset, what has been instilled in us. But no, because in fact, the true power is not on the title and saying, you know what, I don't care how much money I'm going to leave, this doesn't suit me, I let it go. Super, super important. That's the real power, of course, of being ourselves, no matter where, no matter with whom, and no matter when. So yeah, that's incredible. And, you know, I love you, Sasha. So this is known by everyone. So yeah, so thank you very much. I don't know if there is one more question that maybe you would like to take, Sasha. Your intervention has been so attractive that, of course, well, people, maybe Evgenia, you would like to ask one more question, lovely lady.
I'm impressed. I had a lot of questions, actually. Yeah, and you mentioned that found your own purpose, but you already talked a lot about it. Actually, yeah, I would like to ask you, what is your own purpose? What is your main purpose, probably after this situation, this stage in your life?
It's very simple. I said it at the beginning. I want to make people smile. By making people feel good, it's already released their potential.
Thank you.
Very much.
Marco, yes, I see Marco.
Yeah, Marco.
Marco, please, Marco. Vai, Marco.
Sasha, it's fantastic hearing, and it's very sad in hearing your story 3 years ago, but it enlightens me also. In the last 4 to 5 years, I've had very close family, fathers and father-in-laws pass away in my life, and people that I've been a mentor, not only as men, but in business, has been loving, just with everything, inspiring for my generation. Lately, I've had the pleasure to move house last year to my mother-in-law's place, and I have 2 beautiful young daughters. One that's 9, that's fearless, and one that has fear at 12. So the question I have to yourself, now I'm amongst a house full of 4 women. Before I used to have 3, now I have 4. So every day is a challenge. But being also a brother of 3 other sisters, I understand the psychology and the importance of the mindset for both genders. And I applaud what you're saying about less stereotyping, less branding, and obviously laugh at yourself every day and try to put a smile on other people's face. So regarding my 12-year-old daughter, sometimes I challenge my own thoughts because I'm a very optimistic person. How can someone that has fear in many ways, but she's very intelligent, how can as a father, as a male mentor, support such a young girl through her adolescent years to make her feel not only supported but fearless as also, or to go through her period of fear as a teenager?
Rather than wanting to reach the goal of I want her to be fearless, start by trying to get her to feel strong about herself. And this is just my opinion because I've seen it work. In my view, there are actually 2 things you could really do. This is music related and sports related. So I'm actually giving you tangible things to do. I've seen it with my son. I've seen it with myself, with my 2 younger sisters. Both music. either learning a musical instrument or going to sports we know this, release endorphins in your brain and makes you feel good and makes you actually overcome that uncomfortable moment that you can have. And that is the first step of building strength, building resilience. And by building resilience, hopefully eventually it will reach a level where the fear will be overcome. I mean, that's down to each individual, but both sports and music are very powerful tools.
Yeah, thank you. And she loves her dancing, so Conchetta, my 12-year-old, loves what you do, dancing.
There you go.
Thank you for the outlet.
I know our time is up, but there's one thing I want to leave you with, and that is living in the year of COVID, where I think if we don't know someone who has unfortunately passed away from it, we know someone who knows someone. It's been a very horrible and difficult year with a lot of death around us. Having lived it and knowing that before I was so afraid of it, my experience is, as I told you, when I was there floating, the pain was gone and it was almost nice. It was comfortable. The reason I'm telling you this is there is comfort for the people who leave. We are left behind, we are in pain. But know that the people who go, those last moments, there is peace. Keep that in mind. So there is a lot, last year was difficult, but there was a lot of peace.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fantastic, Sasha. It's really fantastic. It's well, we work a lot together, so I have this pleasure of sharing all this with you, and it's always a pleasure, no matter how busy we are, no matter how different things on our plate we are, we always find the time, no matter when, to share a little bit of something together and to support each other. You know, you started your day very early, sending me already full of energy, and I can tell you changes your full day, that again, that you have support. And support from women and support from fantastic colleagues. So that's really a pleasure for us and really an honor to have you on board and share all this very personal story. Really very, very happy. So thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sasha. And,
thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure. And to be very honest, because of the rose, the red one, which is created by Concepta, we have all our red in our dress. We have red here, we have red with Eve. So yeah, let's have red in all our mind. Let's flow the blood. Yeah, flow the blood.
Marco also shows pink. You can red color, yeah.
Oh my God, lot of colors, Marco. Super, lot of colors. Okay. And for the audience, we are going to have amazing superwomen in new as a new speaker in our Women's League, and we call ourselves as a superhero in World Leaders Summit, and we all have those kind of superpower. Somebody can smile beautifully, which you can see as a sunshine in Evgenia's face, like a sunshine, of course. And we can see another strong woman, Concetta. She is running her beautiful flower business and doing massive work in the entire world. And I can see Farah. She's a lady from Malaysia trying to do a lot of good stuff in her own circle. I can vouch for Yelena. Yelena is from a Balkan region, and let me tell you a beautiful story about Yelena. The reason I actually believe that she is one of the strongest pillar as a chairperson. Why she is a chairperson in World Leaders Summit? In December 2020, she got COVID. Despite of the fact that she got COVID, she gave me a call late at night around 2:30 a.m. in Indian time. She said, probably I'm not gonna speak tomorrow. I've got COVID, Arijit. And I asked her that, okay, you don't need to, worry for anything. Just be there. You don't need to speak. You know what she did? Despite of the fact she got COVID and you know how bad it is, she spoke for all of us, and Concepta was the moderator. Do you remember? The guts, the strength, the power that she possesses? So Concepta, with these kind of power, you have got so many experience working in this industry as an entrepreneur for so many years, doing couple of vibration in entire Europe. Why shall I say Europe? Probably to the world. In your opinion, in your own life, give us some of the small stories of beautiful women who are strong enough, who can stand for themselves, who probably have done a lot of stuffs in their own life and impacted others. Could you please kind enough to share one or two beautiful stories like this?
Yeah, with pleasure, with pleasure. And then of course I'm happy to share with the team. So please just, we are a team, and that's the power of a team. Just share together. What I would like to share with the audience is what Sasha also shared, is that you need to be ready, to take decisions. Okay, my experience, I should be. I told you before. I come from multinationals. I really did there my let's say my great experience in telecom and media. So at vice president level. So it's very simple. It's a predominantly male world. So what you have to do is not just be as good as men, but is to be better. When you sit in a ballroom and you are the only woman, you just need to, you know that you're a woman, you use, of course, the talent, but you also, that you speak with men and we're equal. So it's really something, as we said before, you need to dare. You definitely need to dare to share, and they know to say that you are good. And you need to become essentially what you do. You need to become extremely good in what you do. Even though I spent 15 years doing this, then I moved to being building my own business. And that's where the big change was. So my story to everyone is that, yes, if you are going to be happier by building your own company, by building your own business, because of course, this is where you're going to put all your talent, we're going to put all, creativity, resources, you have to do. So I left the comfort of a frame. I left the comfort of receiving my wage at the end of the month, my bonuses because I was performing, to take that money with 2 children as a single mother, and then of course to create it. So it's not easy. It has been a hell of a change. I didn't have any weekends or vacations anymore, but at least I can say that, this made of me a very, very happy person, a very happy a woman, a very happy mother, a very happy professional. After 8 years of entrepreneurship, I can say that I was also an example for my children. They saw, because this is not something that you learn at school, how tough it is to do your own business, because of course you will happen to partner with the wrong people. So you of course are going to make mistakes, because that's the only way that you learn. How do you want to learn if you don't make mistakes? The people that you thought were the right one, and then of course they're not the right one. And then this is how, and then it's really very, very difficult when you have a little bit of money and you invest on a project, you invest in your business. Maybe they were not the right priorities in your business, that you keep on adapting. But the right thing is that you see where your business goes. If you see the difficulties, if you're humble and smart enough to adapt them, and of course to always innovate, always be on the run, share and see where the mistakes were made, and be humble enough to say, okay, I have to start again. This was not the way. And even with the pandemic, having your own business, I don't tell you how tough it was, but of course it's a test. It's a test for all of us. By the way, we should all look at this just as an opportunity. And I think that smart people here around the table, this is what we have done. This pandemic has given us the opportunity to really to put a reset in our life, readjust the priorities, and seize really what we want to do. And even by not having, because when you lose your business, of course, you're put on hold, where you lose, of course, your revenues. Well, even that, it was the time for me to say, you know what, it's harsh, but I need to give back now. I have time. I didn't have time before, but now I have a little bit of time, less money. I need to give back to the community. So that's where my key messages are really for the women who are listening, is that, we really need to fulfill our dream, no matter how much it takes, no matter how long it takes. If we keep on doing or conducting a business which doesn't make us happy, even though it gives us comfort, that's not, according to my humble opinion, the right strategy. So this is as a woman, of course, and as a mother, what I would like to share with everyone. Just be afraid of nothing and do what makes you happy, please.
Awesome.
What do you think?
Awesome. I'd like to ask the same question. I'm sure that we will all have all these beautiful ladies as our moderator, but I want to ask the same question to Evgenia. Evgenia was sharing her life story with me a couple of days back, but if you started your life from a very different humble background, so a question to you, maybe in 5 minutes, can you please take us for a walk into your life, how you started your journey, what are the kind of works that you have done, and why you decided that you'll be helping people.
Oh, it's thank you, Regit. It's actually difficult to say this story for 5 minutes. I can say that I work since my childhood. Actually, in my life, I started to work in 13, and it was a different work as a waiter, as a sailor, and even I worked as a cook. So I got profession as a cook. So I had experience, and my parents actually advised me to become a cook because it's in this case you will have money, you will have food. So I had this perspective, and but it wasn't my way. I felt that I like to help people, I like to communicate with people, and finally, I decided to change my profession. I was educated as a linguist in Russian language, in Russian language. But at the same time, I had to work, and I worked in the sales for 7 years. I was successful sales manager. So it's really interesting and difficult. I had a really interesting and difficult life. Because I was afraid actually to work as a teacher, as a trainer, as a coach, because my mom, she is also a teacher. And in Russia, it's very difficult to be a teacher because you usually help children, you teach children almost for free. It's really difficult in Russia. And I saw this experience of my mom, and I've decided that I never will teach people and will help people, because in this case I will poor person and I will have a really difficult life. I don't want this. And this is one of the reasons why I've decided, first of all, to earn money, and first of all to work as a sales manager, and after as a director in sales. And but one day I realized that it's that I can't realize my potential. I feel that I felt that I have a power to help people and to teach people. And I started. It was like 10 years ago. I started a new job. I mean, I became a trainer. It was. Let me remember, I was 28. So at 28, I started new profession. So it's a bit a bit late for starting new profession, but I felt that I need to do this. I felt that it's my mission to help people, and first of all, I became a trainer. I was educated as a trainer in the 3 years after. Later, I was educated as a professional coach with the International Coaching Federation standards. So it's a profession. It's not like I call myself as a coach because it's trend. It's really a profession. And actually, I can say that now I am happy with everything what I'm doing. I'm helping entrepreneurs, I'm helping leaders to become, actually I can say that I help them to become more happy. And it's just all my topics, all topics which I usually teach people. It's just for helping them to be happy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
This is my experience, and now I am in the World Leaders Summit. Why? Because I felt in the pandemic time, I felt that I need to do something more big, that I need to make a big impact on the world, and it's just destiny. I can say it's just destiny that we met with Arijit, and you know, when you have intention, when you have deep intention, then in this case, you will get all opportunities for realizing all your goals. So thank you, Arijit, and thank you, beautiful team. I'm really happy that I am with you in the World Leaders Summit now.
We are happy to have with you. I think that Abdullah has joined.
Yep.
Is Abdullah joined?
Yes, he is here.
Yeah, fantastic, Abdullah. Thank you very much. I don't know if I can see you, but I can hear you. Can I just hear you, Abdullah?
Yes,
Thank
you can see me and hear me as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Abdullah. Thank you so much. Abdullah, I know that you are driving, but it's an honor to have you on board because it's a very important subject, and I know that you're very, very keen. I know that you have done a lot of research about what should be gender equality, about women. We talk about a lot about the subject, but I know that you have a very, very impressive view about this. So on the Women International Day, please just share some constructive thoughts that you have and help this world go to the right direction for women, please, dear Abdullah.
Well, thank you for having me on this very important and very prestigious platform. Arijit has been in touch with me for a while now, and I really respect everything that he does. Conchetta, your work has been impeccable. I think your involvement with community, society, global as a whole has been very impressive. I think the issue of gender equality is an issue that unfortunately has survived more than it should. So if you look at how we as people, as humans have transformed over the last century, we've transformed as economies, we've transformed as services, we've transformed as defense, we've transformed in health, we've transformed everywhere. The only one place where we always seem to be lacking is trying to get women closer to the men as far as equality is concerned. And I think that issue is mainly driven by men. And the reason for that is it's always been a men's game. And the men, unfortunately, are not good power, good leverage. It's very rare that you will come across somebody like Arijit who will willingly share the dais and the space with enough women and let them, grow and prosper. So in terms of development, the world has come a long way. So industrial revolution, stock market growth, asset value increase, you name it. Even education, we've built ourselves to a great degree that we have. But in terms of gender equality, we're still talking about it. We're still trying to find discussions and panels like this to raise the issue. And actually, there is no issue. It's all about action. And action is something that is missing. So the World Bank yesterday declared, which was released today on Bloomberg on the World Women International Day, which is today, that 38 countries in the world actually terminate women when they get pregnant at work. So if they're working and they get pregnant, then they'll be terminated. There are enough countries in the world which do not allow women while working to be pregnant. And I'm talking about lots of countries that are in Asia. There are lots of countries in parts of Europe where the issue of pregnancy and being an employee or a professional is looked at as something very detrimental to your career. That's why whenever you talk in discussions and panels, you'd always see women themselves expressing themselves to say that, once we are 40, once we are 50, then we look for leadership roles. Well, Sundar Pichai in Google is 47. He's heading one of the largest technology companies in the world. Now, I was a little surprised to see that in Google, which is a global organization, they have less than 20% representation of women, both on the board and on leadership roles. Then I was further surprised to see that less than 14% women are software developers. Now, I was just trying to think, does software development require manly strength? Does it require you to be non-pregnant throughout? What is the core requirement of software development? What is the core requirement of leaders? And I don't know why the discussion has been led to a level where women have to keep constantly proving themselves, keep constantly struggling. And then when we have major events, others, not like these, but others, where people will brandish handful of successful women and say, no, 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 hang on, it's not all that bad. We have successful women. I don't think we are now in the 21st century trying to project women as if they are part of a fringe group that needs to be looked after. For God's sakes, for every 108,000 men in this world, there is 100,000 women. So it's not a fringe group. It is equal half of the planet. Humanity survives on the fact that women can remain healthy, fresh, and sane to give birth to mankind that will prosper. So I think today, on this very special day, and I released a video on my platform where, number one, I applauded all you women, and I applaud all you women today on this platform for everything that you do, for everything that you go through, for every struggle that you have made, for every challenge that you have won, for everything that you have done against all odds. And I also took the opportunity on my behalf, on behalf of men, to apologize to you, to say we are sorry. We're sorry that we have not done enough. We're sorry that we've given you a difficult time. We are sorry that you're always picked on. We are sorry that we can't make you feel safe and secure. We are sorry that we are not able to construct enough opportunities. We're busy trying to show our alpha male DNA every now and then. So on this day, besides applauding, I would want to apologize. And I really think all men should apologize, because there's enough blame and shame between men to go around for this to reach where it is, because no one can convince me that women need to do anything more to prove anything to anybody. And I believe in today's day and age, as a husband, as a father of two girls, as a grandfather, I wouldn't want any of my girls to reach a point of competition which is gender-based. It has to be a point of competition on merit, just like it is on sports. You win a medal when you're good for it. If we want more jobs for women, it's not because they're women, it's because they're good professionals. If we want more attention to the issue of women's security, because the men have made it very undesirable for regular women and girls to enter public transport. If we want more space for women in offices, it's because there are not enough restrooms that are gender divided. There is a lot that we need to do. Look at the global stock market, less than 14% women CEOs in the listed market. You pick up any of the markets, and this is the case. So I think today is a brilliant day for us to rise and not wake up, because women have been awake for a long time. Maybe we men have been sleeping on this for too long. But today, as a man, I have taken the initiative, and I have said that I want to apologize. I will use the Women's Day to apologize publicly to all women and say, we need to change, not you. So if there's something I have to say today, I'll say that on the Women's International Day, let it be men's initiative to drive the change, not the women.
Absolutely. Wonderful, wonderful.
Super.
That's super. You share with me, dear Abdullah, that of course you have beautiful, beautiful children. And then, well, I mean, you said, you know, I have to do something as I am a father. So what would you like? What is your advice? You have already looked at the situation. Of course, there is so much to do, but what would you like your children not to face?
Well, first of all, when they apply for jobs, they should be taken or refused on merit. That's it.
On merit.
I say that everything that happens in the professional world should only happen on merit. Everything that happens in the listed world, in the stock market, should happen on merit. Investors should ask, why don't you have enough women on your boards? Why don't you have enough women on your leadership role. Conchetta, Arijit, everybody on this platform, do you know that in a developed country like America, there's less than 18% CEOs that are women in NASDAQ? And guess what? The largest amount of degree holders, kids who walk out with university degrees in America till last year, is women, because boys don't have time. They're too busy playing PlayStation and God knows what. And these are the same boys who are celebrated as, oh, guess what? This billionaire startup founder is a college dropout. Well, if that is the rule and yardstick of success, let's drop out all the women as well. And then let's see whether they get enough chances in the startup world. So the problem that we have today is that the playing field is not fair, and it needs to turn into an equal playing field. So governments need to step in, Conchetta. They need to insist on rules and regulations about this, to say, okay, if you are a listed company, we will issue your license only when we see gender equality index to be achieved. If there is a venture capital investment company, they have to have, the board has to take a decision that if we have $1 billion to invest, we expect at least 300 to 400 million to be invested in women-driven startups. It's very bad, the situation. I'm an international lecturer on entrepreneurship, and I can tell you, forget Middle East, forget Asia. In the Western world, if I'm doing a lecture, my audience, maybe 10% will be girls, women.
Yes.
That's it.
Yeah.
All right. This has got to change, and it will not change by us just, talking about it. Yes, it's good to raise awareness. I agree. But I think some of us have to take the initiative to drive change, just like Martin Luther King did, just like Mahatma Gandhi did. They took the initiative. They didn't talk too long. They made sure that there was a time to speak, and then there was a time to act. Guess what? We're in the 21st century. We need to act. So if we all need to work together, we need to sit together as a working group, and I'm trying to create one international working group on this, and set initiatives to say that what are the legislations we need at a government level? What are the policies that we need at an enterprise level? What are the changes that we need at the stock market level? Let's start somewhere. Let's start pushing this. Let's start making this a point of action and not debate. All the women on this platform, you're all successful leaders. Stop attending events. Trust me on that. Just stop it. Say, I want to be part of action. I don't want to talk anymore. Martin Luther King could have given enough speeches about I have a dream forever. And his dream would have not been realized until he hit the road and started demonstrating. I'm not asking people to demonstrate anything. We're living in the world of social media. Let's use that social media to create impact. Women and men together.
Awesome. Great. Fantastic. Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Really fantastic. Fantastic. Your roadmap. I know I ask you a lot, but your roadmap. Where do you think is really the urgencies to focus? Where do you think? I mean,
well,
okay.
The urgency is at two levels. One at the grassroots level, one right at the top. The grassroots level, because young women are facing more challenges than they did ever before in finding opportunities. So they're forced to take certain education streams versus other streams because nobody's giving them jobs. So we need to study that. We need to work on that. There are people, part of my group, who are currently working with the United Nations, and they're willing to help. A very interesting woman, and she's got amazing data. So number one, at the grassroots level. Number two, at an enterprise level, we need to talk directly to the big boys, to the Apples, the Googles, the IBMs and the HPs of the world, to tell them, hey, this is not going to continue. You need to be either changing, or we will shout you out. Each one of us on our social media pages will call you out.
Yeah.
So I'm planning, hopefully, Conchetta, to have all of this in terms of discussions, agreements, and point of actions within the next 3 to 6 months, using amazing global talents like yourselves and platforms like the one that you, Arijit, are talking today on. And then there are others as well. And once that is ready and we collectively agree on what the points of concerns are, then we will go and start taking action. Unfortunately, everybody, I need to leave because I have to get into something else. It was a real great pleasure to be here. It's an honor. It's definitely a thing of importance to me. I have great amount of respect and love for Arijit and for you, Conchetta, and all of the people that are today on this platform. And I'll just leave you with one thing. And I said it today on my post. The famous Persian poet Rumi said that, you know, either you're a drop in the ocean or you're an ocean inside a drop. I think women need to realize you're actually the latter. You're an ocean inside a drop. It's just that people never really let you realize who you are. I'm telling you today, you're larger than a drop. You're larger than an ocean. You're bigger than the planet. You could be larger than the galaxy. Let's stop talking and let's start acting a little bit more. I wish all of you good lives, good health, safety, well-being, prosperity, togetherness, brotherhood, sisterhood, all of us together. We're here. We're on this planet. We're in this world. One life. Let's find something to do together for each other.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much. So nice words. I started to feel that I am an ocean.
Really fantastic.
All right, take care, everybody. Be well. I need to leave. See you. Bye. Cheers.
Take care. Super, Abdullah.
Very, very, very much.
Actually, you know, beautiful team. I've heard really a lot of stories today, and I have a question to our girls and Conchetta and Bianca. What do you think from your life experience? What is, you know, the biggest challenge for women in general? I mean, for women when they want to grow. Because I know that, for example, in Russia, we are too shy to speak. We really have this because when you are a small girl, your parents and your society will tell you, keep quiet, you're a girl should keep quiet. So I don't know, what about your life experience in Romania, probably in Italy? Yeah, so what do you think about challenges?
Beautiful, Bianca. Please. Let's start with Bianca. Yeah, I would really like to hear from Bianca. Bianca, please take the floor, my dear.
Okay. Thank you so much. I am really emotional after Abdullah's speech, so I don't know if I will be able to to focus.
It's really
yeah, he really touched our hearts, and it's really, you know, a fun fact to see that we crave for this type of a speech because I think the biggest challenge for women is self-confidence. And I say that from my own experience as well. I've been always in the self-proving, let's say, state of mind. I always felt that I have to work twice or more than twice to earn my place at the table. I always felt that I have to give more. And just because I think that we are, let's say, educated from a younger age, that we have, as Yves said, we have to keep quiet. We have to, you know, don't be so out there. Don't talk too much. Don't want too much. You know, it's absolutely. For example, in Romania, we have this idea that if you want too much, it's not good. It's something bad to want to have success. Success has a negative connotation in Romania, for example. Or if you are a woman and you have a career and you work 10, 12, 14 hours a day, you are a bad woman because you are not there for your family, for your husband, to take care of your household, for example. So we have so many stereotypes. And even though we are in the 21st century, we still have them. Even though we have so much technology and so many great things happening with so much speed, we still have the mindset of 100 years back. And when I go out there and I speak about my activity and everything I do, sometimes women themselves think about the fact that why should we have so many women's initiatives? we should stay at home and we should take care of our children, and our role is to give birth and just make the species keep moving forward. And I'm sorry, but I don't see that this is the only role we have. I think that we are here because we need to educate the next generation of girls and of women that our role is to be involved in our communities and to educate and to collaborate and to bring people together. And instead of strength, when we lead our countries or our governments, we should use communication and we should use brainstorming, and we should involve all the people in the communities for solutions. The elderly, we forget about them. The young people, women and men in the same time. We are not here to be in a war. We are here because we all want the same thing. At the end of the day, we want to be happy. We just want to be happy and to prosper as a community, as a society, as a person, as an individual. So the biggest challenge is self-confidence for women and collaboration between people first. We cannot expect for the governments to collaborate if we in our communities, we don't collaborate. Just let's unite, give hands, shake hands. We all want the same thing. Thank you.
Can I hop in between, Bianca, if I'm allowed? Frankly speaking, you don't need to teach women. You need to teach men. You need to teach boys. You don't need to actually teach girls. And the reason probably society tells a girl, put your voice a little bit of low, don't speak a lot, you're not equal, because we have been trained by a complete different kind of mindset. We have been trained that the heavy work is for men and nursing, love is for women. But the fact is, when women don't speak, it's not that they are not speaking, it's because they don't have to speak. When they act, when they look, when they react with emotions, if the men don't understand those emotions, it's the foolishness of man, not the foolishness of the woman who is not speaking. They don't need to speak a lot of words. It's a responsibility of a man, or probably the third gender, to understand what women want to speak. They usually don't speak because they feel it might affect the family. They don't speak because they have been told to. They don't speak sometimes because they feel that it might hurt the young man in front of me. It might hurt the old man, or it might hurt the person who is in front of me. Maybe I should keep quiet, and maybe I should give him a chance to grow, to flourish. And I'll be happy. Probably he will come back and say, hey, you know what? This is the reason I am here, and you are one of the catalysts. But we forget many a times as a man, we should give respect and we should give that small smile, as Shasha said, to women. So let me take that place. Let me tell to the world that yes, I do that. I usually tell women that because of this, I actually changed. And Bianca, let me tell you very honestly, there are certain number of reasons that I actually kept myself a little bit of, you can say, in a hidden position. And you know that I shared that long time back. And I kept myself off from media. And you are the lady who actually told me that this is the time you cannot keep quiet. You cannot be hidden. You cannot keep yourself behind the camera. You need to come up. And thank you, Bianca, for that lesson to tell me that you need to come up and you need to show your face. So let me thank you. Let me thank Eve to tell me that, well, yes, you are helping people without taking money, but when you are not taking money, people take you for granted. They don't value you.
Sure.
From that lesson, thank you so much for that lesson, Eve, that yes, I decided that yes, I'll be helping, but yes, there'll be some amount of changes in the communication. Let me thank Concepta. Let me thank Yelena. Both of you taught me how to become strong if you are in some shaking situation, how to stand still and say that, yes, I will win. Thank you, Concepta, for the lesson in Dubai when you said that I have got some various different situations in my life. I don't know how to move. Then I give you an option that, okay, fine, these are the 3 things you can do. And the leader came up on that particular point, and you said, I've been running my family for the last couple of years. I know how to run it. I'm going to run it. I wanted that concept. Thank you so much for that lesson.
No problem at all. I have a question for beautiful Bianca. Bianca,
Yeah.
it's a little bit like Italy. No, it's really a little bit like Italy. Even though it's my country, I love it, especially when you go to the south. You really have, this clash of a woman who works a lot. It's not very well seen, so it's really to be banned. But you are an example of an entrepreneur in your country. You're an example of hyperactive woman. I mean, it's really, this is what you do. So how do you cope with the mentality? Because you're working with women who, live in this mentality, in this. So how do you cope with this?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, I don't know. I've always been outspoken, and my mother always told me, "Why do you always want to win?" I mean, I don't understand this type of a mindset. And this was like, even though I never read in a motivational, book or something, I always said that if it's not now, it will be. But I never do something if I'm not 100% sure that I can win. So when I started EBW, I said that it is not a negative thing to want to have success or to want to have a successful company or to run a company, or to give an example for women entrepreneurs that they have all the skills necessary to run a company. And if you want money, it's not something like you are not a good person because you want money. And women mostly have this type of mindset that if you want money, it's something bad. I mean, you have to be happy with what you have. Of course, that money, with all the money in the world, you cannot be happy. if you don't have happiness in your soul, if you don't have harmony between everything you do in your life, if you're not aligned with your values, happiness it will not come with the money. So let's be honest about that. But in the same time, what I do is that I have a lot of discipline, and I structure my activities, and I work only with people who want to change or who want to grow or who want to evolve. There is a funny saying in Romania that how can I say it? You cannot help people who don't want to be helped. And this was the lesson of my life. I've been always pushing so many things, and I always felt so much heaviness on my shoulders, and I was so exhausted at the beginning. In my first 2 or 3 years of a career at EBW, I felt that this is not good. Why am I so exhausted? Why do people don't want to, I want them to grow. I want this for them, but they don't want that for them. So the lesson of my life is that you have to work with people who are prepared to grow. And, just do whatever it takes for you, be an example, and people will see it, and some of them will do something for them, others will not do. I know it is a tough truth, but I just want to be honest. This was the lesson I had, and you cannot change everyone, and this is good as well. We have a timing, we are here, we have a process, we have context in our lives. Maybe some of us will change at 50 or at 60, where we will realize what we want or the mission of the purpose of our lives. And something that I learned as well is that I don't have to judge anyone. And it was hard for me because, as Arjit said, I am fire. So my patience is one of the minuses I have as a person. And it comes a time in which you just have to know your way, your path, do everything you can, and let people decide when it's their time to do as well, to go into their mission and their purpose, and to be involved in their communities.
Absolutely. You cannot make others happy if they don't want. We say the same in Italian, and we say the same in French. You can't build up others' happiness if they don't want to. I mean, that's really and I know the story a little bit the same. So, yeah, absolutely. So, Jelena, do you want to share something with us, Jelena? Are you there? Beautiful, yes. Jelena. Hello. You have been so active on the chat that I think it's nice that you can really No, you can also participate even if your camera is not on. So you have heard so much until now. You are so supportive. Oh, we can also see you. Great. So what are the things that have been said since this morning that you really think are the closer to your heart, according to you?
Oh, what to say? Listening all of you all this day, actually, you know, I feel a lot of positive energy, and I'm so happy, and I can say lucky that I have opportunity to be part of World Leader Summit and to be a part of this network. You know, this kind of strong messages are very important. Why? Because actually maybe all we know something and all we have something in our minds, but maybe there is willing or actually need to hear something like that from someone that will be maybe a trigger to push us more or to help us to realize some things that we are not aware about. So I think that this kind of events, this kind of conversations are very important. Why? Because maybe sometimes we are not actually aware of our strongness. Maybe we are not aware of a lot of things, but definitely this kind of sharing informations, energies, and experiences is something that we need. I had the situation with my best friend. She just moved from US here in Serbia. And actually, she was in some specific situation without not too much positive energy. And, you know, we discussed a lot. And after maybe 2 months, she told me, Jelena, actually, this kind of conversation was crucial in the making changes, some changes in my life. So I think that, of course, I can say that I'm lucky that I have a person like, for example, Arjit here, because I love to discuss with him a lot, and with some other people, maybe, for example, with my mother, sister, or my best friends about some things. But all we need this kind of person in our life to push us to actually to be our trigger. So about equality, Abdullah was totally right, and I commented here as you saw that I totally agree with him. Everything is in our mindset. You know, I'm a woman, but I feel totally equally. Why? Because in a team I have all guys. Whatever I'm doing, they're all guys, but I'm equal with them. And they don't see me like Jelena, like a girl, like something different person. So we're all equal. So the point is our attitude and our mindset. So when we accept us as equal, everything will be different. We shouldn't forget energy. Why? Because all energy that we send to others or to space everywhere, the same or similar energy we will receive or accept. So we have to think about that. You know, when we are looking about kids or animals, when a kid feels some good energy, they will come to that person and just want to hug or kiss that person, for example. And there's some kind of actually things that can parents or people around them help them to see, to feel the energy of that other person. For example, about animals, each animal that feel good energy will come to the person. Doesn't matter is it big, small, angry or not, it will come. So we should think about that and change definitely our mindset, because at the beginning and at the end, everything is here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Would you like to comment? Bianca, would you like to comment on this, please, my dear friend? What does it say to you?
I'm so happy that Helena talked about the energy we have and we use, and about the fact that we should use personal development to evolve, first of all, as individuals, because business, is just, you can learn business, but if you're not okay as an individual, the whole academics in the world will not help you. So I'm really happy that Helena approached this topic, and that she gave an example about how she understands and she views women entrepreneurs and women in general. And I'm happy that she's with us. Of course, we need more examples of women to speak out their experiences and to share out their experiences, not because we want to be in front. This is something that I heard so often. Why do women need to go out there and talk about their experiences? Because we have girls, we have a new generation who is coming, and they need to know that it is absolutely natural that some things happen. They should not feel guilty, they should not be ashamed, but they should speak out, because we cannot fix things that are not spoken out there. So just, we have to speak about things we want to improve.
Absolutely, yeah, and be humble, because as you say, I mean, it's not all about, just we do share our stories because we just want to be an example for ladies, for young ladies, that they dare, of course, take the lead, that they dare jump on their dream. This is why we are an example. We are just not an example because, of course, we want to tell about our story. We have other things to do, but this is the only way that the advocacy is important, is that we can tell them we made it. It has not been a hell of easy. Look what Bianca said. In her country, she had to face to fight for women with the mentality which is, really against her own movement, just like in Italy is the same. So, but when you're right, when you do this with passion, you really, really attract the right people. And that if things are right one day or another, little by little, it's exhausting, I know, but it's giving back to the universe, and it's given back to you. As
one idea I want to share as well, it is something that I've done in my career at the beginning. I always spoke about only the good things I have, only about how beautiful it is to be a woman in the corporate world. I never had the courage to be vulnerable. I never had the courage to say all the challenges I faced, because I had this idea in my mind that I will not be, the strong woman. I will not be the leader if I talk about my weaknesses and if I talk about the problems I faced. So I think that instead of talking so much about success, let's talk more about the challenges, the struggles, because we need people to understand that, business and success and anything you see out there in the big leaders you see is not easy. It doesn't come like, you wake up one day and you have all these great things. It's not easy, and we should talk about failures and about, the ugly things as well.
Learnings, in fact, it's, because when you fail, you learn. When you have, when there is a failure, there is a learning, and you can share. You just tell to the world, I am humble enough to say that, of course, I made it, and that's the lessons I learned, and then maybe teach to the others how to avoid.
Marco, please.
You wanted to say something, and our speaker is.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic what you ladies are expressing. Takes a lot of courage to speak from the heart, as you women are doing right now. It's quite beautiful. I know a story that I had with my wife last year. She's a very intelligent lady and hardworking in the industry and hospitals. She would come home most nights feeling that her energy wasn't positive, and she would speak to me and say about one of her bosses, how he's a protected species, he's close to the CEO, which is his wife, in this hospital, and she felt this environment was very toxic, mostly from this male leader in this area of food industry and hospital. I told her, be patient and go to the union and so on. And people did listen to her, but she's very outspoken, my wife. But this happened on a daily basis. So I said to her, look, it's not what you're doing at work. So I lent my hand. I gave my hand out to my wife and said, look, it's not what you're doing at work. It's obviously this insecurity male figure that like to control situations in the environment. So I said to her, you know, release yourself from this toxic environment, this workplace that this male has put upon yourself and a team of mostly ladies in the hospital food industry. And I said, try it in a new environment. And you know what? Just yesterday, she came home and she was so happy. She works part-time and she was so happy that she got a contract at a new hospital where she's respected, where she can speak her mind. She can obviously develop as a woman in the industry, in her field. And like we just celebrated with a beautiful drink and champagne. But, you know, this is the stories that you want to hear, where males, as Abdallah said, we are guilty of, you know, being controlling and also putting down, maybe because it's a lot of insecurities we have. So this is a chance for us in the 21st century to lift together. We can work together to change, obviously, legislation and government. But more importantly, in the corporate world, we need more women at the top that can have that balance to ensure that the women at any level in the industry has an opportunity to, you know, to speak their mind, you know, being mothers, being pregnant, being young, or whatever, or, you know, whatever position they hold throughout their careers. So I just wanted to share that positive story that happened in my family life over the last week.
Thank you very much,
Great.
Mark. Then I think it's a very nice transition to our next speaker. So Dr. Ruby, are you there? My friend, are you there? You can unmute yourself, please. It's a pleasure to see you, Dr. Ruby.
Same here, same here. I'm really, really happy and honored to be among such wonderful people.
Really amazing, and your subject is really of importance. We had so many questions, so we're really very happy to hear a lot about you. So Dr. Ruby Bakshi Kurdi, you are not just educationist, you are a keynote speaker, you are an expert trainer, and also, shall I say, a proud board member of my NPO Willow Tribe. So it's a pleasure to see you on those panels, always with one common goal that we have, of course, is to just all together create a positive impact for anything that we do. So this really a very, very nice. It's again a kind of, you know, solidarity that you show with me, with the group, just to be here, and then of course on a very important day. So you will talk about emotional intelligence. What a never-ending subject. So please start by introducing yourself, my dear friend, please.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, whichever time zone you are. It's really amazing. You know, the energy is so buzzing. I've been going in and out of different sessions, and to be on World Leaders Summit was like a day awaited. Arijit, I had been waiting for the day since the time Kansita told me that we are going to be here. I was like, I would love to be speaking to such world-class leaders and have so much positivity. Just listening to Marco, you know, I had goosebumps the way he was telling. So it's like, you know, when we share such success stories, we get emotionally connected. And here, sitting all the way in Switzerland, you know, feeling connected to Jelena, Bianca, Sasha, and all beautiful people is so buzzing that I feel that, you know, it's not International Day 8th March, it's every day. It's just we're given a day on a specific year of the calendar so that we can appreciate each other's work. And that's what we are doing. And it's an honor to be representing Willow Thrive, where all of us are trying to push each other on a good platform, you know, making that everyone is getting what she deserves. With, of course, as we say, we will never be able to achieve if we did not have the company of amazing gentlemen in our lives, you know, who are holding hands and moving together as a big tribe. And that's what it's all about, thriving together. So yes, Kansita, thank you so much. And Ariji, thank you so much for giving this honor and opportunity. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Ruby, and I have been living here in Switzerland for the last 20 years. Associated with the teaching industry, I have been teaching students from hospitality and management at bachelor's, master's, and doctorate level. And sometimes it so happened that some of my students were even older than me. But even that did not deter me. It challenged me to give my best, because I always wanted to feel connected, not as a teacher or not as an educator, but as a person, which is a must, especially when we are living in the world of artificial intelligence and digitalization. We need to connect and have those values that shine and make you stronger every single day. So having a niche in a foreign country, moving all the way from India, was not easy in the beginning, because in India we are so many people and everyone is an expert in his or her domain. But carving a niche was something that I had to think and make it really loud and clear, and that's what helped me when I came here in Switzerland. So I've been teaching, and with my teaching, which is my passion, I started having connections via my talk shows, conducting podcasts, my YouTube channel, where I'm always showcasing global inspirations, which all of you are there and all of you are going to be featuring some fine day, because I want your voice to reach the world. And that's how emotional connections are, coming to life. If you are great, let's say Arijit is great and he's sitting in India, but we were not there supporting him or coming together, it would be a sheer waste having such a intelligence in one part of the world. And same as Bianca, when we got connected, I was like, oh my God, this lady is amazing. When she featured me on her magazine, it was like a dream come true. And I couldn't believe that it was a sheer connection via LinkedIn. So do not underestimate these virtual platforms, because you never know when you can find the diamond, when you find the right jewels. Of course, there's a big dark side as well. So keep your eyes and ears open. We have to connect emotionally, but don't be emotional fools. That's very important. And that's what I'm going to be talking and teaching my people every single day.
Absolutely.
Yes, Katseta.
Tell us a little bit more. Okay. Emotional intelligence. I mean, is today, we have not been speaking very much about this in the past, but today it has really become an asset. Today it's really renowned as being really, a very, very important subject, which can really help develop women. Well, they are more linked to this, but men too. But just tell us about what it is for you, emotional intelligence, please.
Emotional intelligence is the art of knowing yourself first. It all started when I was teaching here in the university in Switzerland, a course called Women in Leadership. That was how it was known initially, I would say 15 years ago. So when I was doing that course, I was so much interested in seeing stories, reading stories from women all over the world, how much they had struggled, how much passionate they were with the subject, but they were not able to give visibility to their women in that particular domain or in that particular field. Gradually, women in leadership transformed to emotional intelligence over a period of time, when people started talking more about emotional connection, values, what needs to be done to have a better impact in the classes. Because just having books, libraries, theories doesn't make you emotionally or intelligent person, whether emotionally or physically or whatever. You need to have something which is extra, and that is emotional intelligence, that you evolve yourself first. We all think of how we are looking, our superficial things, but emotional intelligence is getting to know your inner self. How are you feeling with it? Connection with yourself, because if you connect with your inner self first, which we often ignore, you will see everything around you will start becoming beautiful. Everything around you will start resonating, because people will click with you. They'll think, oh yeah, I had been through this once upon a time. Oh, I'm going through this now. So it's very important when we say emotional intelligence, what we can do to make it something consistent. And of course, some 6 years ago, when I did my doctorate in business administration, this was my topic, wherein I talked and I read so many stories. I read so many theories by Daniel Goleman, then Travis Bradbury. These were like the pioneers, which I've still been reading and learning every day from them. And of course, the main thing which all these theorists, all these psychologists and behaviorists are talking about is knowing yourself and then connecting with the people. Because once you know yourself, who you are, what you are, you will be able to give that to other people. Like if you have an abundance, like let's say we have this, this glass of water. So if it is filled, and let's say Jelena is thirsty, I will be able to offer her. But if it is not full, if it is just like this, then I have to think, should I give her? Should I give Marco, or someone who is more thirsty, right? And that I can only know if I connect with that person. So it's very important, especially in today's world, how you connect with the people and give them what they're looking for, because emotional connection is not easy. It looks very easy in words, when I say connect emotionally, but it's not easy because there are a lot of people who are a bit fake. When you read these books, when you read so much theory, they try to master all those things and start acting that yes, we have that in abundance. So we can easily, I'm sure we can easily see who are the fake people and who are the genuine people. But sometimes the mask is so strong that it is not possible. And that's where we need to connect in a way through an intelligence, which is knowing the self, because once you know it better, you will be able to read the camouflaged feelings as well.
Absolutely.
I think it's resonating with most of the people. I see these smiles happening. Thank you, Evgenia.
This is super, super important what you say. It's really super important. Now, as you are an expert, of course, in this, how would you say, my dear friend Ruby, it's not easy to, first of all, to connect with yourself, but how would you say that, okay, we are living in very uncertain times. So how can you find your inner self in very, very shaky, uncertain times? Please, how do you refocus on yourself, which is already not easy, and then seeing the situation where we are living, of course, it's even more difficult. Please give to the audience some tips on how you can reconnect with yourself.
Concetta, that's a very, very good question. I think most of the people have that question. How do we find our inner self? Because we all know we need to find, but the big question is how. The very first thing is, even though we are trying to do multitasking, we are trying to do things which are like, I can be here, I can be there, which we all have been doing. I'm sure all of you have been switching from one panel to another because of the day that we are celebrating today. So it's great that you're able to do those things. But if you start doing and practicing mindfulness, you will see the wonders. Like if you're eating, you give 5 minutes. I'm saying just give 5 minutes to meaningful eating. Eat well. Do not have your phones next to you or your laptops next to you or talking to someone else at the same time. Because if you're doing that, you are not able to concentrate and you're not able to do anything the best possible way. And that's the reason in the past, when our parents or grandparents were doing things, when they were not having this digital infection so much, they were able to focus well and the lifespan was longer. They were not so unhealthy as we are having people having different sicknesses, going through this burnouts, stress. They did not know what these things mean. And today, if you talk to a 4-year-old, he'll say, I have a headache. Oh, mama, I'm stressed. Please don't disturb me. I'm stressed. But how? Why are they using these words? Because they are not able to do anything at that point of time 100%. So if you live that moment 100%, of course, you will be able to practice and know yourself better. It's not just seeing yourself in the mirror and seeing how you're looking superficially. Makeup is good. Eyes are looking fine. For the guys, hair is good. That's fine. No, you have to know how you're feeling within so that you're not having that stressful moment. Bit of stress is good. When I say positive stress, which I say that's great because that pushes us to give our best. But to practice mindfulness, it's like live that moment that you are doing at that point of time. And of course, focus on small things which are here and there. So even if we are having this virtual learning environment these days, we are all the time on, in front of our screens. Great. We have to, because that's a requirement of today's world. It's fine. But do not forget to take some small, golden moments in the nature. Because when you go just for 10-15 minutes, go for walks, talk to yourself outside, not to the virtual medium, but outside, connecting with your loved ones, like with your parents, with your children, with your family, husband, whoever, all these things, they look very simple. You say, oh yeah, I do it. But are you doing it 100%? That is the question. So living the moment will definitely enhance your emotional intelligence, and you'll evolve as a person much better. And you will see, girls, ladies especially, you will see the glow on your faces. You will see that your eyes are shining because you are doing that every single day. For the guys, I'm not saying you won't see that. Of course you will see that. But for women, when you put makeup, you feel you're looking your best. But if you practice mindfulness, if you practice things like small things like dance, I'm not a yoga person, even though I come from India. So some people say do meditation, do yoga. Great. It is for people who like such kind of things, who are a little bit calmer. But for people I know, little bit Bianca, Concetta, little bit Ayumi that I have seen so far on social media, if you're a person who likes a little bit of buzz, like likes to dance, do something that energizes you, that makes your blood flow in the system very well, because technically as well as biologically, these things enhance you and make you feel better. So I just want to focus on things that you can associate with and you can understand. So I'm not talking about science here, or I'm not talking about the things that are going behind the scenes, but something very simple which every layman can understand, to enhance your emotional connection, to know yourself better. Do those things that you like. Don't put yourself what others are thinking. Don't try to see yourself from others' lenses, because social lenses, you can never make people happy, no matter what you do. You put your best foot forward, they will always say, it's looking good, but just small thing, could you change this? So come out of that shell. Don't focus on those kind of things. Don't focus on the likes that you see on social media. That's another thing, because people are so much influenced and impacted by what people are talking about them, how many likes they are getting on their post, how many people are saying good job, thumbs up, thumbs down. Do not let these things impact you. If you like something, just go for it, just do it. Nike has very well said the slogan, just do it. So if you do it, you will see, you will be happy because you're doing something that you like. And at the same time, to evolve yourself, keep on inventing yourself as well. If you're a reader, if you're a person who likes to invent new things, if you like to read new things, keep on doing things and learning from your networks, because these networks, men or women both, I'm not just talking about women networks, but any network where you resonate, where you click, once you start being a part of these networks, on a usual basis, on a consistent basis, you will evolve. You will definitely evolve.
Absolutely. Would you agree, Dr. Rubio? Would you agree that, well, somehow also to find our, our inner self, well, it also requires a little bit of discipline. I mean, honestly, it's up to us to say how much we want to be entangled with social media. Well, if we do nice things, if we really want to share what we want to do, on, to have impact, it's important, of course, to take all the necessary steps that the audience watches what you want to do and get also some support. But if we say at a personal level, I mean, yes, I do need the contact with nature. I can tell you today, it's a crazy day for me, but no matter what time, I need to go out for a walk and see the nature. So we need to take also the control out of ourselves. And it's not just saying, oh, I had such a crazy day. I didn't have time for eating, just as you said. No, we need to find 5 minutes for eating. Because if we don't find that, I mean, it's matter not at the usual time when we have, but it's also a discipline that needs to come from us to build our own well-being. I mean, it's if you want to look fit and you like, super fit women because they dance, or men, well, then learn about this. It doesn't come out of the sky. We just don't need to live, under the pressure of what we do. So it's really take the lead again. Bianca likes to running. I like to dance. I like to walk. But this is, for me, it's a need. I really like to do it. But of course, when I don't do, but it's much more relaxing, of course, when you have done, 15 hours of work, to say, you know what, today I don't do. So it's also up to us to build our own well-being. Don't you agree, Dr. Ruby?
100%. Whatever gives you happiness, if I just to have a little bit of an audience, say in it, if I ask you one question, what is one thing that makes you happy on a day-to-day basis? Just random question. Arijit, what is one thing that makes you happy? Randomly, what comes to your mind?
When someone smiles at me and I'm the person, and for that, my being there, they're happy, I feel happy.
Great.
So there is a
you
difference
feel
between my being there and I am there. So if it
great.
is my being there and they're smiling, then I'm happy.
Wonderful, wonderful. How about you, Ayumi? If I ask you, what makes you happy on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, I think when your projects that you put your love into it, they go forward. You know, when you see that they're advancing, that they're going, that they're getting concretized, that makes me so happy. And obviously, seeing my children every day that they're happy, I'm happy. But I think when your projects they become real and you know and you go forward, I think that really fills up my joy.
Great. So when you see what you had been aspiring for, it is accomplished, that makes you happy, right? So what you aspire for, it's being fulfilled, that makes you happy. How about you, Evgenia? What makes you happy?
I'm thinking now about this. It's not easy actually to understand own feelings. I wanted to add to your presentation from my teachers, from my past experience of teaching emotional intelligence. It's not easy. Actually, now it came in my mind that I'm happy when I see the sea and when I'm singing, I'm happy. It's just first thing which came in my mind in this moment.
Very
and of
good,
course,
very
it's
true.
a lot of
Very true,
things.
very true. When you see, so I think you are a more of an observer. When you see, and that makes you learn from seeing the things that are happening around you. I just saw Jelena. She wrote something very nice. What after connecting? Once we connect, what afterwards? That's a very good question, Jelena. Once you connect, then you need to go for it, like next step. Not that, okay, you have so many connects on Facebook, you have so many connects on LinkedIn, but are you actually connected with them? With the people with whom you connect are the people who resonate with you. Like as Ayuvi said, I feel happy when my mission is accomplished. Or Arijit, when he said, I feel happy when I see people are smiling at me, they're resonating, they're having some kind of connection. So after connection, it's not that you're done with your job. It's not so. After connection is step further. With the people that you connect, you have to see how you can make them feel accomplished, and in return they would also some point of time, but no, without having this expectation. I'm doing this for, let's say I'm doing this for Marco today, Marco has to do this for me tomorrow. No, do not have that expectation. Today we are all here at this point of time at World Leaders Summit, talking about different subjects, talking about different topics which are resonating with us. We're learning from each other, so we have to take it further. From this, I'm sure you will not connect with all 100 people or all 500 people, but you might connect with at least 50 people and be consistent with those, Jelena. So just connecting doesn't finish your work. You need to be consistent in your approach, because only when you're consistent, you are having the mindful connection with those people and go further. So once that whatever topic or whatever project is accomplished, to move further, you are done with it, you move further. And wherever you see, wherever you hear, oh, this person was looking for something related to EI, you will think about me. Or wherever you see this person is talking something about leaders, you will think about Arijit. So these are how the connections go forward, not just thinking about yourself and moving forward, because alone you can move forward. But if you move with a group of people who are all empowered, you are giving to them, they will give back to you. It becomes very, very strong, and you go a long way. And that's how, even Concetta, when she formed this Willow Tribe, we had been talking about it. We have had been some meetings, talks, and then, we'd always say, oh, Wonder Women, oh, these women. And then when we had two gentlemen joining in, so we said, we need men, because they see from other side. Otherwise, if you're just seeing the mirror and say, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest? The mirror will always reflect your reflection. You will never know the other side. So that's why to connect, you need to connect in such a way that you are able to give as well, not just take from other people. Wherever there's something that you can give back, like let's say Elite Business Women, when I was featured there, I was in top, I was in the world, like, wow, I'm there. But at that point of time, instantly, I made a video which was for Bianca, what she has done, what she has been doing. So that was my way of returning, giving her back that you did this, I salute you, not just to the people who are doing, but anyone and everyone who comes in your tribe, or that she has done something, do not forget to say thank you. Do not forget to say and show your gratitude. If someone is looking good, you should say. Don't think that you are just saying it for the heck of saying. Whatever is coming in your inner self, inner thought, spit it out, and make the other person feel important, make the other person feel happy. And that's how the connection goes longer, Conchetta. That's my take on your question.
And Conchetta and Ruby, if you allow me, I would like also to add and probably to ask Ruby about some other tips, some other tip for knowing yourself. I took this from my past experience of learning emotional intelligence. A couple of times per day to ask yourself, what are you feeling right now? Because it's not easy to understand what are you feeling. If I ask every one of you, what are you feeling right now? It will be really difficult to understand. Yeah, and this is the first tip which I took from my past for knowing myself, for increasing my emotional intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
It's a good way of having like a to-do list, like to do, like I do that every day. So let's say you have 5 to-dos for today, 8th March, you have 5 to-dos. So at the end of the day, you try to see, was I able to have a tick on all 5? So if you were able to have a tick on all 5, you feel, yes, I did it. You have that mission accomplished feeling. But if not, let not deter you. You might think, what took me longer? Why I was not able to do? Was I wasting too much time on social media? Was I wasting too much time in gymming, clubbing? What was I doing that I was not able to do so? So that is also your connection. That's your my time. You have your mama time, you have your wife time, husband time, whatever times, but always in your 24 hours, have my time. Sometimes it's good to be selfish. Sometimes it's good to be digging.
Agree.
It's a good selfish, absolutely. I know. I've been informed that there are more than almost 1,500 people watching. So,
wow.
So proud of all this.
Wow, congratulations.
Congratulations, guys. You're a great team.
Just the result of a great team. I wanted just to add something before we pass on the word to Ayumi. What you said, Dr. Ruby, it's paramount. And by the way, I will say it afterwards. You make the connection that resonates with you. And you know what? I mean, you could not make it, but we met in Dubai just a few days ago, and there was not that much of a surprise because the connection was the right one. So as you said, be careful on all the titles and don't know how fake you are, but there is a moment where the mask falls. If everything you have been trying to say or trying to be nice in a fake way, one day or the other you'll be taken in the trap. And when you have this physical contact like we had, I remember I was waiting, first person I met was Arjit. I could not even say how does he look like. He was just outside the hotel I saw, and then we made the sign and I made the sign. And that was it. And then we start talking and it was even better because that's the normal way. This is really the normal way. So that's the connections, it resonates. You feel who do you connect with and why? Because, her values talk to you. And then it's really, really super powerful. I'm so happy that we really could make it.
Very true. I completely agree. I completely agree what you're saying. It's very important, especially when you're in a digital world, to establish the connection because it's not so easy. We are all far away. We are all in front of our screens. How to do that people are there living that moment with you. It's not so easy. And I wanted to, launch my book on today's this event, World Leaders Summit, which we had talked before. And that's also one of the ways that you will definitely connect with the people if you read my book that is talking about how to establish connections, like how to engage learners in a virtual learning environment, because it's not easy. You can say, like, I have the best teacher, I'm the best professor, or I'm the best trainer. But you can't become best if your audience is not there with you. They're not there interacting. So it's something, I have been encouraging, I have been telling people, share your experiences, and with that, you will be able to understand better, learn better, because anything and everything is possible if you have good education. Anything and everything is possible if you have good education. I'm not talking about academic education. I'm talking about life education. All these things, they shine loud and clear if as a kid you have had a good social education with your parents. They taught you how to be a good individual. because all these things take you a long way. You become a long player in big corporate world only if these skills are strong and you shine, because you're learning every day. You don't think that I'm up there, I can't learn anything. Even if you're up there, you will be able to learn new things, learn from others' experiences, which I so proudly say, I never thought in my life I will write a book. I was consistent giving lectures and training, conducting training programs, because I love to speak. Some of you know that I love to speak. I'm there on the podium and I just go on and on. But some of my friends, they said, whatever you are doing, when your talk shows are there, or when you're talking to the people, you talk so much about emotional intelligence. Why don't you pen it down? Why don't you document it so that everyone can learn in the long run? And I'm still going to have a second edition of that, because already I've started getting people giving me more suggestions. I practice this from Egypt, from USA, from different parts of the world. People are connecting and saying, in your book you mentioned this, but I think it would be better if you could do this. So who knows, I might come up. It's my very, very first book, and I'm very, very proud of it. So I want to make this announcement on this beautiful platform which Arijit has provided us, to all the leaders who are watching us globally, that please have a peekaboo in this book that's called How to Engage Learners in the Virtual Learning Environment. It's a change in paradigm due to COVID. COVID has taken us to new channels, and we are learning everything every day. So keep your eyes, ears open, guys, and try to learn something new from each other, from people next to you, from your children. Even if they're younger than you, you will definitely learn something from them and emerge a stronger individual.
Absolutely. And that's beautiful. And always remain humble. I think it's so great that you say this, because when you get some comments, be there, maybe different point of view from yours. What is important is that we remain humble and we welcome these comments as being constructive, because if we can do this, we can also, of course, grow every single day. So that's something I really, really love from you, Dr. Ruby, is really always remaining humble and then just welcome any comments. It's great. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We call each other sisters, but this is what sisters are about. We're all sisters. We really thank you very much for sharing. I'm sure that there is much more to speak about your subject, but I see that beautiful Ayumi is also there. You can stay on board if you want, Dr. Ruby. Of course, it's really up to you. So, Ayumi.
Hello, Concetta.
Beautiful Ayumi. Okay, we have an announcement to make.
Oh, getting married.
Yeah, absolutely. Ayumi is not only the founder of Women in Tech. She's going to tell us what she did in just 3 years. Is just unbelievable. And of course, we spent some time in Dubai together. We could really, just appreciate what already was uniting us as values. But there was something more. I fell in love with her son. So now, what are we? What are we, in fact? We're not just...
What are we? We are family, Concetta. What can I say? We family.
And you know why? Okay, of course, he's a boy, super cute. Number 2, he can dance. And he loves Celine Dion songs. When you play...
Oh, no, this we can't now. This we get off record.
He was completely crazy. So I've never seen such a performance of 3-4 years old.
He's 3 years old.
When she told me, if I put Celine Dion, is going to get nuts. I said, okay, you are a leader. I'm a leader. Just let's try to do this. And he just overperformed. He's 3 years old. He just invented this dance. Was just amazing.
Yes, it's
a fantastic moment.
A mix of modern jazz with rap, with I don't know what he does, but he just, he lives the music. It just comes into him. He just has to, yeah.
That's a form of communication. Absolutely, that's really a fantastic form of communication. So beautiful, Ayumi. So back from Dubai, maybe tell us also a little bit about your project, because you launched something really important in Dubai. So just share with us, and then a little bit, of course, about your beautiful career, whatever you put in place, and then we'll take some questions from the audience, of course.
Sure. So, well, Dubai, first of all, I was super happy to meet you personally. Arjit, Sasha, you, Concetta, I thought it was so... as you said, we can't always, just be focusing on social media, etc. However, we can make such meaningful encounters, and relationships in social media as well, because that's all we were able to do last year because of lockdown. So I think, we have to, it's like everything in life, we just take everything, and then after, it's for us to filter and to see what's best for us and what are the meaningful connections we can make. And thank goodness, I met you all, and I think we started something beautiful. You started something beautiful, Conchita, and you brought us abroad, with you for Willow Thrive, and I'm very excited to being part of it. And and I love our meetings, and I'm sure that we're going to be doing beautiful things. Starting off in India, so Arjit is also going to be helping us, or even if it was elsewhere in the world. But I think our project that we want to do there is going to be very impactful, and I'm very excited for that. So I went to Dubai not only for this, but also for the Global Forum, which is the second edition of the Women in Technology Global Forum that we did in Sharjah. I just saw the stats. Yes, it was really it was amazing, because at the beginning we were supposed to be doing a hybrid event, so physical and online, but no, obviously due to latest COVID restrictions in Sharjah, we had to go absolutely all online. But it was great as well. We had a reach of about almost 400,000 people, and we had 30,000 people watching the event itself, and we had beautiful speakers and topics and conversations, which I hope are really there to be able to to open not only the conversation, but to take action afterwards or during it. Because Women in Tech, it's a non-profit organization that I founded 3 years ago. She passed, it goes by so quickly. And we started straight away global, and today we have about 50,000 members all over the world. Our members are coming from over 100 countries, and we have official chapters today in 21 countries. And what we do, we really try and empower women and girls with the confidence and the skill set and opportunities to succeed and to embrace technology and succeed in career and STEM fields. Why? Because today, one of the biggest industries that are the thriving force of the economy and of the world, of innovation, is STEM. However, women are being underrepresented in STEM. Not only are they underrepresented, but the gender gap in this sector is getting wider and wider every year. So crazy as it may seem, in the 80s, we had more women in technology than we have today, which is completely crazy. So we have to take action. We have to be able to empower them, in different areas. So what we try to do with Women in Technology is really to accompany women and girls from the classroom all the way to the boardroom, right? Because we don't want just to, give them just education, because the problem or the challenges that women have today to go into STEM field is not one single problem. If it was just one single problem or two, it would be very easy to target it, to do an action around it, and and solve it. But it's much more complex than that. Obviously, starts over, from bias and preconceived ideas that we have of what women should do, or what boys should do, or girls should do, what girls are better at and boys are better at. There's so many things that come into account. Also, obviously, depending on the country, we also have those more patriotic family types of cultures where women should stay at home and they should do more housewife work and take care of the children and don't go so much into the labor force. So we try to, as we can, with the small wins we can, because we have very limited resources, we try to take action in every single stage of the woman's career. So it's going to start off in the classroom, where we're going to be giving them outreach programs, where we're going to be find very inspiring women, which are role models, to come and talk to them and say, and show them what they are doing. I loved when Dr. Crystal Johnson, so she's the deputy director of NASA technology department, and she came to France, and we took her to the Bourget. It's like an aero aviation museum, and we brought school children from very underprivileged areas in Paris, around Paris, and they all came to spend the whole day in the museum. So they saw the rockets, and they saw the airplanes, and it's all these beautiful crazy things. And at the end of the day, they spent like 2 hours with Crystal Johnson, for her telling him about their story, about how she made it, about how she fought for her rights. And then they had this really open conversation, and the girls there, they didn't stop asking questions. And that's really when you can see that it touched them, because they were like, we had to stop them and say, okay, no, we can't anymore. And Crystal Johnson said, no, let them ask me questions. I'm here for that. I'm here to inspire them, to answer their questions, to motivate them. And maybe if one of them one of these women, of these girls become the next astronaut, you don't know, or if they just inspire them to think out of their box, or out of what they think the limit is, it's already, it's a great step. So we start with that, and then we are building now a scholarship fund. Obviously, we don't do this alone. We are building a small scholarship fund in women in technology, but we also partner with other universities, right? Because I think we have to stop trying to reinvent the wheel every time. I think we have so many beautiful organizations around the world that have the same mission and the same vision. And the best thing we can do is obviously unite, because I think united, we can go so much further and do so much more and have impact. That's why I love Bianca, because Bianca is one of those women that are there for making meaningful relationships, for making impact together. And she really thinks of collaboration as a force. So I really thank Bianca for that. I'm very happy to be with her here, also with Willow Thrive. So we have partnerships, for instance, with the Sherry TI. So it's the chair of the University of Sorbonne in Paris. We have also partnerships with the university in St. Petersburg, and also with digital academies as well, that we have around the world, where we try and unite our forces to be able to skill women, once again, not only with the skill set, which is very important, obviously, but the mindset is what really women have to be, because we set our own limits. Sometimes we talk about the glass ceiling, about so many other ceilings and barriers, but I think the most important thing for women, or the first thing for us to be able to break, is our own barriers that we set ourselves. So this is how we do, through mentoring, through partnerships, through role models program, we try and inspire these women to do that. So obviously, once they're inspired, they're educated, we have to get them, we have to find them a jobs, because there's not better way to set a woman independence by giving them financial. If you're not independent financially, you can never be independent altogether. You can never have a free soul, a free will, think and say and do what you want, because we need money to live, right? At the end of the day, we need to buy our bread, our butter. We need to feed our children, have a house, education, and this, we need money. And we cannot be fully women individuals if we don't have our financial independence. So we want to give women financial independence in many different ways. You can be, if you want to do a startup, this is great. We're going to be encouraging you, with accelerator camps and trying to also get funds for your company. If you just want to go into the workforce, this is great too. We don't all have to be entrepreneurs. We don't all have to be on the top of the boards. We just have to live the life we want, but we have to be financially independent, because that's the way you can live the life you want, right? And today and tomorrow, we've seen with the pandemic that, the digital world is everywhere. We cannot thrive and we cannot live if there's not digital literacy. Because obviously we talk about the gender gap, but the digital gap is even bigger. If you don't have access to smartphones or to a laptop or to, an internet connection to Wi-Fi, today it's very, very difficult to work altogether. So this is also something that we're really trying to work upon, which is giving digital literacy to women and to giving them also equipment, and access to Wi-Fi. We did a project last year in December. It was in India. Obviously, once again, we partnered with an association in India who identified girls, students that were in this very critical condition, that were passing exams, and they did not have a laptop at home to work from. And there were a series of very tragic, events. There's Aishwarya, so this 19-year-old woman who committed suicide because she was under so much pressure in New Delhi because she couldn't have access to a laptop. So with that, we did a campaign together with our partners in the US and in India, where we sponsored 150 laptops to these women for this girls' college. And we got them because of the power of community. Once again, it's not us ourselves, but it's the power of community. We made, we got these 150 laptops under 2 weeks. Can you imagine that? Under 2 weeks, we raised enough funds to buy them, and we gave the laptops to the women before the exams, because after the exams would be too late, right? So we got it before the exam. And that just fills up my soul. Dr. Ruby asked me, what is it that fills up your soul? Things like this, making impact, trying to help, putting your project forward, and getting up and doing it. This fills up my soul in such a way that, it just gives us, some more energy to do more. Because it's so hard anyway, that if you don't have these little types of happiness, you think, oh my goodness, what am I doing all of this for, right? But yeah, so I'm speaking too much now, Conchita. You have to stop me, otherwise I'll never stop.
Absolutely not. Well, your subject is, especially on the Women's International Day. I mean, your subject is great. It's really, of course, I see that what has really been not a shock for me, but a good shock is that I've seen and I've read the figures is that if women can, as you say, financially have access to high-tech studies, they can perform even better than men. So I think that we cannot allow us as leaders, of course, we have to make this happen, of course. This is super important. So what you've done and built in these 3 years, also your team was sharing with me, is that just incredible. You're just creating this movement because there is a need, because these women really need to have a place. And also on top of everything, Ayumi, if you have to share on this specific date, of course, to all the audiences who are watching us, we have so many people watching us. I think it's just unbelievably crazy. What would you like to say to the women?
What would I like to say? I'd like to say, take action, do something. What is it that you want to do? Take action either for yourself or for someone else, but take action, be a doer. Think of what is it that inspires you today? How would you like the world to be? And I think don't wait for others to do it in your place. You have to do it as well. And think that you will always find a network that you're going to be able to connect with. They're going to have your back, that are going to help you do this. And obviously today in Women's Day, I would say today more than ever, let's support a woman. If you're a woman, come together, let's support each other, let's raise each other up. Let's give back to the community. If you're a man, be our best ally, support you. It's because we all born from a woman, right? So this is what we all have in common. We all have mothers, we all born from a woman. So I think it's important to be able to give back and to empower women, so that we're not saying that we are going to be better, but we have to find balance and harmony. And to find balance and harmony, we have to have equal rights and be represented equally everywhere. And this way, we can work together for a common purpose. So hopefully one day we won't talk about, trying to bridge the gender gap, but, trying to really work for climate or something else that's going to be more important than just trying to find something that should be so natural to find, right? Just gender equality.
Oh, that's great. Absolutely. Well, let's do step by step. I really, as you said, we need men. I mean, of course, we absolutely need men. They need to be our best supporters. And yes, do also continue together. We will do this with this project, but really to try to fight to reduce the digital gap, because this is really where, technically, as you said, action. Well, let's try to do this. Impossible today, in our 21st century, to imagine that there are people around the world, and the numbers are just absolutely inconceivable, that cannot have access to knowledge because they just technically cannot. It's up to us really to make sure that we can do our best so that we reduce the digital divide and that the access to knowledge becomes really affordable for every single person on Earth. That's at least that's really one of my dreams. And as you know me, Yumi, you knew me already a little bit. Now you have met me, we spent time together. I will do my very best to, and my very little to make this possible, of course. Thank you very, very much. Is there a question from the panel for beautiful Ayumi?
I have a question, Ayumi. What is, Marco, you want to ask? Please go ahead.
That's all right. Yeah, I was just saying, Ayumi, it's a pleasure listening to your stories and what you're doing, the social impact around the world. That's awesome. I've had the pleasure just recently around my community in Sydney to see women that have a community garden that try to inspire the younger generation to get off the digital world and to come and connect with the, with our environment through gardens. My question to you is, how can we more inspire the younger generations to understand that the digital space is important, but how they can reconnect? And I think this is an area that the education system Australia is trying to do, but how can we globally reconnect to our environments?
Beautiful, thank you so much. I must say, Marco, if I could take my computer and show you around, I live in the countryside. I was saying, so I have two sheep, I have 8 chickens, I have a cock, I have a cat, 4 children. You know, so I think it's up to also to the parents, right, to go and reach out. I think it's very natural that when we go to nature to get this energy of nature, how do you say ressourcer? How do you say ressourcer? So that we get the energy back from nature. I think like everything, you can't exaggerate things. So obviously, if there's a child that is on the laptop, on the telephone from morning until night, there's something that's going to be too much. I think everything has to be done. Has to happen in a way that's balanced and there is harmony, right? So I think it's basically, obviously, up to the parents and to the schools and to the teachers to be able to do that. And I think one of the best ways also with sport. I think sports session is so important for children and for adults, also for people while they're growing up, because it teaches you not only health being, it teaches you to connect with each other, it teaches beautiful values across the world, and also teaches you to get back to basics and back to nature, the effort of breathing, trees and things like that. So I think we must definitely be able to be in harmony, not to exaggerate in anything we do. But nature, I think if I don't live in the countryside, I think also COVID has shown us, that today we don't have to be in a big city to be able to work and to succeed. I think, it showed us as long as you have a Wi-Fi connection, you can be in the countryside like I am, and still have 3 businesses and do nonprofits and do beautiful things. And that's the power and the beauty of today's world, of this digital world, that we can go closer to nature, but still get connected, and don't have to be in the middle of big cities and spend too much time in transport and things like that. I think we can connect again to nature while experiencing the positive things of the digital society.
Thank you and congratulations for everything.
Thank you, Malcolm.
I think that was one of the key learnings of the pandemic. I really think that it's always the same. Either you look at this in a very bad way, either you look at this in a good way, but there is something which is crucial that you all have been mentioning, is the balance. Of course, too much access to digitalization is of course an issue. So, and it's an issue when you don't have access to digitalization. So it's all a discipline, it's all a balance. So thank you very much, beautiful Ayumi. If you could stay a little bit with us, because we have a very special guest now that follows, and of course a little bit of entertainment. So please do stay a little bit if you can. Maria Elena Infantino, are you there, Maria Elena? Buongiorno.
Hello, buongiorno. How are you?
You see how much energy, quanta energia. Do you see this? It's fantastic, is it not?
It is fantastic to be seeing you. Finally meet you visually, and Arijit and all this beautiful panel that I'm listening with such joy. Thank you for the invitation. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you guys today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, Maria Elena Infantino, you are, well, a singer, an international singer, but what we would like to know is about who you are. Who is Maria Elena Infantino as a woman, especially on a very, very special day, which celebrates, of course, women all over the world. Tell us a little bit about you, the woman you are, please.
Okay, so when they ask me what nationality you think you are, I always think, well, I'm global. Because I'm half Italian, half Bulgarian. My mom is Bulgarian, my dad is Italian. And both my parents are opera singers. So starting with a background like this, you get to travel the world since a very young age. So when you start seeing all the cultures and absorbing from around the world at a very young age and start learning all these languages, I speak 5 languages, I sing in 7. So automatically, as a human being, I think whether you're a man or a woman, you do get to travel, just absorb, because you are there seeing all the cultures from around the world. You know, usually they say you absorb the most by the age of 9 is when you should have learned all your languages, because that's a new being into the world, looking at the new world. So me as a person, as a woman, I've been traveling the world from a tender age, immersed into music. And what I love about what I do as a musician, as an actress, is getting to interpret all these songs. For example, my one-woman show, one of them is Dalida. Dalida was this singer that was born from an Italian family in Egypt, and then became a superstar in the world, but naturalized French. So I think whether you're in Egypt and then became a superstar in languages, I only sing 7, but you is to immerse looking at the new that language into that emotion in a different language that it's not necessarily yours. So what is interesting as a human being born from it, get that flavor in Egypt and then became a French. So she's already what it does when I sing in Arabic. I don't speak Arabic, but I start to, come si dice in italiano, immedesimarsi, to immerse yourself into that culture. So imagine singing 7 languages, 7 different cultures, and it's not just 7 different cultures, but it's way more, because yes, you sing in Arabic, but the Arabic word more, because yes, you sing in Arabic is more than just Egypt and more just the nations. I start to thinking within that language. French is not just France, but it's all the colonies. English, it's American English, British English, English from everybody in the world that speaks English. So I think as a woman singer and actress, the beauty about what I do and where I'm at as a result is being able to travel around the world and meet all these different people, all these different, because language is access. Language is access to a thought process, a different way of thinking, a different way of being. So I think today is a traveled per singer, and the beauty about that as a result, and meet, interact with people. I mean, look at us now, even though we're all enclosed in our homes, and we get to connect internationally. So that's the beauty of it, to be able to connect internationally. And the beauty of it is that we can do it online, and we can do it in person when it will be a good time to meet in person. But we have the access of language and cultures, and I think it's a beautiful thing to celebrate.
Thank you very much. It was your dream to become a singer because you come from the family who was already, of course, singers. So there were already singers in the family. So for you was a natural step, or it was really, you know, your dream who had to come true? Was your talent? It's something that you always wanted?
So being the daughter of 2 major opera stars, I did not want to be a singer by all means. I was like, this is normal, this is our normality. And, you know, it would be normal for people to be at home from around the world, violinists, pianists, and people not necessarily speaking the same language. They would just grab the violin, start singing. And so I was like, no, this is just, I know what it is, so I don't want to be part of it. And of course, it was normal to be on stage and coming to the theater from the backstage doors and meeting Pavarotti and Placido Domingo. I thought it was normal as a child. So when I would tell people, oh yeah, Pavarotti, oh yeah, Plastic Domingo, they're like, what do you mean? We've never even been to the opera. And I was like, what? That's not normal, not having been to the opera, because I would be there almost every day. So as a child, I had a very different upbringing and childhood from the rest of most people, let's say. But for me, not knowing, because that was my world, for me, it was normal. So I didn't want to be a singer, so I went to London to study acting. My mom took me to London. We spent a whole week in drama schools auditioning, and eventually I got into 2 of them, and I chose one of the 2, and it was a great experience, because you would do not just acting, but you would do fencing, dancing, radio, television, theater, Stanislavski, Chekhov. So it was just beautiful to be in drama school in London, because you would know the actor Sergio Castellitto, our Italian treasure. He's a friend of the family. And so he said to me, if you can, go and study acting in London, because that's the core, that's where you create your bones as a performer. And of course, I finished drama school after 3 years. And my first job is what? Singing. But I trained as an actress. So the first job was singing at the Royal Albert Hall, the wonderful venue in London, of 5,225 people, with none other than Shirley Bassey, Dame Shirley Bassey, for the 50th anniversary of the Beatles. And that was my first job out of drama school, singing. So one thing led to another after that. I started singing professionally, and then I also got into ITV Yorkshire Television, and so in a TV series in the UK. And so now I'm both. But the main thought was, I want to be an actress, and of course life takes you anywhere, and it's up to you to say yes or no, or to embrace it rather than to resist it. So of course, nothing goes to plan in life,
No.
but you have to be open and to make it your own. Like, for example, this pandemic, it's up to us to make lemonade out of lemons, because right now we're getting thrown a lot of lemons. And also as a performer, it's live usually. I perform live, but I get to perform online now. You adapt. You have no choice. You have to embrace what life throws at you, because it never goes to plan.
Yeah, I have incredible figures. So we have we are almost to 2,100 people watching. What would you say, Maria Elena? What would you say to the audience? What does it take to become a singer? What does it take to become a singer? For those who have this dream, maybe there are girls who have this dream, men also have this dream. Okay, what is your, with all your experience you've just been sharing with us, thank you very much for that. What would you say to these people? What does it take to become a singer?
I would say most of all, and first of all, discipline.
Yeah.
Because you have to do the work. You can't just show up. You can show up and do it if you have all the material as a background, if you're rooted, if you're grounded, if you're prepared. Be prepared as best as you can. So my advice would be that, be prepared. Don't take no for an answer. If it's what you truly want, if you would truly believe is this that you're committed to, go for it with all that you can, but always do the work. Because without the work, you have no substance. And so it just becomes superficial. So, a lot of people think, oh, to be a singer, you just press play. Like so many times they ask me, oh, why don't you sing? Well, it takes preparation. So you have to do the work, which means discipline of going to bed early before a concert, doing your vocal warm-up, doing the study, memorize the song, make it your own, internalize it, because if you know the song, then you can convey it to the audience. Then you can take the audience into that world as a performer, and then you become all of one. So I would say be disciplined, be honest with yourself, and go for it. That's the general outline. There are so many more layers, but as a young performer, and nowadays it's even more and more difficult because with social media, there is a much wider platform. It's not like, let's say, in the 50s and 60s and up to the 90s even, when we didn't have Instagram and Facebook and YouTube, you had your own niche. But now the world is so much smaller and so much broader at the same time because you have all of this social media. So as a result, you have way more competition. So you got to stand out. So you've got to have uniqueness. You have to believe and you have to be strong because you're going to get so many no's and you're going to get weakened by all those no's. But if you truly want it, like, for example, I love when people say no to me. Oh, no, we're going to do it in a different way. Oh, no, this is not for us. I go, oh, really? I love that because then I can prove you wrong. So you have to have that stamina to carry on and go for it. So that's the best advice, but definitely the work and the stamina and the belief.
Yeah, which means that like anything that you want to succeed in your life, you don't just need to have the talent, because you definitely are born with the talent. We are, there are people who are creative. Well, they are creative, but that's not enough. It's not that you are creative and then, you start doing. Even if you have a talent, like you definitely have, of course, you need to have discipline. You need to work hard and every day. And of course, as you said, find uniqueness, which is also available for the leaders, for the entrepreneurs. You need to reinvent yourself every single day. You're not the only one to have good ideas. You
and
always.
What is mostly your own? What makes you special? Like Oscar Wilde used to say, be you, because everybody else is taken. Don't try to be someone else. Be you, because you is what's unique. You, not everybody can reproduce. So, for example, what works for me could also not be at all working for another performer. My niche, for example, is the 7 languages I sing in, and I keep growing as an artist. I would, want to tackle an 8th language, a 9th language. You grow as a performer, but you always have to study in order to grow. Otherwise, it's not just going to land on you and happen as a miracle. That's for sure.
Absolutely, absolutely. Is there any other question from the audience? Would you like to, Marco, would you like to ask a question? Or Eugenia, or please, to beautiful Maria Elena.
Yeah, I've got a question, Maria. Beautiful to listen to your story and the fact that, you've been born into a family of creative arts. My background is elite sport, and I've been had the pleasure at a young age to achieve with what you're saying, discipline. Now I have 2 young daughters, and I've never pushed them into sports. I've just let them flourish and grow into the area. One particular daughter is 9, and she's a little bit like yourself. She's fearless, and so my question is, if I look at elite sport, when I was an adolescent, there was a burnout rate, and there was a period of time in my X generation that parents threw you in sport very young. You achieved these great things up to the age of 16 to 18 years of age, and then you found something else. You sort of lost your passion. So the question to you is, like my young daughter and young women out there in the youth, is there a certain age where they should be training, or is there a certain age where they start their careers? And what is that particular age where they can start to learn discipline and have that balance in life?
Well, as I mentioned before, the most languages I learned was by the age of 9. So, because that's when you're the cleanest and the more room in your brain, maybe. But, and for example, to do a parallel on sports, my mom started me with piano lessons at the age of 5. And a lot of people might think, oh, it's too soon, but you already have the ability to comprehend at 5. And of course you do basic, and so it's little by little, layer by layer. But and of course I was just playing on the piano just for fun. So I think the key would be, as long as it's fun, because of such a young age, you can start them. I mean, they're 9, one of your daughters is 9, so I think you could definitely start them now, because they have the comprehension of, this is something I can do, it is fun, and then they can take it further if it's their true calling or passion. I hope I answered your question. I think 9 is a good age. I started at 5 with piano. And then, of course, there will be the rebel years. I don't want to do this because you made me do it. But my mom insisted and insisted until I was under that household, until I left at 18. Piano was 2 hours a day. And I said, but I'm not a concert pianist, nor will I ever become a pianist or a musician. But then look at where I am now. So piano is something that's part of me. Then I stopped playing, but my mom's point was, this is the discipline, this is the work, that is the formative years, and that's what's going to translate later on in your life. Because the way you approach your childhood, and you as a parent, what you give to your child are tools, that they might not use them, but they might use them. And what are the chances? If you don't give them, they don't have those tools and they don't have the choice. But you might as well give them all the tools you think are best, and then they will have a choice in life, and street smart, and the ability to choose and be ready for life. So the more the better, I would say.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great, fantastic. Arjit, please, my dear friend, I know that you're really dying to ask a question to Maria Elena. Prego, prego.
Hi, Maria. It's really our pleasure that you are speaking in World Leaders Summit Women's League. Well, I have an observation, at least. Let me confess, I can't sing. Neither I tried dancing in my life. So I'm an artist, and I'm a coder, and I'm a finance guy. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm someone who is kind of crazy, but I have learned in my life that if someone can sing well, or probably play an instrument well, they are excellent programmers. They are excellent logical people. Uh, from common people's point of view, when we see an artist, we feel that he or she is coming from an art background, so probably he is not a logical person. But according to the study, and according to the psychology, and according to a lot of various different research, it has been proven that artists are more logical, probably much more logical than a normal person. I would love to understand your comments on the same. When you sing, you are singing out of your heart. When you smile, I can see the smile, the way you're smiling. It is without any kind of thought, the smile is coming. It's pure, it's beautiful. So my question is, what is your comment on I'm so sorry, what is your comment on an artist who is thinking logically when she is singing a song, or probably dancing, or probably playing any kind of instrument?
Thank you, Arjit. It's such a pleasure to meet you. Beautiful question. The best thing that comes right away to mind is, an artist needs to master the artistry of an artist, let's say, is to master the creative madness. And when you are on stage, for example, as I was saying before, if you have done the work, discipline in the end gives you freedom once you're on stage, because you have backup. So if you've done the work, then you're on stage, and in a way, that's the logic you're referring to, because it becomes a second nature if you've done the work, and you have something to fall onto, so that your technique is there, and it gives you the freedom to be the performer, to be larger than life, and involve the audience with you. and not to think. So, for example, when I'm about to go on stage, the first 30 seconds is what always gets me. I'm like, oh, what am I about to do? Why am I doing this to myself? Because you have stage fright. But then you're on stage and you go into the zone. So you don't think anymore. You open your mouth and sing. Of course, you're thinking the lyrics, the music, the musicians are with you. Are we on time? Are we, in the moment, as we say? So that would be, I think, the closest to logic as you could get from my perspective as an artist. But you said also people that are not artists playing an instrument. Well, it's not all lost, because if you can't sing, it doesn't mean that you don't have the sensibility and sensitivity within you to understand it. You're not someone who wants to be on stage, but you're someone who understands music, loves music, and actually music influences us everyday lives. Shopping malls, your ringtone, of a song that it's your favorite song that moves you, brings memories, sensoric memories, audible memories, visual memories through music. So music speaks to your heart, and who's to say that that's not the language that it's logical for you to understand something that you can't put into words? It's sensation, it's emotion. So why a song speaks more than others to you? Like, you could have a favorite song that it's not my favorite song or not Concetta's favorite song, but it's because of your background, your history, your story, your journey in life. And that's what I believe your logic would be. It's what would make sense to you. But as a performer, discipline and the work is my logic in order to be free when I'm on stage. And that's what would make sense to me. When I'm on stage, I don't think. And that's my logic. I know it's odd, but that is the logical, to be on stage and just be free to communicate to the audience through music. And music becomes the universal language to communicate with everyone at the same time. I don't know if I answered your question.
Let me break the ice, Maria. So a lot of people don't know this, but I create music. I create music using my keyboard. And when I code in AI, I created software which can translate that into a music. I'll send you a couple of links if we are connected. I'm not sure we are connected or not, probably in social media. Yeah. I'll send you a couple of our games links, and you will find out a lot of background score. We call that as a background score for gaming, and of course for voiceovers. So I can actually speak in various different tone. And the way I wanted probably to define the logic behind music, when you try to create any kind of music on your own, you cannot just create with only creativity. There is a logic, there's a rhythm, there's a graph. And the graph usually starts from ground zero. It can go up on positive, it can go down in negative, it can have a flat views. So those things are pure logic.
Yeah, the more you do it, the better you get.
Yeah, that's what I actually mean. And talking about music, honestly speaking, for the audience, Maria created amazing song for World Leaders Summit. So this is special from Maria to World Leader Summit. Give me a second to share the song from Maria, especially for us.
Maria Elena Infantino for World Leader Summit. So Maria Elena, resta con noi, rimani con noi, please.
We don't have a sound. Am I right? We don't have a sound.
Don't have the sound.
Mm-hmm.
Sound is not coming?
No, please start from the beginning again. No.
Now we don't hear.
No.
Hello, my name is Marielena Infantino, and today it is my pleasure to be singing for World Leaders Summit. Enjoy!
Fetogne che vira, ue plata che tira, la fête, la fête, la fête. Quella manadani, copella walani, se collo bughen, bughen, le porno trame, bugane salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama, salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama. Un homme de sable pour faire voyage n'a que l'espoir au cœur. Un jour il arrive, il touche la rive, il voit devant lui des fleurs, la grande rivière du bonheur. Salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama, salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama. Gracias a la vida que me ha dejado libre para saber elegir el camino y poder amarte. Gracias a la vida y esta buena suerte, porque puedo al final de este camino ir a verte. Salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama, salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama. Un homme de sable, des plaines sans arbres, s'en va de son pays. Au-delà des dunes, courir la fortune, car le paradis, pour lui, ce n'est qu'un jardin sous la pluie. Salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama, salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama, salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama, salamaya salama, rohana ugenna salama.
We need applause loudly.
This is for you.
Amazing, amazing, beast.
Amazing. It's really wonderful International Women's Day.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria.
With Conchetta, we thought we were discussing, and I said, well, there is a song that I can sing in 3 languages if you want to, and it's Mediterranean. So I'm grateful that we choose that and that you're happy. And I would like to thank Francis O'Toole for making the video possible, because we have the home studio here and he recorded it for us. So without him, it wouldn't have been possible to send you that video. And it was on this microphone. So the things we do at home during lockdown. There you go.
Tante grazie Maria Elena, fantastico, fantastico, veramente fantastico. Thank you very much for sharing.
Un piacere.
Fantastic, really. That's beautiful.
Maria,
Really beautiful.
could you kindly please speak on the mic and be still, because I couldn't take your pictures.
Yeah.
Okay, done. Thank you.
Perfetto. It is so lovely. Thank you so much for making me part of this. And I would like to thank also our mutual friend Lorenzo De Medici for introducing us, because without him it wouldn't have been possible. So I'm very grateful to him. He's a very dear friend and he's always there with a big smile.
Very much. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for everyone. Great. Fantastico, Maria Elena. Thank you so much. Now we will share your song now. We wanted to leave this now here, you know, just for the event, but we will be sharing, of course, the song on social media. Absolutely. Thank you. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dear Arjit.
Yes, ma'am.
Or Evgenia, it's up to you to lead, my dear friend. Now, tell us a little bit more.
I'd like to actually, in this wonderful International Women's Day with this beautiful singer and so amazing speakers, I would like to ask Arijit actually, how did you start? How did you decide to help to support women?
Well,
if you can share your story, I know it's a very interesting story, and I think that our audience will be really happy to hear that.
I have actually multiple stories, but I'll probably start with the era when probably we never had Facebook as that popular. It was Orkut days, and I was like, I started my own venture. On that time, I was pretty young. I was trying to find a lot of people in social media whom I can connect, communicate, and probably um, sell our games and probably become more popular in social media. In those days, all of a sudden, I became friend with one young woman, and I used to call her as Flower. Her name was Florence, somehow from a country called Vietnam. We used to talk a lot. We used to chat a lot. And one fine day, she said I think she was 14 years old then, and I was around 21 probably. And she used to treat me as a big brother. She used to tell me what she ate in lunch, what she did in her own way. There was a communication gap. She usually speaks in her own language. I used to translate, and then we used to speak. It was something like that. One fine evening, I got a text in social media that she said, "Big brother, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving." And I sent her a message that, "What's the reason?" After 2 days, I got a reply. She said, "It's complicated. I can't give you the real answer, but I'm becoming something else in my life. I have to leave my study. I have to leave everything. My uncle is selling me into a different country. I'm not going to come back into a normal life. Probably my body will be played by different men. This is my last message to you. Stay safe and healthy, and please remember me." That's the last message I got from her. I tried my best with all my technical abilities, with all my so-called power now, after so many years. I'm 40 now. I'm still searching for that little flower. Couldn't find her. And I realized that how tiny I am, even though I tried to connect with police, even though I tried to communicate with various different ways, whatever I could have done in that time, it was a complete failure. I couldn't save a girl who wanted to study, who wanted to grow, who wanted to fly, being sold by her uncle to some another country. You understand what it means? It's really shocking. Then I had another incident in my life. I was like a kind of bit mid-level successful person. Never had that kind of big money in my pocket, and I got a ping from a different city in India that there is a lead, and if I can be there, probably I can get the order. I took a local train. There was a limited amount of money in my pocket, and when I was there in that city, the meeting extended, and they said that I have to wait for next 3 days. And I found in my wallet there is a limited amount of money in my wallet. I can sustain for next 2 days maximum. After sustaining 2 days, again they said that I have to wait for next 4 days more. And my situation was, it's going to be very difficult. Either I pay for my food and travel, or I pay for my hotel. So I decided, let me leave the hotel and let me try in a different way. I went to the railway station. I had a chat with one of the lady over there. She was responsible to actually manage the waiting room in the railway station. It was our capital. It's called Delhi. So in Delhi railway station, I had a chat with the woman, and she said that exactly what you are asking for. I said, I want to stay here for the night for next 3 to 4 days. And I'm going to use only your shower and your toilet. I don't need anything else. She said, why so? Like, you live decent. I said, yeah, but I don't have money in my pocket. I have to run my venture and I have to get the order, but this is the limited amount of money that I have. Let me cut the story short. So she allowed me to stay for nights. I used to stay there, sleep on the floor. I used to use the toilet and the bathroom for becoming fresh, look like normal, and then go out for the meeting. After 3 days, third day, I got the order, came back happily. I didn't realize that I didn't eat for the whole day. I didn't realize that. And she was like, Beta khana khaya. That was in Hindi. In translation, son, did you eat for the whole day? I said, no. She says, you got the order? I said, yeah. And I'm going to return back to my city now. Thank you so much for all the help that you did. She said, you know what? Here is my tiffin. That's my dinner. But this is yours. I said, what you're going to eat if you give me your food? She told me, if I don't eat for a night, I'm not going to die. But I can realize from your face, you didn't have food. So this is yours. You're going to catch a train tomorrow morning. You should eat. And I'm sure you're a kind of person who is not going to ask money from anyone else. So you need to eat, not me. I left the station next day morning. I came back to her around 3-4 months back. And then I found that she left the station, left the job. I found her in a village called near UP, which is in Uttar Pradesh in India. Greeted her. She started crying when she found me in front of her. She said, I have been watching you in newspapers. I have been watching you in TVs. You become a big person. I said, yeah, but you made me that big person. You are my mother. She's no more now, but that incident taught me women are probably greater, much more greater, what we feel. So I don't know. I mean, I don't have any specific thought about Women's Day. I think every day is Women's Day. There is no specific day called Women's Day. Probably we are celebrating in one day, but I think this is the biggest creation of God. As I was telling, that they can understand without any conversation. They're keeping quiet because they understand everything. That's woman for me. Does that answer your question, Eve?
Yeah, thank you very much for this wonderful story. I already, I'm hearing this story, not the first time, and it's really wonderful. We are from our birth, we are mother, we are used to take care of people. So, and I guess that's why you decided to help women. That's why you decided to create Women Empowerment Committee. Yeah, and this Women's League.
Yep. That's one of the reasons. So if you look at World Leaders Summit is not actually out of the blue creation. I've been thinking of creating it, but there is a right time for everything. So I was waiting for the right time. And during pandemic, I have been talking with my fellow friends, my fellow buddy, my brothers. Of course, Marco is here, so he's my brother. We have been talking a lot, and I'm missing Dev. And we decided that, yeah, this is the right time that we should launch it. And after I launched it, I told them that, hey, you know what? This will be the structure. We are going to create councils. We are going to create ecosystem. We are going to create a knowledge session. We are going to create academies for people. I have seen in my life, Eve, that there are a lot of so-called faces who say that I'm going to bring investment for you. And they're asking a lot of money from startups, just saying that I'm going to bring investment. Come on, to attend the investors meetup, if you have to invest, say, $20,000, doesn't make any sense. So we decided that we'll be creating a platform which can actually pull all the investors connect. So whatever connections we all have, we are the 6 pillars, you, me, Marco, Concetta, Bianca, Dave, and of course, all the council members. Of course, Yelena, she's there with us, Seipeti, all the other good friends who decided that, okay, fine, let's create a common platform which can practically impact human life. So World Leaders Summit became an ecosystem after that. And we all decided that we will be creating different kind of pillars. So the way it goes on a workshop mode is pretty simple. Initially, you join as probably as a startup. If you're joining on an idea stage, we teach you how to convert your idea into a MVP. So if you don't know MVP, it's our duty to teach you how to construct that. And then after that, the next workshop teaches you how to convert that small idea from MVP stage into a business plan stage. And from the business plan stage, how you can create a pitch deck and how you pitch. And that's the reason we have a public speaking academy, and you're taking care of that. And because we have that kind of structure, that we are actually asking people not to fear people, not to fear public, they become fearless. Now it's right time to pitch in front of the investors. Now it's right time to create a Market Connect program. That's the reason we have 2 different programs called Market Connect and Investor Pitch. So all these kind of programs are interconnected with each other. And then we have something called a knowledge session, which is, of course, run by Bianca, called Leaders Meetup. So this leadership talk is practically giving information and input from established leader from the market who can teach the young generation how to do things, how to do stuff. And we are coming up with programs like Breakfast with Baron. So Breakfast with Baron is a concept where a very established entrepreneur, specifically entrepreneur, is coming in a breakfast on an offline meetup, probably 20 people meetup, and then he is answering the questions which startups have, or probably SMEs have. Then we have another program called Dinner with King and Queens. That's a program where we are allowing people to interact with probable VC fund, probable HNIs, where they can pitch themselves in front of them. It's not a show, it's an offline pitching session where they can directly raise money. Now, for all these things, you need to understand that we are teaching you how to do elevator pitch, how to do 10-minute speech, okay? Then we have programs which is like Kick Off Your Ego. So that program is pretty interesting. As an entrepreneur, as leader, as professional, sometimes we feel that we know everything in life. We have every knowledge and we are really big. But you know what? When you're running a manufacturing unit, I've spent my 23 years of life of entrepreneurship into various different domains. When you're running a manufacturing unit, that is completely different than a service unit. When you're running an IT unit, that is completely different from our entertainment unit. So what if, as an entertainment production house owner, you really want to go in digital world? You just can't do it all of a sudden. You need certain bit of learning. So what we are proposing, we are telling that, okay, fine, you become an intern into a startup who are excellent in digital media, and you interact with the founder as probably a COO of his organization. For startup, they are getting an amazing, serious serial entrepreneur who is a senior guy. For the senior person, he or she understands, okay, fine, I need to move away my ego and understand their business so that I can help them. And these kind of programs are really helpful for probably mutual growth. Interesting fact is we are still evolving. We are still baby. If you look at World Leaders Summit, World Leaders Summit as a company is 9 months old at max. As a platform, it actually started with a phase in December 2020. Registration happened long way back. But when you look at the ecosystem at the moment, we have more than 27 countries, ambassador and chairperson. We have 30,000 plus business people who actually joined into our ecosystem in our mailing system. And I think I feel blessed. I feel blessed because if you look at the social media today itself, this Women's League Summit is being shared by 94 plus shares. And how many views we have? I can give you the exact number at the moment.
More than 2,000 already, yeah?
Yeah, but let me give you the exact number. Give me a second. It is 2,696 at the moment.
Wow.
98 shares. So if you look at, thank you so much. If you look at the support system, if you look at the ecosystem, it proves that this was needed. Somebody should have done it. And I just did it. I'm no Superman. But yeah, I have a capability to bring superwomen and men into the ecosystem. And that's the reason probably you are all are calling me as Batman. Batman don't have any superpower. He is human. But I have you as a Wonder Woman. I have someone as fire. She's a super powerful woman. I have Hulk with me, Marco. I have Concepta. She can smash anything. So this is a league that we have created, and that's the reason we have Women League as a league. We don't call it as a different name, and that's the reason we have Kids League as a league. And probably we all have superpowers, and that's the reason probably I asked this silly question to Maria. She has got a superpower of singing. I don't have that. She has got an excellent voice. I don't have hair like Concepta or Bianca. They have that superpower. Jokes apart. Anyway, so if we look at World Leaders Summit at the moment have got a knowledge blog, and rigorously our people are actually trying to share real industry facts where you can interact, learn, grow. We don't charge any kind of money when you're reading the blog. We don't charge any kind of money at the moment when you're joining our workshop. The reason we are not charging because we wanted to give back. But probably when we are doing the physical meetup or probably the in future programs, we need to run ourselves as well. So probably we'll think of something. We need to probably think of something solid which can sustain each other. And last but not the least, let me share one thing. For the members, we have an amazing platform which is coming up inside World Leaders Summit website. We have a full-fledged running AI-powered, you heard it right, AI-powered e-commerce ecosystem inside World Leaders Summit. Anybody who wants to sell their product, it can be anything. It can be precious metal as well. It doesn't matter. It can be rose from Concepta. It can be probably some machine. It can be a music video CD. It doesn't matter. The AI into our system can tell you whether there is a need in nearby 50-kilometer range of your area. So you know whether there is a need or not. When you place it into our portal, we can tell you the need is generated from which particular location. You sell it, we take a X percentage. You are happy, we are happy. So if you look at, we are trying to create a global ecosystem to help each other, handshake with each other. There are more. I'm not going to break the whole ice at the moment, and I think that we are done. And if you give me mic, Eve, I will continue speaking. You know that. So you better stop me.
Yeah, it's my pleasure to hear you because you are really amazing narrator, amazing speaker. I see that we have our next speaker, Zabisa Kupa. Please correct me if I am right, if I correct pronounce your name. Skabisa, are you here with us? I see that she's with us, but
could you please unmute yourself?
Sabisa, are you here? And I'm afraid that I pronounce this name not not very well, because it's a bit different with our Russian's name. But for most of foreigners, actually Russian's name are really hard to pronounce. That's why, for example, my team, our beautiful team, call me Eve, but my name is Evgenia. But all of us, all of you call me Eve because it's easier to Eve, and actually I don't mind because if I'm Eve, I'm a first woman on the earth. So
I think I've told you Eve from the beginning. I mean, it was like, I'm sorry if you don't like it, but I cannot say Evgenia. I feel like I am, you know, I'm upset when I say your name, Evgenia. It's so hard.
It's hard, yeah. Eve, I don't mind. It's really, I like to be a first woman on this planet. So
of
for me,
course you like that.
Yeah, so thank you that you gave me new name. I believe that new name usually connected with a new life, with a new destiny, even I can say. I don't know.
It's your new self,
For the all audience, Concetta, thank you for being with us. It was amazing to have you as a moderator.
Sangre caliente, Conchetta.
Thank you, Conchetta, for being with us. You're a really amazing moderator.
Very much. See you very, very soon. See you later. Ciao.
Conchetta. Ciao.
See you, Conchetta.
Do we have our next speaker? I can see that. Could you please unmute yourself, Ms. Cooper? Pardon me as well if I can't pronounce your name correctly. I can see that you are online, you are muted. So could you please unmute yourself?
We still can hear you, Cooper. Yeah, so we are waiting.
Yeah, we are waiting, but I think there is some network issue.
Yeah, it's like a little break because all the day we are here and with such amazing speakers and wonderful presentations. So it's like a little break, yeah, for 3 minutes for all of us.
Wow,
Well, in the meantime, then if I can, I'll say goodbye, allora. Arrivederci. And it was lovely, lovely, lovely to meet you, Arjit. And thank you all for today.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being with us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. So we have our speaker, but
she's
shy, I guess.
Shy.
It's what we told about, yeah, about Russian women as well. That we used to be shy. So please, Skabisa Kupa, please show up.
Maybe it's a sign that we should keep a singer, you know, for this kind of moments. Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm not such a good singer. If I will sing, then everyone from Facebook will drop out.
Oh, come on. Let me tell you guys a story of my life about my singing. Okay, how good singer I am. Okay, so in my college days, we went near a river bank, and all my friends started playing guitar. They started singing, and they asked me that, Arijit, could you please sing? And I actually did the same, just like you. If I start singing, people will drop off. I told them. They didn't listen to me. They said, no, you need to sing. I said, okay, fine. So I closed my eyes and I started singing. After 3 minutes of my singing, when I opened my eyes, there was no one. Only 4 dogs were looking at me. What exactly you are trying to do, man? So singing is not easy, right?
Yeah, you know. But actually, I'm singer as well, not professional singer, but I really like to sing. And some of my friends tell me that you need to be here, you need to be on the stage, and you need to sing. And actually, I believe, Arijit, that with your voice, that you are able to sing, that you're really able to be a good singer. As a motivational speaker, I can tell you, because you have really strong voice, and it's a beautiful voice. And it's a pleasure to listen to you, not just because of your speech, but because of your voice as well. So I guess that you need to try after this our Women's League.
No problem. I'll try. But I can see my another beautiful friend from Africa, Sepeti. She already joined, and I think we should welcome her. How are you doing, my dear?
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing?
We are doing absolutely
on my
fine.
side. I don't know what time is it. Where you...
Well, you are always on time, and we have all the time for you.
Yeah, and I did join this morning, but I had to be on mute because I was still, doing my other work and meetings and stuff and getting ready for the day. But I'm here now. And I was just talking to Kobe, so I see she's looking for me. Who's speaking after me? She's one of us from Southern African Women in Leadership.
Yep. So
how has the day been, Arijit? How has it been?
It is really beautiful. And do you know the number of people they're watching us live? I can give you the exact number. We have 2,000.
No, don't. I'm about to speak. I don't want the numbers. Are you trying to make me nervous? I don't want the numbers.
Yes.
I'm okay just talking to you guys. And by the way, we just buried my father-in-law today. So literally a few minutes ago. And I had to jump on this call, but it is what it is. So yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No, thank you. It's definitely one of my greatest cheerleaders. He always used to give me a call before any of my speaking engagements or any big career moves. So a definite cheerleader of women empowerment and advocacy. I'm definitely going to miss him. I don't know why his son doesn't take after him though, but it is what it is.
We are here for you as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate.
Well, my madam, the floor is yours, the platform is yours, and the camera is yours. I'm going to put myself in mute. For the audience, this beautiful woman, the powerhouse, is from Africa, the land where life started, the land where logic started, and we have her today among us in Women's Day. Welcome, my friend.
Wow, greetings everybody, and thank you so much, Arijit, for this opportunity. And well done to you and the team at WLS for providing this global platform where global thought leaders, subject matter experts, decision makers, and influencers can congregate and have dialogue and ultimately and hopefully come up with concrete ideas, policies, and action plans to really move the needle in terms of building a post-COVID ready world that is not only about lip service, but active leadership that prides itself with providing real, tangible solutions that will help humanity for decades to come. So well done to you and the team. And so maybe before I get into my message for the day, I can just briefly share a little bit about myself. And then when I say a little bit, I mean very little. I am a young mom, I'm a wife based in South Africa. I consider myself a leader, an impact entrepreneur. I'm also an angel investor. Arijit and I have worked on a couple of projects together with startups and tech startups in the continent. I am a firm gender equality advocate, and I spend most of my weekends chasing and hitting small white balls for fun, meaning I'm a social golfer. Amongst the many responsibilities I have, one that I think earned me a seat at this amazing table of global leaders and decision makers today is my role as founder and currently chairperson of Southern African Women in Leadership. It's a leadership organization focused on the empowerment of women through executive coaching, leadership training, gender equality advocacy, and leadership transformation throughout the African continent with specific focus on corporate Africa. The theme for my message today is very simple, and it's titled The Rise of the African Woman Leader During a Global Pandemic. So I think depending on how you you like to look at things as a leader or as an entrepreneur or just as an individual, whether you're the kind of person that looks at things from a half full or half empty glass perspective, I think it is safe to say that there is a degree of reorganization and reset that was provided by the COVID-19 pandemic itself, that no plan of action or strategy or direction could have been realized except through this rude awakening. I think we've all seen the meme about who's responsible for your organization's digital transformation. It started trending very early on during the global lockdowns. And the options there, was it your CEO, CIO, or COVID-19? And I think we'll know the answer to that question. COVID-19 really, quickly and swiftly shifted us into a world that we kept on saying the future of this, the future of that, the future. We are now living in that future. And similarly, these unprecedented resets that we've experienced as a result of COVID, I feel have the potential to provide opportunities for any and everybody, especially women who have it in them, the desire to stand up and be counted. According to an article published by The Guardian in 2020, I think it was around August, countries led by women had systematically and significantly better COVID-19 outcomes. And research appears to show locking down earlier and suffering half as many deaths on average as those led by men. The relative early success of leaders such as Germany's Angela Merkel, New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern, Denmark's Mette Frederiksen, and Taiwan's Tsai Ing-wen, and Finland's Sanna Marin has to at least so far demonstrate and has attracted quite a number of headlines, but little academic attention. The analysis of the 194 countries that were surveyed, published by the Center of Economic Policy Research and the Global World Economic Forum, suggests that the difference is real and may be explained by the proactive and coordinated policy responses adopted by these female leaders. I want for now to take a moment and maybe reflect on the possibility that these women leaders could have never or may have never received their attention and spotlight had it not been for the pandemic. So when we look at these statistics, I personally, I am of the firm, at least I've formed a very firm opinion, irrespective of the fact that I've been in this game for quite a number of years, women empowerment and gender equality. But these statistics have informed me, and I am of a firm opinion that the case of the relative success of female leaders has been strengthened by COVID-19. So as previously stated, it's up to you whether you look at the glass half full or half empty. And obviously there are other challenges and repercussions that come with the pandemic, death being one of them. I just alluded to the fact that I was burying my dad in-law today. So those are the difficult parts, but I feel that there are opportunities there as well, depending on how your outlook on life. So some maybe noteworthy women that also come to mind are the likes of Bumble CEO, who just last month became the first female billionaire to have a company publicly listed. Guys, and she did it with her son on her hip. How cool is that? Like a 30-something-year-old publicly listing a company and termed, self-made billionaire. It doesn't get any better than that. And we saw Dr. Okonjo Iweala become the first woman and the first African to take up the helm of WTO as its director general. We saw Kamala Harris make history as the first woman and woman of color by assuming the vice presidency role in the highest political office in the world. And we witnessed a 22-year-old LA native become the youngest poet to write and recite a piece at a presidential inauguration. I don't think it gets any better than that. And those are really just a few, a handful of women that, for me, in terms of representation and seeing the real value and opportunities and the spotlight that is now on us, it's up to you as a woman watching this or sitting at home pondering on whether you have the opportunity or even the chance to make it in life. And most of these women come from backgrounds that are exceptionally, unbelievably challenging. So I think at the end of the day, I want to say it's up to us. I know that difficulties are there, but it's up to us. So for me, what these women have in common is, first of all, a sponsor who I genuinely know and believed in them and actively made it his or her business to back their potential. I personally am a product of male leaders and decision makers who believed and continue to believe in my potential enough to mention my name in rooms I had never even imagined accessible. So now we can talk all we want, especially on days like this, where we commemorate Women's Day, particularly in South Africa. We have a day such as this, but it's in August, and I know there are other countries also that have their own dedicated day, but this global one is so much more moving, especially now that the world is constantly together, talking, Zoom, Teams, connected to a certain degree. And I think we've talked enough. I think we've said enough. I think gender equality, equity and parity, diversity and inclusion, whether in the workplace or in society at large, is not that much of a complicated case. It is only made complicated by human beings who are gatekeepers of a system that continues to serve and preserve their legacy or the legacy of those who created it. So if you consider yourself an equal opportunity leader and an advocate, I want to encourage you today to really start where you are. We cannot all be leaders. We are not all Joe Bidens, but in your own little corner, whether you're in a village, whether you're in corporate South Africa or corporate India, whether you're in government, wherever you are in your own little corner, whether you are Arjit, who I've been speaking to, we met through another organization, but just from a few conversations, here's a global platform. So wherever you are, I think what I want to encourage all of us to really think about is just starting today where we are, so that in 2022, we don't continue to have conversations, but we have results. We actually share results. So if you think, for example, the kind of women that we're commemorating today, the common thread amongst these women activists in our history books pertaining to the commemoration of days such as this one and many other Women's Day celebrations across the world, the common thread there is action. They didn't have endless meetings, dialogues, and articles written about the change they wanted to effect. They took action. The theme for this year's International Women's Day is Choose to Challenge. And this is how I choose to challenge you, or at least every single person who ever and whenever comes across this voice or this platform, because we're recording, is that right now where you are, take action and actively seek and commit to one woman to empower for the next 12 months. Start where you are, identify one woman or one girl child and actively commit to mentoring, sponsoring, funding, and promoting her. Imagine the possibilities if we select one, or we each select one, intentionally engage the process and follow through. I think we can all come back here in 22, 23, 24, and a decade later, we've achieved significant results, and we have real testimonials and encouraging stories of transformation and active gender equality advocacy. So I think that's my message for today, is that action is more important than all the dialogues, the articles we've written, and all these engagements. They're wonderful, because if we don't have them, we don't meet. But this is our first one. for the WLS Women's League. I want to encourage you and challenge you, because choose to challenge. Arijit has already, rose to the challenge, but I want to challenge you further in the community that you attract of over 50, I think it's over 50 countries that we had signed up for today. I want to challenge you, start where you are. Every single person in your own little corner. If you're leading an organization, even better, identify 5, identify 10, but let's not once a year, gather around and lip service. Let's really genuinely dedicate ourselves to actively engaging and making sure that this gender equality thing is no longer a conversation, but a matter of, at least when we're conversing about it, conversating about it, it must be a matter of sharing results and testimonies. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I think we've talked enough. I really think it's time for action. And the organization, by the way, that I lead, Southern African Women in Leadership, I've recently appointed a new CEO to take over my role. I established it in 2014. We started in South Africa, we went to the SADC region, so 15 other countries in the continent. And this year we're launching to the rest of the continent. And they know it's not about lip service for us. If we're not actively, actioning our plans, we leave you behind. So enough with the lip service. Let's celebrate, but let's commit to something tangible that we can then have a concrete conversation about when we meet again next year. That's it from me. Happy International Women's Day.
Thank you very much, Seipat. It's really an amazing presentation, and I guess that we chose the right time for helping women, for helping people, entrepreneurs, leaders in general, because pandemic time and post-pandemic time, it's really a difficult time. And by the way, I would like to share how much people now is watching us. It's already 3,313 people watching us now. So we are celebrating.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's why I didn't want the number before.
We didn't tell you this before we said like it was like 2,000. It's a small amount of people, yeah. But now it's 3,000 people.
So guys, I mean, exactly what I was saying. So imagine all these 3,000 people, if each one just takes one, even if it's a girl child from school, and you mentor them and take them through a process of mentorship, it doesn't take that much. So if each one take one, that's the challenge for me. I'm done having conversations. Let's have a different conversation next year with results.
Yeah, so for that same reason, my friend, and we have been talking regarding the same for so many times. So that's the reason we started giving the free workshop for the youth. And that's the reason we created the whole pipeline. So for the audience and for you, the whole pipeline goes like this. There are various tracks, but I'm trying to stick to a particular track so that it becomes easy for all of us. So if you're a startup, you're in idea stage, we teach you in a workshop how to convert that idea into MVP. When you learn that, there is another process when we teach you how to convert that MVP into a business model. Now, business model and business plans are different. When you have that business model with you, we'll be teaching you how to sell your product or probably your service to the market. And we have a Market Connect program. You are entitled to communicate and connect with our database. And we have a small little amount of 30,000 people database. So you can access, we can blast from your end. We can tell people that you are doing this. Then the next process starts, how to create that business model to a structure where you try to raise money from investors. When you need it when you want to grow. So there are various different stages. You need a seed capital, you need a growth fund, you need a working capital. Depending on that, we have various different communities. We have councils, we have banking council, we have investor council, we have market connect council, we have education council. So we connect you to the council member and they need to perform with the startup. So the result usually comes in a couple of months. That's the process we are trying to do so that people can learn, they can earn, they can grow, and they can handhold and handshake with each other.
Yeah.
when we are not there in World Leaders Summit, of course, it will grow and it will become a larger platform. But we all have our own lifeline. So for the kids who are joining us as a young leader, you are going to take the lead. So this is a council of group of people. It's not an autocratic organization. This is mine, or this is her, or this is yours. So when we are retiring, you're going to take the lead. That's the legal structure that we have created. So that's World Leaders Summit as a platform. It's a platform, it's an ecosystem that we want to create. And we need you, we need all of you. Thanks for showing all the support. But yeah, we need you, Sepeti, on the floor of 3,005 plus people. I am asking my friend to be with us in this beautiful journey. And I'm sure that we can have you.
I'm here. You know, I've always been a great supporter of your work, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you so much.
And we have a couple of questions in our chat box. First of all, I would like to ask you, what was the biggest challenge for you in this pandemic time?
Woo, that's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
So I must tell you guys, and humbly so, literally in the most humble manner, I don't know how to package it. I had the best year of my life last year, and I'm 35 years old, right? So the challenges only started this year when I had to, because in South Africa in December, it's holiday season, so we go away, vacation. And that's when I realized the gap between me and my family. So my mom role and my wife role had suffered significantly because I took on more work during the pandemic. There's just so many opportunities. The right people I had been looking for all my life, trying to engage with, now suddenly had time. Ministers, presidents, global leaders, now suddenly had time for me. And listen, I wasn't going to pass on that, because just to secure meetings with those people usually takes time. So I had a very successful year work-wise, but home front suffered. So coming back from the holidays in January and trying to get back to work, me being a mom and a career woman, the guilt was literally destroying me, because I knew I'm going into, another gear with the same kind of work and amount of work that I had the previous year. So that's my struggle, really. My struggle is that I have not been able to balance home at all with the busyness that came with the pandemic.
Thank you very much for your answer. Yeah, it was really a difficult time. By the way, if about my experience, I'm as a coach, I had much more work than before, because people really wanted support, and we had to give them this support.
Yeah.
So, and we have another question from Larissa Zorina from our chat box. It's about business opportunities for women. Larissa, right? I would like to know more about specific business opportunities for women in South Africa.
Oh, okay. So business opportunities for women in South Africa. Look, South Africa we call it the Europe of Africa. I don't like it, but I know that even the citizens here, that's how they think of themselves. We are literally the business hub of the world into the continent. And so the opportunities here are endless. But if you have the money and you're coming with, your own investments or money, it makes it a lot easier. So the work that I do, another role of mine is as Chief Strategy and Innovation Officer for HD Africa. So we focus on startups and tech startups. And obviously, by virtue of me being a gender equality advocate by profession, I also tend to focus on developing women entrepreneurs, etc. So the opportunities are there, the ideas are there, but money is a problem. And hence, I belong to societies and ecosystems such as WLS, WBAF, and hence I'm also an angel investor myself. What we need is investment and with the money, but the women here, brains, beauty, everything. So the idea, opportunities are endless. I'm not even joking. If you look at the policies, they even favor, even globally, it's known that the policies in South Africa favor women, a woman leader or entrepreneur, but you have to have the resources, and that's where we're lacking. We don't have, the investment to actually implement and execute on some of the brilliant ideas and opportunities that we have. So yeah, so the opportunities are endless, to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. So I guess Larissa can use your help. Can ask
Yes,
your help.
indeed.
If she wants to make something in South Africa. So if anyone in our panel has a question, please ask. Our beautiful Sepati, I see Marco has a question.
I'm sorry to hear. My condolences to you and your family. So you've done a wonderful thing, and you've got a lot of courage to come on today and to support us and to speak. In South Africa, I'm from Australia, Sydney, Australia. So g'day from Sydney, Australia. It's what's the time now? It's getting late. It's getting close to midnight. And just for the young women in Australia, you're inspirational to not only myself, but to the ladies around my life, my close family, my two young daughters, my wife and my mother-in-law, and our mother I have in aged care at the moment, unfortunately. But how could, what types of key points would you inspire young women in the Southern Hemisphere of Australia? What types of actions that you spoke about can they get throughout their journey in their youth and young adult life?
Yeah, look, I think first and foremost, it's and as cliche as it sounds, and I think one of the greatest leaders to ever exist in the world came from South Africa, Nelson Mandela. Education, we say it's the key to success, and many young South Africans might not agree with me, but if you are in opportune, lands such as Australia, start there. You educate yourself, make sure that you know what's going on in and around yourself, and most importantly in the world. The world has become such a small little place, so it's important to stay informed and know exactly what's happening in and around you, but most importantly, how do you present that then to the rest of the globe? So education, but education is not in the context of how we've always pushed it here back at home. Education in the form of knowledge and the wisdom, your own ability to discern, what drives you as a person, and taking that education to maybe fuel your ambition and your passion, and to make a tangible change, maybe, or contribution to the world. So not typically learning science and then we know you're a scientist, then now what? So that's the one thing. And I think another thing that women really, I always say this, confidence. I know men think we have confidence. We're supposed to have confidence. We have it because we look like confidence sometimes, but you will not believe the amount of women, and even extremely successful women that I come across, and they still suffer the imposter syndrome. So what is the point of getting that education, the experience, being provided with the opportunity, and then you arrive there extremely unsure of yourself? So those are some of the things that we've been provided, Sawal, my organization, for women, the confidence levels, and not fake confidence. Do the work, internal work. If there are issues maybe from your past or whatever that you need to deal with it. If there are issues from your marriage that maybe somehow disrupt your confidence, deal with those kind of issues. But confidence is key, because if you arrive on tables such as this and you look like you don't know what you're saying, what you're doing, what you represent, even if you hold a PhD in I don't know, bio, whatever, some really extremely big scientific background, it's not going to make a difference if you're not confident. So those are the two key things. Empower yourself with education, and not just education, knowledge versus wisdom, the two of them together, and how you present yourself to the world. Can you back what you're saying, what you're bringing to the table?
Thank you. I'm just adding to that. I'm a parent, and my father's not longer with us, but just as parents, we push our kids to study and become mundane jobs. Like they get into fields and careers that they really don't want to get into. So parents push them because of financial stress, or, you know, this is going to be good for your family, future families, etc. How can we break those barriers for parents that are out there around the world, so you know, the kids of tomorrow can be who they would like to be, and their dreams become reality?
Yeah. Well, look, Marco, I think I like that question a lot, because I have a 9-year-old in my house. It's my only child, and it'll forever be like that. He makes parenting so easy. And I think it's because I made a commitment when I had him that I'm not going to parent you the way I have been parented. So basically, I come from what you call a village in South Africa, but the hardcore rural, extremely disadvantaged and underprivileged areas in the country. My son is growing up in the, I don't know, most comfortable, I think, part of the country. But one of the things I committed to myself and to him when he was born was to allow him to be the human being that he's sent here to be, basically. I don't know if that makes sense. And I think as parents, oftentimes the reason we push our children is because of our own underachievements and inequalities, or maybe the things we wanted to do and we didn't get to them. But as a parent, if you've worked on yourself and you've achieved your own, or you're working on, you know, making your own success, then you don't have that kind of pressure on your children. And I must add that the children of today, guys, this generation is something else. The Gen Zs and them, sorry, I don't know if you can hear that. So the Gen Zs and these ones who are upcoming, like my son, they actually teach us how to parent. They are so much aware. They know what they like. I'll give you an example, very interesting, recent example. Last week, he spoke to a business partner of mine from Morocco, who's a very close friend of mine. It's a guy, and they spoke about soccer. So the guy asked him, "Do you play soccer?" And he actually likes that friend of mine. So he said, "Mommy, you know, Uncle Omar asked me if I play soccer." I said, "No." So I'm taking up soccer next week because I really like him so much. And then now I had to register him for soccer at school. I registered him. This was Tuesday last week. Friday, he came back home and said, "Mom, I'm not playing soccer. I'm not even interested." They hit me with the ball on my face twice in one game. Less than 90 minutes, the ball was on my face. So that's not my son. And ever since, it was very clear that, look, I was just doing it for him. I'm not interested. I'll stick to golf, and I'll stick to gaming, and I'll stick to my books. And there's nothing wrong with me. So they already know. Because the world is so much more, you know, there's information everywhere, the gadgets that we give them. So let go, parents, just let them lead you into your parenthood. That's the answer, maybe short answer to your question.
Thank you.
It's amazing answer, Seipati. Thank you very much for your presentation, for your answers on the questions. We are happy to work with you. We're happy to have you with us today. And I congratulate you with International Women's Day as well.
Thank you.
I wish you the best, and looking forward for our future communications.
Absolutely.
So,
thank you.
I guess that we can.
Let me tell you, Eve, and the entire world, she has been a massive support for World Leaders Summit since the beginning. Let me tell you that. And,
I believe.
Yeah, so the energy is like mutual. We can actually feel each other's energy. And last year in December 2020, HD Africa was our partner for World Leaders Summit 2020. And this year as well, they are our partner for Women's League. And we are blessed to have someone powerful like her. Thank you so much, Sepiti, for being there with us.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Well done. Well done on this wonderful, amazing platform that you've created. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
guess over to you, Eve.
Yeah, I guess that we can move to our next speaker, which we called before. It's colleague of Seipati, if I correctly remember. Yeah. Please teach me how it's better way to pronounce your name, please. I'm afraid that I always make a lot of mistakes.
No, Tobisa.
Sobisa.
It's Tobisa.
Kupa.
So Bisa,
I know it's quite a
yeah, it's beautiful. It sounds beautiful, not so beautiful as I pronounced before. Thank you very much.
I know it basically means making people happy.
Wow, making people happy. Is it translation of your name?
That's the translation of my name.
You're a happy woman. You're a happy woman. Okay, so Bisa, I would like to introduce you shortly, and you will talk about women and finances today. And Sepisa is a managing director of Siseka Finance, advisory board member of Southern African Women in Leadership. Please tell a bit more about yourself. Tell your topic, women and finances. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. I just want to take this time to thank World Leaders Summit and World South African Women in Leadership for bringing me on board to be part of this amazing platform. So I am Gobisa, and I'm passionate about finances. I'm passionate about women. And I've been in the insurance industry for over 13 years now, where I landed by mistake. But when I got into the industry, I could see the need for education when it comes to finances. I could see, apologize, there's an aircraft flying over. Okay, so it was 13 years ago. I was much younger then. I was very naive at that time. And when I got into the industry, I was a newlywed. I just had a baby. And I had also just graduated from financial recklessness. Before I got married, I was an impulsive buyer. And for me, debt was the best thing ever, because you had that opportunity of getting everything that you want, which you could actually not afford. And that has its time. And through my experience of being indebted, I came to a point where swiping those cards was no longer a pleasure, because I was now living, feeding my creditors. Every income that I had received was not for my use and was not for my family. And that was a problem for me. So I was living from hand to mouth. And I think that is a story that most people can identify with. You are in your 20s, you are young, you live for yourself, and you just want instant gratification. And it comes with its own consequences. So the consequences that I faced was that I can't afford the life that I'm living. And it took hard decisions where I had to make up my mind that I have to sell my car. We had to sell our cars, our assets, in order to service our debts. And we made a commitment with my husband that we're not going to live indebted. And so from that point on, it was for me, I had a bad relationship, and that I understood. I had a bad relationship with finances. I had a bad relationship with money. And I needed to reestablish myself. I needed to realign myself financially. And so my relationship with money became more disciplined. So I went through a time where I actually had to cut down and make sure that I start living, because I had this child, and what type of legacy was I going to leave for him? What was I going to do for this child? So I decided that I'm going to take control over my finances. And in that way, the first thing I did was I had to take care of my income. And I had to take care of my savings. I had to track, what am I spending my money on? And it was a 5-year period. And what I always tell people, it's so easy to get into debt, but getting out is a process, and it takes years, patience, and discipline. However, it did take me 5 years to get out of debt. And in that 5 years, we were able to settle our bond. And from there on, I realized that it actually is possible to live a debt-free life. So what we need to do firstly is that we need to be deliberate about our budget. We always talk about having a budget. We always talk about
planning, but we need to be consistent with our budget, where we review it every month and where we live off it. So for me, budget is the ultimate tracker of where you're going financially. And we as women as well, because the most hardest thing for me getting out of debt was, what are people going to say? I'm downscaling, I'm selling my cars. And we need to come to a point where we're not living to please people, but I have to please my family and I have to create a legacy within my family. So I started establishing my short and my long-term goals, which I also believe we need to put that in a budget, plan, and not only live for today. And that's the problem that we have. We live only for today. We service our living expenses, not taking into account our future and what we're leaving behind for the next generation. So with that, it's important then to take control of your finances. So the first thing I did was taking control through my budget and managing your budget. By managing your budget, you're basically taking ownership and you're taking control of your future. And when you sit with the idea that you want to be financially liberated, financial liberation doesn't just come. It takes commitment. It takes consistency. It takes a plan where you have to formally have a plan down, whether you sit with your financial advisor, but you need to document and write down, what are my financial goals? What is it that I want to achieve? And with those goals, don't only put them down, review them, track how far am I in achieving my goals? How far am I tracking from achieving all the goals that I've set, and stick to it. One other lesson that I have learned is that don't rush into financial decisions or into financial commitments. Sometimes an idea might sound good, but please sleep on it and do your due diligence. Do the research. If you wake up the following day and you still feel strongly about the decision that you're making, all good and well. And I also recommend that you do consult a financial advisor on that. And in saying that we are in total control of your budget, sometimes we have to realize that, like with COVID, the pandemic caught us off by surprise. We were not prepared for it. And we had no control. To some degree, our businesses suffered. Some degree, people lost their income. And what do you do in situations like that, where you don't have control and you are faced with this financial distress? So some of us also go through divorce, and that impacts our finances. And that's something that we had not planned. So in that instance, with the global pandemic, with the negative that came out of it, I would say that it's important that you do review your lifestyle. If you've lost income, if your income has been reduced in some form, review your lifestyle, cut down, go and see what is important, what is not important. And while you are doing that, it's okay to downscale. And do not delay in making important decisions regarding where you are going with your finances. Sometimes we always find that we enjoy giving and we enjoy providing. And as women, we also want to make sure that people are looked after. But there are times in our lives where we are not in a position to do that. Don't be hard on yourself. It is okay to say no. It is okay to say no, but times will change again where you will be able to. But you need to make sure that you are recovering from your financial losses. And the longer you delay actioning those finances, the deeper you get into debt, the deeper you get into financial turmoil. And the recovery period might take long. So as I've said, with this crisis that we face, some things we don't have within our control. But whatever we can, let us be accountable for every penny that we spend. And one thing that also becomes a problem is denial. Sometimes we deny that life has changed. And that will cause undue stress, which will also compromise your well-being. Remember, when your financial life is not okay, it also affects your personal well-being. It also affects you. So life has seasons. You might be in the downside of the season. It might be your winter right now, but summer will come. Make sure put on the proper planning and make sure that you focus on getting out of that debt and getting your life going again. And what I've also seen most people is when we are in desperate financial times, we find a fine line between investing and gambling. Sometimes it is easy for you to say that, you know what, I want to make a quick buck, but at what expense? Nothing in life comes easy. Understand that money grows with time. So if you are invested, it's going to be a return that you're going to have to wait for. And set investment timeframes, set short-term goals. Don't be too hard on yourself. Whatever you can put aside, it might not be big in the eyes of another, but if that is what you can afford, put that aside and just create that habit of saving. Create that habit of starting from somewhere. It's going to increase with time. Your goals are going to be met when you just remain consistent. And what I also would love to leave you with is that you need to take action. Have a good and honest look. Review your finances now. Have a look at where have I battled? Where do I need assistance? Identify that. And what we do with our money today will determine our future. And what I say, the goal is not for you to outlive your money. But the goal is that money should outlive you. We need to come to a point where we stop living for today and for now, but with an objective that I want to leave a generational legacy, a strong financial legacy, not only for me, my children, the generation that follows. So have a succession plan. Sometimes we fail to do our estate planning. While we are still alive, put a plan in place. What must happen to your finances? Let it not end with you, but let it go down to many generations thereafter. And money and time are your best friends. So if you don't have time, if you don't set time aside to save, it will cost you over the long term. Right now, we are younger, we've got the energy, we've got the strength to create wealth, which should sustain us in our retirement years. And hence I'm saying, let's not only live for today, but let's live for beyond today. So in conclusion, I'd just like to say that, let us just be that girl that is totally intentional about I want to leave a legacy. Where I failed, let me ensure that the next generation overcomes that hurdle. And when it comes to financial planning, that's the whole reason why I am here 13 years later. It's because there is a need for people to understand more about finances. There is a need for people to get to know more and to say that I'm tired of living for today, but my life must be beyond the day that we are in right now.
Amazing, amazing, amazing.
Amazing, yeah.
Super speech. Super.
Thank you very much.
If I wish we are meeting offline and I can give you a standing ovation and clap for you.
Thank you.
And I have a question. It's interesting. How did you start to managing your budget? You said about first step which we need to do. It's manage our budget. Yes. So what is the how can I say, like, first small steps for managing that for people who, for example, now have a bad financial situation and want to change it?
Okay. So the most important thing is that you understand that what are my expenses. So you need to write down what your monthly expenses are. And in those monthly expenses, you write down what your income is. What do you have to work from? What is that total income that you have? And from doing that, make sure you budget for your entertainment. I know there's a rule of thumb that would say that your living expenses should be about 70%. You should save about 20%, and you should service your debt and giving 30%. But that also depends on your life stage. living expenses for a 20-year-old would not be the same as for a 50-year-old. And so we need to understand what are my living expenses. So you draw that down. When you come and your budget is on negative, then that gives you an opportunity to identify, what am I spending my money on? If it's debt, have a plan to eradicate that debt within a period of time. And with that negative, your first goal should be, I need to come to a positive bank balance. So start working, eliminate debt, and make sure that your budget is monitored and you keep that discipline. Secondly, it would be, if your budget is on a positive, your bank balance is on a positive, then what you need to then do is, this positive that remains in my account, how do I multiply it? How do I make it grow? So that's the first step you need to do. Sit down, write your living expenses, write down your savings, and make sure that you stick to it.
Thank you very much. It's very useful, I guess, for all our audience. And now, how much is it, Arijit, now? For how much people now it was useful? Arijit, I can't hear you, unfortunately.
I'm so sorry. It is 3,578 exact number.
Amazing.
Wow.
You helped now, Sabisa, you helped now for 3,500 people, yeah?
I'm so glad. So,
Don't forget the
ladies, gentlemen.
78.
So, ladies and gentlemen who are standing there, who are listening into this session, what my main message today is that it is possible to live debt-free. It is possible for you to leave a good financial legacy for your children. And everything starts with a plan. It starts with discipline, and it is attainable. So don't be hard on yourself. If you are now on the bottom side, on the rocky side, just focus on getting out and ensuring that you become debt-free and the tide turns for you.
Super,
Thank you.
super.
Super, yeah.
Thank you so much for all the inputs and all the insights. That was her from Africa. And let us move to our next speaker, if you allow me, Eve. Am I allowed to introduce one man among these beautiful women? Okay. So here we have our next speaker, Mr. Shane Ram. How are you doing?
I'm fantastic. Looking forward to speaking with your group.
Super. It's not my group. It's all our group. It's a platform for all of us. So my friend is actually a life and leadership coach to the business professionals. He is an author, an educator, a podcaster, and a keynote speaker. And guess what? He is an amazing, amazing, amazing orator. Welcome to World Leaders Summit, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Yours.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to wish all the women happy International Women's Day 2021. So good luck, and I hope that you going to get some value from my session today. So I'm going to talk about leadership, and I know this is the World Leader Summit, and couple of things to bear in mind. You know, all of the latest reports, especially, for example, like LinkedIn learning and development reports, suggest that leadership is still the #1 challenge faced by many, many organizations. So the question that, you know, I want you to think about, and I have been thinking about, is, you know, why? Why, after so many years and leadership gurus and leadership books and leadership systems, why do we still have that leadership challenge? And I'm going to, you know, proffer my own reasons there. But I want to say too that if you look at the challenges, if you look at the top 10 leadership challenges that we have, or what employees complain about, so to speak, when we look at things like, you know, micromanagement, maybe an egotistic leader, not showing respect to their employees, I want to say that there's the opportunity for women because those positive behaviors or the anti-behaviors come very naturally. And what I want to put forward really, and it's coming more and more to the fore, that it's really about emotional management, emotional resilience, emotional intelligence, as it were, as the foundation for all of these challenges, or at least most of these challenges that we have today, that emotional resilience. And you would find recently, very recently, one of the top leadership gurus in the world, Robin Sharma, recently spoke about that you can't have mastery at anything else that you're doing until you deal with your emotional challenges. And we all have them in life. It's life. We go through life. We have setbacks, we have resentments, we have hurts. And the trouble is that we don't give it the first aid and the treatment that we would give if we were to have a physical injury, a broken bone, a cut. We tend to it immediately, and what we don't tend to do is to deal with those, so to speak, emotional wounds, if you want to put it that way. And that what I call the root cause of many of the leadership challenges that we are facing today. So in my recent book, Future Ready Leadership, 8 Must-Have Strategies for Future Leaders, came out, published in June 2020, but it came out of a keynote that I did in November 2019. And the whole concept around it was that we are living in a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. I had no idea that it was going to be COVID that was going to create that volatility, for example. So I had this keynote, and then I decided to turn it into this book. And chapter 1 of it, and I'm going to quickly run through the strategies, and I believe they're going to be helpful for you at any point in time, because the rate that the world is moving, I'm saying that the future is always now. Okay, the future is always now. So chapter 1, or strategy number 1, is slow down to speed up. Okay, a lot of leaders and a lot of entrepreneurs are too busy being busy instead of being busy to get better. Okay, or being busy at getting better. And that's why I talk about slowing down to speed up. And later on, I'm going to talk about intuition, and slowing down is going to, really give you that ability to slow down and get the value from slowing down. And in that slowing down process, what I recommend to people is what I call functional executive coaching, which functional coming from the medical field, which means getting to the root cause, not necessarily treating the symptoms. So what we see as leadership symptoms are things like, as I mentioned before, micromanagement, tough to make decisions, not showing respect to employees, not empowering employees, for example, not giving autonomy, for example. All of those are symptoms of a deeper root cause, and really important that we do that. As I said, there's been a lot of emphasis on this relatively new idea that is backed by neuroscience and evidence. Recently in 2018, for example, Oprah Winfrey on a CBS 60 Minutes interview, she said, she's going to change her entire program based on this understanding that nothing's really wrong with us, but something happened. Okay, what we call an original sensitizing event. It could have been some form of disappointment, etc. And that's really the root cause. So I see a lot on social media, we beat up leaders, and it gets a million views. You talk about all the leadership problem, you're going to get 1 million views, but you talk about the solution, nobody likes it because it's tough work. I must admit, it's really tough work to come to grips with these challenges that we have in life. And I always say, you know, hooray to my clients, because they are absolutely brave. And, you know, it's like a slingshot, you know, you pull back, but your life and your business and your leadership just absolutely take off when you realize that, you know, that you're enough, that there's nothing wrong with you. Some things to work on, but there's something that happened that actually caused you to have some negative self-belief, some doubts, some aggressive behaviors, for example. And we talk a lot about toxic work cultures. Well, toxic work cultures come from toxic leaders. And where do these toxic leaders come from? It's that they would have had experiences in their life that were traumatic, okay? And unfortunately, most leadership development programs don't tackle these issues. Unfortunately, EAP programs, employee assistance programs, don't really tackle these issues at the real deep level. So I strongly recommend it to anyone. As I said, it's really new stuff based on neuroscience, and it's simple, not always easy, but it's really simple. It's not a complicated process at all. And maybe at another time I could share that, or if you were to look at some of my free online programs, you will actually get the process of functional coaching, getting to the root cause of most of our challenges. So that's strategy number one: slow down to speed up. Finding time to be better, okay? Strategy number two that I want to talk about is have vision, but be significant. And what I'm suggesting here is that there are new ways of measuring success and progress, okay? It's no longer only about profitability. And that's where, you know, in my Go for 10 programs, I talk about moving from survival to success to significance. How can we be significant in the world? How can we be significant in the lives of our employees? How can we be significant, you know, in our family? And I think that will make for a better leader if we focus beyond success and make it probably wider and think about how could we be significant in the world. I think that the financial success would follow, actually, if we really focus on making that impact, you know, being impactful to, you know, the customers that we serve, the wider world, and our employees. And I think for leaders, if we be significant, if we focus on significance beyond success, that will lead to more fulfillment in life, and not only about success, because, you know, Tony Robbins says, you know, success without fulfillment is failure, okay? So really important that I think leaders, as we go beyond 2021, that we focus on significance, because we going to have, for the first time, you know, 4 or 5 generations of people in the workforce. So we have this big group coming up with the millennials, and they define success in a very different way. They want to look at impact. They want to look at significance. What are you contributing? There are some positives and there are some negatives as well that we have to deal with. But in my book, I talk about allowable weaknesses. Okay, so each generation, each group of people have their strengths and their weaknesses, and I think a lot in leadership theory and development in the past, people have been focusing on let's fix the weaknesses as opposed to maximizing the strengths. And I'm not saying that we don't work on those things, but to move faster, to get there, how about that we just accept people for who they are and have what we call allowable weaknesses, so that we actually work better together. So that's strategy number 2, have vision and be significant. And when I talk about have vision, in my longer coaching program related to the book, or the training program related to the book, I go into the fact that yes, technology is a great driver of business strategy, but it's not the only one. And the leaders and the companies who are going to succeed are the ones who still have vision and bring up the technology to enable the vision to happen. So we all know, and Steve Jobs in the mid 2000s, thought of this, the touchscreen phone, which we all now have today. And his best engineers thought that it was impossible. Okay, so he was not limited by the technology. He was driven by a vision. And that's what I mean by this point about, have vision and be significant. So that's strategy number 2. Strategy number 3, in order to be able to thrive and to succeed in this volatile world, is what I call learn, implement, unlearn agility. That's learn, implement, unlearn agility. And that's about adapting to thrive and not just survive. And the reason I say that is because things are moving at such a pace that, ideas and even knowledge become obsolete so very quickly. So your agility, your ability to learn, implement what you learn, and quickly unlearn, knowing that idea that you just implemented will probably become obsolete very quickly. That agility is absolutely critical for leaders to be able to thrive, not just survive, is that ability to learn, implement, and unlearn. And that's really difficult for some people because, we come up with great ideas and great strategies, and sometimes we are stuck in that, and we need to understand that, what worked today is not going to work tomorrow. Really important. Strategy number 4, really written in a corporate context in mind, but I believe that it's also applicable for entrepreneurs, which is the concept of intrapreneurship, what I call foresight and freedom. And that is a concept that many organizations now need to have their senior managers and executives think like entrepreneurs. And I say this, and it might rub some people the wrong way, but if you don't own the company, regardless of your level in the organization, you are an employee. Okay, so let's understand that, and the employee mindset and the entrepreneur mindset are very different. Okay, and we need to understand that. So I think really important for a lot of organizations to foster entrepreneurship or intrapreneurship within their organizations, because take for example, the hotel industry may not have seen Airbnb as a competitor when they do their competitive analysis back in the day when Airbnb probably was someone on a computer in a garage. Okay, so that's where a lot of the competition is going to come from entrepreneurs in their garages or in their rooms on a laptop coming up with world-changing ideas. Okay, they are about identifying problems and identifying solutions. So, and they don't have the corporate hierarchy to keep them back and, keep back the process of new product development, change in strategy. They don't have that. So you would find that a lot of competition is going to come from non-traditional areas, non-traditional competitors. So it's really, really important for organizations to develop, hire maybe, or develop that entrepreneurial skill within the organization to be able to thrive in the future, because you're going to be quickly eaten up by these new companies, new ideas that have that flexibility and agility outside of the typical corporate structure. So with corporates in mind, strategy number 4 is in entrepreneurship. Develop foresight and freedom. And what I mean by that is there's this concept called corporate foresight that really precedes the normal strategic planning process. It gets outside of the pest analysis and the SWOT analysis. It really takes a deep dive into the realities of the world, and not just what we might come up with on a Google search about the industry, for example. And that freedom to act within the organization is really important, because that's what the entrepreneurs do. They run their own world, so to speak, and they have that freedom. So entrepreneurship involves giving managers and whoever wants to get involved the ability to come up with ideas and some sort of funding to execute, and the freedom outside of the normal corporate bureaucracy to be able to really thrive. Okay, so that was strategy number 4. So strategy number 5 of the 8 must-have strategies for future-ready leaders is what I call self-disrupt. Do it to yourself before they do it to you. Okay, it's going to be done to you. The world is disruptive, and I don't see that it's going to change. So what I suggest to leaders is that you begin to disrupt yourself first. You disrupt yourself. You disrupt your industry. You disrupt your community, you disrupt your country, for example, because it's going to be done to you. And really important, so the future ready leader is really the ones that able to take the lead. And I think, again, women are really poised to be the disruptors. And I love the theme this year of choose the challenge, because that means that you're challenging the status quo. And that's what we need. We need more of that in the world to really take us forward. So that was strategy number 5, self-disrupt. Do it to yourself before they do it to you. Strategy number 6, the new ages of collaboration, working with whoever, whenever, wherever. Okay, and the world is shrinking. I know it sounds cliche, but the strategies laid out, the sub-strategies in that chapter lays out how do we go about working with others, because that understanding that we can't do it ourselves. The leaders of the past were those very type A personality, get it done. I'll get it done by myself. I don't necessarily need a team. I am an achiever. That model was successful to some extent, but that model is absolutely changing right now, and there's a greater need for collaboration, even with people who would have been considered competitors in the past. Now you want to collaborate to be able to get first to the market. And I know, with 2020, and we had, big global events other than the pandemic or related to the pandemic, was things like, the Black Lives Matter, for example, and that brought up the whole issue of diversity and inclusion as becoming very, very important. And many elements in that chapter talk about how do we, learn to accept other people? How do we learn to accept their weaknesses? And that's why I talk about allowable weaknesses in the sense that let's not focus on that. Let's focus on people's strengths and bring all of the different strengths of the diverse groups together. And let us utilize that to create a company, a community, a country, a world that is more inclusive and makes everyone feel welcome. Again, a very innate trait of women, and that's why I say it's very women are very well poised to become the leaders of the future. Okay, so that was strategy number 6. Strategy number 7 to be able to thrive in this VUCA world is emotional resilience, staying strong through deep awareness. And I know that's a hot topic these days. And I think it's really, I use the term emotional fitness as opposed to resilience, because what fitness suggests is that it's not a one and done event, that you go to an emotional resilience program and you're done, right? It's not, it's like going to the gym once and, think that you're fit. So emotional fitness is something that you need to do regularly. You need to train at it to be able to always have what it takes to be able to deal with the challenges and the emotional challenges ultimately that, the disruption in the world will cause. So I think it's now beyond emotional intelligence, because emotional intelligence was about, or is about, identifying that you have emotions, negative, positive, as the case may be, being able to identify that emotion in the moment, and then being able to manage or control that emotion. That's the typical definition and idea behind emotional intelligence. But I took it a little bit further to talk about emotional fitness and say, how about if we don't generate those emotions that we have to manage? How about we build that emotional fitness such that the events that trigger us, the events that tick us off, no longer do that? So we don't need to get to the stage of managing it. And that's a big benefit of the functional executive coaching that really gets to the root cause of those so that they actually don't come to be managed. And it's not going to be 100% where you're never fazed by anything, but you're going to have a lot more flexibility, a lot more fitness to deal with it and, on and not be bogged down by it. And that is so critical. Again, it's one of those, words and buzzwords and concepts that, mushroomed during the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's absolutely a critical strategy, emotional resilience. And the last but not least of the 8 must-have strategies for future-ready leaders is develop intuition, trusting ourselves to make decisions in uncertain times, okay? So in my Go for 10 concepts, there are always like three levels. And I talk about the human evolution. So we've moved from instinct to intellect. And now I'm suggesting that we move at a higher level to intuition because of the easy access to information, the easy access to talent, all over the world. I believe that going in the future that we can no longer compete on the level of intellect. It's all over. A lot of people have them, okay? So it's important, I think, for entrepreneurs and leaders to be able to tap into that higher knowing, that intuition. And I believe a lot of great leaders in the world utilize that to see what everybody else sees, but to think what no one else think. That's another famous quote from Robin Sharma. But I think it's so apt as we talk about intuition, and I think it's exciting. Here's why: because when you tap into that higher knowing, it's like you're never going to be wrong. Okay, that higher knowing knows it, so that the ideas that you have, what the intuition produces in terms of your leadership, your development in your personal life is going to be spot on. And I think that the leaders and the entrepreneurs who are able to tap into their intuition, that higher knowing, that higher essence, really are going to be the ones that are going to be at the forefront in their companies, and their companies will be at the forefront. And again, may not have been well documented, maybe not well understood in the past, but I believe that the great leaders of the past and now, they utilize intuition a whole lot. Okay, so those are, I hope I didn't go too quickly, but I just want to take a minute to do a quick recap, because I know it's trying to compress an entire book into half an hour. But just to repeat, strategy number 1, slow down to speed up. Find time to be better. A lot of people are busy being busy. I am saying we should be busy at being better. Slow down to speed up. Strategy number 2 is have vision, be significant. And have vision, again, the context there is that technology is a big driver, but I believe that the true leaders of the future will have that vision and allow the technology to come up to enable that vision, okay? And also be significant. And the concept there is that let's change the way that we measure success to how we could impact our customers, how we could impact the world, how could we impact our employees. And I think that would, just thinking about it, would lead to a great organization and a great organizational culture. Strategy number 3, learn, implement, unlearn agility. concept there again is that things are moving quickly. The ideas and the things that you learn today, you need to quickly implement it and unlearn it, because most likely they'll become obsolete in a very short space of time. Strategy number 4 is intrapreneurship. And then this again is for more the corporate world. The entrepreneurs have it already, which is to build that capacity within the organization to have foresight and to have the freedom to act, because your competitors most likely are going to come from entrepreneurs, as we have seen. The big companies are always now buying up small companies. I heard recently that Apple buys a company every week, okay? And their strategy might, let's buy the competition, as the case may be, but they understand the value of intrapreneurship. And a lot of them, for example, is reading recently the launch of her book, Jenna Lima, on Believe It. And what she did is that she developed a pharmaceutical a makeup range that was eventually bought by L'Oreal for $1.2 billion. And they allowed her to be the CEO and continue to be the CEO of It Cosmetics for a long time. And that just shows the value that corporates are playing on the concept of entrepreneurship. Strategy number 5 is to self-disrupt, do it yourself, do it to yourself before it's done to you, because it's happening. And I guess, COVID was a very good example of how the disruption is going to come out of nowhere. And I don't know what the next thing is going to be, but there is going to be a next thing that is going to disrupt you. So the suggestion there is to, disrupt yourself. And a good idea there is to work with a coach or a mentor to be able to see things differently. Number 6, the new ages of collaboration. As the world is shrinking, we need to work with whoever, wherever, whenever to get things done. And because of that, we have to be able to identify and manage our cognitive biases based on our differences and allow certain weaknesses to happen. Strategy number 7, emotional resilience. I think that's self-explanatory. And strategy number 8, develop intuition.
Super amazing insights. I mean, just mind-blowing. Let me ask you a question. I think we have a lot of questions for you, for your
Okay.
information. It was really amazing. So we have been running this event, or rather, I think we should say megathon, since morning. And I just asked my team members to go and stretch and eat and come back. So
Thank you, Arjit.
yeah, thank you for
Thank
being
you very
with
much,
us.
Peter.
So I'm a kind of person who is always like an engine, a machine. So
Right.
Father.
Okay. Okay. So I have an interesting question for you, Shah. If I'm not wrong, if we look at leadership as a term, we have various different kind of leadership. Sometimes we are rough. Sometimes some people do it in their own way. They call it that I did it in my way. That way can be good, can be bad. And some people probably do it softly. In your opinion, as per my understanding, there is no best way. There are ways. But
Yeah.
in your opinion, what do you feel? What you have seen so far? Because you are a public speaker, you are a mentor, and you are doing so many stuffs. You've written the book, and you are expert in leadership. In your opinion, which way is the best way? Becoming rough or becoming probably a little bit of polite? What is the best way?
All right. So firstly, I like to answer that question in the way that there is no best way, or rather the best way is the one that works, right? Is the one that works. And I think what leaders need to do is to be able to develop that awareness, that flexibility to have more tools in their toolbox, knowing when to be rough, because sometimes that's the thing that is going to work, but you're doing it fully aware what you're doing. you're not doing it out of emotional hijack, what I call, okay?
Super.
That you are aware of what you're doing. So when I train leadership and I talk about that, I use an old, Chinese story of this lady who, she has a Zen master, and she goes to the Zen master, to the temple, and meditate and tries to be all Zen and peaceful and that sort of thing. So every day she goes to the market and she would walk with her umbrella in the event that it rains, and day after day she's harassed by this guy, and trying to be Zen, and so one day she got really upset and she hit him with the umbrella. And she went back to the Zen master and said, "Oh, Zen master, I'm so sorry. I failed you. I lost my cool. And, I hit this guy with the umbrella because he's been harassing me." And the Zen master said, "If you've been Zen and he's not, stopping, then do hit him with the umbrella if that's going to work." Yeah. So that's what I mean, that, the best way is the way that works, because you have to understand your employees, and that's what's difficult and a challenge for leaders. And I've seen too many leaders says, well, I'm now the leader, and it's my way or the highway, and I'm not going to change for anyone. Where I say now that you are the leader, you are the one who was supposed to be more trained and educated and exposed to these things. So you're going to have to know and develop that flexibility of how to act differently in each situation and to each different person, and how they, especially how they learn. And I had a recent example where, I'm part of a golf community here, and two guys were arguing at it, and they were just speaking out their points, and I was there in the middle, and it's like, one guy I know was actually correct with his information, but the other guy just wasn't getting it, and all the other guy did was said more of the same thing, spoke louder, hoping that he would get it. But I, searched up some stuff on my phone while I was there, and I just slid over to the guy, and who wasn't understanding the context, and I shared it with him, and he understood, because some people would learn or accept information in a different way. He just was not hearing because the other guy was getting louder, trying to make his point and get it out. So I think that flexibility is really what is important, learning to understand your employees, and that comes from understanding more about yourself. And I think if we do that, then we'll understand the differences in people and choose the different approaches that might actually work. And if we are not getting through to people, I say to my clients, this now becomes your challenge. Find something that works. Be prepared to fail. Because you're learning, you make mistakes, and be humble enough to say, I made a mistake, that didn't work. Okay. And that's what people are looking for from leaders.
I feel there is no failure for leadership. I feel it's all learning. We just cannot define failure from the perspective of an entrepreneur. Entrepreneurs always do. They usually try to do all the shuffling. Eve, I guess you have got some question for him. You have been.
Yeah, and by the way, your question, I know why you asked this question, because it was our discussion with Arijit before. We discussed the way I preferred more soft way, and we discussed this. So thank you very much for your answer. It was very useful. We both get this answer. So actually, for me, interesting, we are colleagues with you. And for me, interesting, what is the most frequent request now do you have from your clients in this time? I mean, in the last 1 year in pandemic time?
Yeah,
Share, please.
Definitely around, emotional resilience, emotional fitness, emotional health, intelligence, mental health issues for leaders. They just didn't know, or they're not coping very well in the new situation, in the virtual world. They're home, some people with their kids, how do they manage the time with the kids and, getting things done. So I've done quite a few sessions with things like that. Sometimes it might mean, getting up and getting the work done, work in short spurts, be very clear with the family or the kids, if they want to make a pizza, for example. You commit to it, but you get your work done, and you deliver on your commitment. It's like, daddy or mommy is working right now, but at 11, I'll be done with this session, and we'll go make that pizza, so that they understand your work schedule. You still being a good mommy or daddy by getting things done, because it's difficult. It's going to mean longer days, but I want to encourage people to flip the switch and see now that you get the opportunity to better manage your time, to spend more quality time with your family, and get very, very focused. Because sometimes when you're in the organization, an entire day can pass because you're doing some stuff and interacting with other co-workers, and that too, the opposite side of it is that lack of interaction with people are causing some challenges for people, because a lot of people get energy from interacting with other people in real life, not virtually.
Yeah, thank you. And who is what kind of clients do you have more, women or men for now, if we talk about emotional?
Well, I've been doing this for 10 years, and 95% of my clients are women. Finding more and more men now, accepting that they need to deal with it, and that they have emotions and they need to deal with it. But 95% women, but more men are accepting that they have emotions. It's important part of them, and how they deal with leadership.
Super.
Yeah.
We'll look forward to have you with us in our workshops, my friend. It's not about only the Women's League. We have a pipeline of workshops. So for the audience and for you, we have monthly approximate 4 different workshops that we do weekly basis to help the ecosystem and grow the ecosystem. One of them is practically the leadership talk. And Evgenia is the person who is leading the whole thing. So in our next talk, it would be our honor to have you on board, specific show on you to the audience, one-to-one conversation with Eve and Mr. Ram. With this note, let me welcome our next speaker. But just before that, let me tell you another great superhero among us, one Farah. Farah have been a big support for World Leaders Summit. And of course, she has been writing a lot of good stuff and taking comments from your speech, Mr. Ram. And she has been writing it down in the chat so that people can read it. Thank you so much, Farah, for all the support and all the comments that you did. So Vandana, if you are there with us, Vandana Hart, we can see you. Could you please turn on your camera and your microphone? And while she does this, Mr. Ram, could you please look at the camera? I want to take a snapshot of yours. 1, 2, 3, go. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And we have been doing live tweet. If you want to see the live tweet, ladies and gentlemen, please watch us live in Twitter, in Facebook, and various whatever media we are all there live, including YouTube, including few of the other social medias. Well, so the floor is yours, Eve. I'll take probably 1 or 2 minutes of break, a bio break, and come back. Thank you so much, Mr. Ram, for being there and being on them. Thank you so much for the knowledge.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. And actually, Arijit read my mind, because I wanted to invite you in our next event, next monthly event. So let's keep in touch, and let's move to our next speaker. I see that Vandana Hart already here. And Vandana, are you ready to have a speech now? How do you feel?
Hi, yes, is this a good time?
Oh, Vandana, yes, it's time, you see? And we have exactly this time for you. Thank you for joining us. So
thank you for having me. I'm actually in Costa Rica right now in the jungle. You can see here. It's really beautiful to connect with leaders around the world.
Yeah, we will enjoy of this view together with you. So please tell a couple of words about yourself and your topic. You wanted to talk about women rising, shaking of old systems with global coalitions of media, culture, and technology, right?
Correct. Yeah, so just a few light topics. Yeah, my background, I was born in Russia during the Cold War to an American father and a Russian mother. And the first year of my life, my family couldn't be together. My father was campaigning to free political and religious prisoners, and he ended up getting us on a nuclear disarmament agreement between Gorbachev and Reagan. And we were the first 10 families to be reunited during the Cold War. So I only met my father on my first birthday in Sweden as a refugee. And for me, the rest of my life has really been dedicated to this idea of unity and celebration and bringing families together and the importance of that. So I've been a dancer my whole life. And I've created a TV series on Netflix. It's on Netflix worldwide called We Speak Dance. And it's dedicated to showing the power of music and dance to unite people, to celebrate diversity, cultures, and really show how storytelling, music, and dance, this beautiful triangle, this powerful triangle of these three combinations can really unite our world and, very importantly, work across all the sustainable development goals. So I worked at the United Nations for 7 years on women's rights and safety in cities in over 40 countries. So my background also is not only in dance battling some of the best dancers in the world and doing many styles and studying dance culture, but I also am an expert in impact evaluation, program design, and how do we design for change with women and girls at the center. So I really see that this way of storytelling and using film, technology, media is the way forward, because we can really create platforms right now. It's an unprecedented opportunity for us to use storytelling and technology and this mass distribution that we have to get stories across that are really working on all of the sustainable development goals. So in the UN, what would take years to build trust, with dance and music, we can build within seconds. When I was dancing in South Africa in a community in Johannesburg, I was dance battling and I looked up and everyone had cameras shining on me. And after dancing, they said, move here, be one of us, your family, we love you, build a dance school here. In Brazil, dancing in the favelas, I teach house dancing to break dancers. They said, your family, like, be here, be one of us. And with the UN, if I was just leading women's rights work, you're starting with the problem instead of the solution and people's full capacity and human potential. So I really see this starting point of culture, the starting point of music, the starting point of dance is a really profound way to connect humanity and to solve some of the biggest challenges we have in the 21st century. And so building on the Netflix show, now I'm building a technology that after each country, you get to watch the best dancers in the world and how they're inspiring women's rights, how they're uniting refugees across Lebanon, how they're fighting racial injustice in France. From that, then I want the whole world to join each of these dance cultures and learn the dance moves. And so now we're building a technology where after you watch an episode of the show in Bollywood, learning Bollywood dance moves, then you get to dance and with those people. And the more you dance, the more impact you make. This is something we're really missing in this triangle of technology, media, and storytelling, is the impact. How do we create stories that immediately thereafter we can have an impact? So now my dream is to create dance as a currency. And the more you dance, the more impact you make in the world to solve all the sustainable development goals. And this is what we're building now. The app is called Boa Boa, and it's linking to this Netflix show, We Speak Dance. The more you dance, the more impact you make in the world. You get to fall in love with these different cultures, their stories, immerse in their dance right after watching their stories, from the favelas of Rio to the Kremlin Red Square to Mumbai to, all over the world. We can dance, travel, and connect. So in the app, we're going to be able to dance battle and learn different dance moves from different cultures and get more points that we can then dedicate to the women of the Amazon, dedicate to the women in New York who are experiencing domestic violence. So this is kind of the intersection of media, technology, music, art that I really see is so crucial for us to start problem solving in the way that we really share culture, make impact, use storytelling, music, and dance is this formula to unite the world, inspire us, but also most importantly, take action. So this is what I'm up to. Thank you so much for giving me this space, and thank you so much for hosting these incredible leaders around the world to have this conversation on International Women's Day, and to really to build these coalitions around the world of technology, entertainment, and impact for the SDGs. I'm so excited and honored to be part of this conversation and to share this panel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Actually, in my past, I also dancer. So can you tell me what kind of dance are you dancing, by the way? You mentioned breakdance or something, or it's whatever.
Of course, yeah, I've done styles of dance from all over the world. So I trained since the age of 3 in Caribbean styles of dance, ballet, contemporary dance. In New York, I trained at Alvin Ailey, which is historically a Black dance company that uses dance for unity and civil rights and empowerment. And I've traveled to over 80 countries now and have studied dance from samba, from the Samba Queens of Rio de Janeiro, to South African house styles of dance, to in Nigeria, traditional West African dance, where each dance is dedicated to an element of nature. So when you're doing a dance move in West Africa, like it could be for the crops, it could be for the waters, it could be for the different elements in nature. And what I've seen in all my studies of dance and all these different cultures is that they're all dedicated to different elements of nature. And we're not telling those stories and showing that actually within the dance, within the music, we have the solutions for climate change. We're all looking at, we're all looking at the bad stories and like the doomsday stories of the climate change. But what if we danced together for climate change? What if we engaged all the indigenous groups, all of the cultures around the world, dedicated our dance to the waters, to the forests, and had this tokenized system that the more we dance and celebrate together, this is the way that we come up with the solutions. And it's a human solution. This is the beauty that dance and music also gives, is connecting our bodies to the earth. And we have this separation of climate change and the solutions around this crisis being something that's of the earth, but we need to connect our bodies to it. And I think the dance has the secret solution that's been with us for thousands of years.
I agree. And dance, it's it's one of the best practice of mindfulness as well, because if you want to be a good dancer, in this case, you need to listen to your body, you need to have a really good connection with your body. I agree with me. I lost you, Vandana.
Oh, I'm here. I was just taking a photo of us. Yes.
Yeah. So
Eve, I wanted to say a couple of things. Then where is she? Where's she gone? There she is. Vandana, I think it's I studied physical education, and dance was forced upon us. And I'm not a really great dancer, but what inspires me is the fact that you see dance in a different light. You see dance as part of the culture of different types of people around the world and the environment. And I think that speaks volumes, because when people see different types of artists, they see perfection and then they start to pick out faults. But what I love about your story and your speech tonight is the fact there is no faults. It's about it's about expression. It's about expression of culture through our environment around the world. And I think, it's a pleasure listening to your story. It's very late in Sydney, Australia. It's 1 o'clock and Arja told me to go to sleep, but I can't because it's...
But you want to dance, Marco?
I think I'm going to dance on the table over there, Eve. I need probably a few glasses of wine. But
well, this is the goal. Is I would love everyone here to dance. Does everyone here want to share a dance from their culture or one of their favorite dance moves? I think it would be a really great activity because we can talk about dance, but the whole point is to speak dance. And
you know, one dance, Bandana, one dance I recall when I was studying. It was a Japanese traditional dance called the tankabushi, and this particular dance talks about men and women on the field digging and cultivating, you know, as they're in agriculture. And everyone used to think, you know, how do you remember this dance? And it resonates what you're saying, your story about how, you know, something is so simple and the movements, people might think that you're crazy, but it's all the same movements as a person on the field makes. So it's about moving your body with the, you know, for a shovel, it's about plowing through the fields and expressing yourself to grow something so beautiful, which is food for people around the world.
Oh, so beautiful. Thank you, Marco. This is exactly right. And I think, you know, imagine like all of us dancing each day as a ritual. So for our own physical, mental, spiritual health, but then knowing that each time we dance, it can make an impact in the world. And with tokenomics, with blockchain technology, we have someone on our team who's helping us build this token strategy, the dance token. So using dance as a currency and an energy to actually solve the SDGs is the platform that we're building now. And I think this is what all of the major tech platforms are trying to solve now, is how do we retain our audiences? How does Netflix, HBO, Amazon keep their audiences, not just the first free month? And everyone's trying to figure out not only how do we keep the audience engaged, but how do we keep them coming back and feeling a sense of immersion. And there's no other interactive activity that is so international that you can do immediately with no cost the way you can with dance. After a food show, you can't like create the food right away on the spot. Music, you might need an instrument or there's different skill levels, but dance, like everyone can find a way to move and move their furniture right away and watch storytelling and then immerse. And especially for women, I've interviewed women around the world in so many cultures, and you know, from the DRC to New York to Paris to Japan, and women everywhere share how they have shame in their bodies for, you know, they're shamed, they're sexually harassed. You have to cover and wear a certain amount of clothing, and even if you're completely covered, you're still doing something wrong, you know? So women worldwide, it doesn't matter what culture, share this kind of burden of our of oppression. And dance is one of the fastest ways for women to feel empowered, to feel embodied, to feel fully human and powerful. And in my own life, I've really used dance in any challenge to overcome any internal challenges I face. And I know working on ending violence against women for the UN for many years, I felt that designing programs for change, including the celebratory energy of music and dance, has been so transformative, and actually I think makes a bigger impact than any of the work that I've witnessed. So I really have dedicated my life, and I'm a strong believer in using this ancient international language of music and dance to continue to empower women. And for me, it's also the future leaders. How do we activate the next 100, 1,000, 1 million leaders to use their culture and be fully human, not to, we have poverty, we have economic divide, we have racial divide, we have gender inequality. We always focus on the problem. What if we focus on the solution? What if we focus on the human capital that people already have inside of them and explode that? And the best way to do that, again, is through the culture and through the dance and through the rituals. So I'm very excited to build this movement. It's really, we're building a movement. I'm building a technology company called Boa Boa. The bigger company is We Speak Dance. It's a Netflix show, but it's really a movement, and we're building coalitions. So please, in the audience, anyone who wants to be part of this music dance unity movement, music and dance to solve the SDGs, please reach out to We Speak Dance on any of our platforms. And we want to connect the world. We want to activate every culture, every sustainable development goal, every young leader, every elder in the world to be part of this. We all have something to share. And I think if we really want to have gender equality, if we really want to have an environment that we care about and the next generation cares about the environment and is embodying and understanding the value of nature. Dance is this beautiful ingredient that we can do it with. Thank you so much again for having me.
Vandana,
Thank you very much.
I have a small input to give. Thank you so much for
Please,
the enlightenment.
oh, please, thank you so much.
Okay, so thank you so much for being here and speaking in World Leaders Summit Women League. And without asking any question, I think there was no communication what dress need to be there in Women League. You are wearing a reddish dress. I think that's what you call it. Is it what is this in your neck? What do you call it? And the earring.
This is just something that I got here from a local designer in Mexico.
Super. So
yeah, I also want to support women's leaders and always, you know, wearing beautiful fashion and clothing that supports local women. And this is the small steps that we can do.
Super, super. May I request you to probably look at our council once the speech is over, probably if we can connect with each other. I don't have your communication details. We are just connected probably in LinkedIn. Probably if you feel as a platform, we can do something together from technology front or probably doing an impact for the global woman, because you are a face and you are doing a lot of stuff as a face to uplift the community with dance and music. And these two things are directly connected with couple of more things, which is media and entertainment. If you feel that we can connect with your boa with technology solutions, I run a tech company for last 23 years. We're into game development, we're into VR, we're into AI and blockchain. If you feel that we can do something together, I'm always there. And the main reason is you, me, Eve, we are all wearing the same similar color. And the theme of our World Leaders Summit is pinkish red. So jokes apart, all yours. Thank you so much for being there with us. And I can see one of our core team member, she's also wearing a red now. And we can see Bianca that she is in red and white. So thank you so much for being here, Vandana. It's been a pleasure. Where exactly you are in at the moment? Are you in Mexico or in Singapore?
I'm usually based in Mexico, but right now I'm in Costa Rica. I was just here actually meeting with leaders, a group of small leaders, all working on land protection and regenerative solutions for the environment. We're all co-working, and of course I'm telling everyone they must dance and have all the communities dance to solve this problem. But thank you so much for sharing, because I think we really do need the leadership in technology to connect all of the arts and culture, education, and the storytelling entertainment. That's the missing link. We need the technology, the technology leaders, and we need to launch in every market in the world in the most profound way that is adapted to each local culture. And would love to talk about collaboration, would love to speak to the leaders part of this summit about how do we collaborate in each market as well as globally to create this as a very strong rooted movement that is the link between entertainment, technology, and impact. We have the people. I'm happy to be one of the faces, but I really want to have 100 dance ambassadors that are really like the UN of dance, representing every culture and every cause, every culture, every country with celebration and movement. Would love all of you to become dance ambassadors to our movement. And that would mean, yes, you would need to show off your dance moves.
Pack my stuff already. It's good that Arijit asked where is your location. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, Vandana, it's been a pleasure. Could you please smile for me? Could you please unmute yourself and smile for me so that we can take a picture of yours and say something? Say yes.
Of course.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, and then smile, please. Thank you so much. Because in
Thank
Zoom,
you.
Yeah. How do I send you your picture? Shall I send you in LinkedIn?
Yeah, LinkedIn is great, or my email is vandana@wespeakdance.com.
I will completely forget that, but yeah, I'll send you in LinkedIn.
LinkedIn is wonderful. Vandana Hart on LinkedIn.
Keep dancing. Beautiful.
Thank you so much, Vandana. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So that was Vandana Hart from Mexico, and she is CEO of Boa Boa. Thank you, Vandana, for being with us. Now we'll move to the next session, and our beautiful moderator is Evgenia, and she's looking at me saying that, shut up, I'm the moderator now. So the platform is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Arijit. I'm always enjoying of you speaking. But yes, we have a new speaker. It's speaker from Russia, Maria Azarenak. And I'm really happy to have Maria, to have you in our Women's League of the World Leaders Summit. And I'm happy also because you're Russian as me as well. Probably we can teach our audience to speak, to say a couple of words in Russia. But I know that Arijit know one word. Yeah, you know one word. Can you share with us? I can't hear you.
Привет.
Привет, да. Hello. Yes, it's correct. It's nice.
Да. Как ты чувствуешь себя? Давай немножко скажу по-русски. How do you feel? How are you?
You ask me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I ask.
Yeah, of course, I'm okay. I'm a little. It's my first time I talk about personal brand in English, because I work with Russian entrepreneurs, so I don't need to talk about personal brand. And today we talk about it as a tool for women to be strong, to do business, to be free, to make good life for them. Yes.
And I would like to share with our audience that Maria Azarenak is a founder of Azarenak Pro, and I would say that Maria is the best expert in personal branding. I know her program. It's really deep and really useful program. I really recommend to all of you. But it's first of all, you need to learn Russia, of course. And Maria has 150,000 followers in Instagram, right? I don't know, correct?
Yes, and 150 in YouTube. Yes, I am more YouTube blogger than Instagram. Yes, but I think that person, when it's when the person has something to say, it should be like mass media in every point. So like Instagram, Clubhouse, Facebook, everywhere you can share what you have. And this is what all about to share, to sell, also to make communications and to build relationships, also not person to person, but person to many person.
Yeah, so then I'm looking forward to hear your presentation. Your topic was a myth about personal brand that prevent you from getting results today.
Yes, but my presentation, it's half on English, half on Russian, because when it's have pains, I cannot translate pains. So it's just like small presentation. Who am I? Yes, I am an expert in personal brand for entrepreneurs. I am an author of a bestseller. Right now we have like many copies sell in Russia. It's like very big book without like pictures, with our method to build personal brand in Russia. Also YouTube blogger, but what I'm proud of, that we have a lot, we are leaders in cases. What is case? Case when the person come to us, they don't know how to build personal brand, and when they come out of our program, they earn more, they have how to say, влияние. Can you please help me with some words, because
sorry, impact, influence.
Yes, influence, yes. Oh, it's cool. Тогда я буду просить тебя помогать мне, если что. Like little translation. Yes, little translation.
We speak a bit in Russian, sorry.
Yes, because I ask for help, because I don't know every word that I want to say. So when it comes to build personal brand for entrepreneurs, like more than 18%, we have women that come here, but they have like small business, or they do something, or they want to have big company. They come to us with the question, how can I make it good? How can I make it bigger? How can I make it with more influence, more money, if I will be a brand? And when I come to people with personal brand, like let's build personal brand, they also like come through different stages. First stages, when they say, it's not for me, it doesn't work, brand is like Madonna, I'm not a brand. This is first step. Then the next step, they think it works, but I don't need because I have some special business, I have some special cases, it's not for me. Third step, it works, but I cannot be a blogger. I don't know what to read, what to write, who will be listening to me, and like this. Fourth step, they think that personal brand is good, but I don't need to work for it. It will work by itself. So I just will make my business and personal brand will come with business. Fifth step, okay, I want personal brand, but whom should I pay? Who can do this work for me? And like this. And on the sixth step, when person prefer to work on a system, like I understand it works, I need it, I want to have a result from it, so I will work on system. Is my English okay? Do everybody understand me? I'm just curious.
Yeah, for me it's okay.
Loud and clear, don't worry.
Okay, thank you very much.
Anyway, Arijit like Russian language, so it's
okay. And also some kind of entrepreneurs, they don't how to say, изучать. Они не изучают, как строить личный бренд.
They don't learn probably.
Yeah, they don't learn how to build it, but they have great results, but because they just have like instinct, they do everything correct without any teacher. I know some of these entrepreneurs, and this is like a few of them, but they really do it very good. I'm sure that in every country, you know, such entrepreneurs, like Richard Branson, for example. I'm sure that he didn't have some experts in personal brand. He just lived like make some good events about his brand, his companies. So today I want to walk with you through these few steps to show how it can work for you. And first, denial. Denial, like I think this is not for me, I'm not ready for this is for somebody else. Why it happens? Because people don't understand what is it personal brand. They think that personal brand somewhere far from them, but forget that the first part of personal brand is like image. For example, right now I'm here on your screens. You didn't see me before, but right now you see how I look, how I speak, my energy, my presentation, and it all becomes to work. You don't know many things about me, but in your mind, you're like, okay, Maria Zaronek is about this. She is like this. It works like image. And the problem is that when we talk about personal brand, every person in this world have image. In online, if offline. So you can not work on your personal brand, but when you come in some audience, everybody see you and they like, I think you are like this. We have image, we have impression, we do impression, and we build our reputation. So about right now I have a tell about, this is a cat. And one day I have some story when somebody wanted to sell me big, how to say, услугу за высокий чек. Okay, I wanted to buy something from one person.
Service.
Yes, some service.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, some service. And this guy called me from other person and asked me, I want to sell you this and I will make it all right, all good to you. And the price was very big. This was big event and this was big price. And I asked him, can you please send me details on WhatsApp? He said, I want email. I said, no, email, no, it's full. WhatsApp, let's communicate in WhatsApp. And after this, he sent me his presentation, but the avatar, photo in WhatsApp, it was like this, like cat. So the person called me, he made me good presentation on his voice, but then I see cat on WhatsApp and what I feel, how can I trust somebody who has cat on avatar? You understand me? And I was like hesitating And it was good for me because after a few days, I found another person who made for me in my team this service. But this guy, he lose money, a lot of money, because it was like big event, you understand? Like we don't always think about what impression we make in every point where people meet us. WhatsApp, Telegram, Instagram, networking, speaking, and all things like this. So what I want to say, everybody has image. Every person that right now think personal brand is not for me has a personal brand. This is the point. And what we need to do, we need to activate it. So we need to make our personal brand work for us. Don't wait until we build business, until we will be ready. Every day we build our personal brand, but we don't think about it. This is the point. So if you are on stage denying, don't deny, just activate it in every point that the world see you. Okay, next. And it's not only about Instagram. In Russia, I don't know how in other countries, but in Russia it's very popular to build personal brand in Instagram. People do some posts, they make photo, they make sales, they build a lot of stories, 20 stories in a day to have communication with their audience. But contact points, this is in Russian, but I will tell you, it's not about Instagram. In Russia, many people think that if I don't want to work in Instagram, I don't need to build personal brand. No, we have mass media, we have podcasts, we have LinkedIn, yes, we have speaking, we have partnership relations, we have people that can recommend us. It's always, it's also about personal brand. So first step is like this. The second one, it works, but I don't need it. Some entrepreneurs think that they don't need personal brand because, for example, they have that kind of business that cannot sell something to audience. So many people think that I need to build personal brand if I want to sell something from this, but not like this, because when we say about environment of personal brand, it's also in Russian, but I will tell you, we make influence not only about on customers, also on partners, on investors, on leaders, on mentors, on our team, on mass media, and you can pick on what kind of audience you want to influence right now. I have some customers that build personal brand with their team. Like they want to share their open heart, their vision with their team. So they build brand for communicate with team, for example, in other cities. Here I have some examples, but they all in Russian, probably. Okay, I will show you some example in Russian woman, Galia Bernikova, that she was building a personal brand for many years. And one day she is an entrepreneur in many different business. And one day she put in VKontakte, VK, it's like a Russian social.
Like Facebook. Like Facebook, but
yes, but Russian. So
yeah.
She put a post that she wants to have some new investors in her new business, and ask about very big money, like 10 million rubles, like for how much it will be in US dollars, 10 million rubles. So she asked in post, like, who wants to be my investor in new business? I need that money. And you know what is the miracle? Because people know her, she found the investor in 2 days. She only make post on her like Facebook. In 2 days, she had a lot of people that wanted to work with her. Why? Because they knew her as a brand in entrepreneurs. They look at her, they read her posts, and she was doing business from 16 years old. Right now, she's 27. In the different like photo business, like cosmetics. This is brand that she make, for example, with this money. So this is how it works. We can build personal brand not only for customers, but also for investors, for mass media, and so on. And also safety. You know, lockdown, it shows a lot of people that we need to have digital personal brand. I don't know how it was in other countries, but in Russia, my friends tell me when lockdown happens in Russia, they tell me, oh, right now, nobody will be building personal brands because people want to save their business. They're scary, they don't need brands, they need to survive. But the point is that a lot of people come to me in that period and they ask me, what can I do? Because I cannot sell right now offline. I want to make my, to communicate with my customers online. And when we talk about online communications, people, they don't, in Russia, they like human to human. They don't like to look at the company, because when we see in digital, in Instagram, for example, the company, we understand that they want to sell something to us. But when we see person, we like person, the person is interesting for us. So the case that I want to share with you is about some small, how to say, farmers that they were building like vegetables. And this is a guy on the photo with white. He is the owner. So when the lockdown happens, they a lot of shops close, and they have 12 tons. So a lot of vegetables that they were supposed to move to garbage. And he make a post for help me to not to be a bankrupt. Can you please come and we can help these kids, we can help people in the age, but we can help us. And you know what happens? More than 25,000 people like this post and help him, because he was like human to human. He come out of his business and he said, I want you to help us. In a few days, he make the biggest sales ever he has. So this is like a miracle. And I have a lot of companies that in this lockdown, they grown, because when person come human to human communication, people trust, people try to be in touch, to help, to recommend, to help, to buy, this communication. Okay, and also people ask me, is it hard to build personal brand like this? Actually, it depends on how you are in connection with you. Like, what is it personal brand? We start build brand with the question, who am I? Who am I and what I want to do in this world? In what kind of business I want to make this world better? In what kind of type I want to influence on this world? And it is not hard if you understand good yourself. It is hard if you need to question, to find questions, answers on many questions, like who am I, where am I going, what I want to do, how I want to, what I want to sell, and like this. So I like right now make some presentations, but I don't like feel like to to continue in presentation. Probably better if I answer the questions. What do you think? Because presentation is yes, I have it, but I don't know, will Russian cases will be okay in international world? I'm not sure right now, because maybe you ask me some questions and I will tell you. I think it will be better.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. If you talk about being human, then in this case, yeah.
Before we move to the question and answer, could you please kindly turn off the sharing so that we can see your face and we can take your pictures?
You don't see my face right now?
Да, ты выключи презентацию, выключите, пожалуйста, презентацию, чтобы фотографию сделали.
Подожди, мое лицо все это время не было видно, что ли?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for Russian.
Yes, I ask. Nobody see my face all the time?
No, we saw your face. Just we need to have your face in the big picture.
Okay, like this. So I can answer any questions you want about personal brand, how it influences on women's life. Maybe Evgenia, you can help me to ask me something.
Can I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Okay. According to your understanding, how will you define branding?
What do you mean define?
Как бы ты определила брендинг?
How we define? You see, when I say what about personal brand, I like this defining that it is something people say about you when you leave the room. Understand? It is something people say about you when you leave the room. So you come in the room, you are here 1 minute or maybe 1 hour or maybe.
But that's impression. That's what impression you give.
Yes, but the point is that this impression is a part of the personal brand. All the time we make an impression, and after impression we do on the audience. And for example, audience say, "Oh, it's nice impression, and I will come to you and I will buy to you." And after they buy, you make a reputation, because if your business do good for these people, they will be, "Oh, it really works," and it will be reputation then. So the first step of activation is image, and the second one is reputation, is much more important, reputation. But before we make reputation, we need to make impression, to make a chance to sell, to make chance to communicate, and like this.
Okay, can I share you one of the case studies so that probably it will be easy for all of us to understand personal branding? Is it okay?
Yes.
Super.
Yes.
Super. Imagine a situation that in a company there is a CEO, and to become active so that people can know him, at least in his factory. Imagine that company has got around 10,000 employees. It's impossible for the CEO to know himself, show that he is the new CEO to 10,000 people all of a sudden. He cannot do that, even though they publish it probably in their channel or maybe in social media, or they announce. It's not that interesting. So sometimes in corporate world, what they do, they themselves as a CEO, they create a story about them. Probably a different story with his PA, that he has got a flirting with his PA. And immediately he becomes popular in this employees group, because people love those kind of stories, which is controversial. So when you do that, you become popular. That's not personal branding. I'm just going towards your personal branding. So when you create such kind of impression to people, and when you are entering into probably in a party zone, your employees are talking to each other, he has got some kind of controversy with his PA. And slowly, he is changing the mood with his good works. And that work is basically for people. It can be increasing salaries. It can be probably increasing the wages. It can be probably giving a lot of benefits. Sometimes it is giving a lot of pressure to the employees. Sometimes grow the company, because when you are CEO, you are a worker, you are an employee, you are not the owner always, right? Now, in this case study, if you have this case in front of you and the CEO is saying that, create my brand image in a different way, how will you do it?
All right, that was a joke. I understand almost everything. And
I think I need to travel to Moscow very soon. Unless I learn Russian, it is going to be difficult.
You have to learn Russian and teach us.
And that will come as well. So we are two of us.
I will give you, for example, the case that I have in a very big company, a Russian bank. I have one of the CEO in Russian bank. She is working on very high position, and she comes to me to build a personal brand, not only inside, also outside of the company. But what is the point? She needs her bank check me before we start to work. They they communicate like the bank, all other CEOs, they're like, okay, you can build personal brand. And what she did, she built, I will show you. Because of that, this is a bank. She built a brand. Right now she has a very good YouTube channel with like more than 20,000 people. She makes the book for schoolers, like the book how for children about financial, how to say, грамотность, how to
1 minute.
Финансовая грамотность, yes.
Грамотность, it's like
financial
literacy.
What? How?
Literacy.
Okay. How she become to teach children in high school how to be in friendship with money, like this. I will say in Russian like this.
In good relationships with money, for example.
Yes, yes. This is what in high school right now we have in many schools, and it's like faculty when she teach, and there is like book for them, and the bank said, okay, she has a dream to communicate with this audience, to be a mentor for the children, and she start to build brand, not connecting with bank, but connecting with these financial things outside. But her employers who knew this, they make respect for her, because this is very good that she not only works but also influence and make like life better, because many children, they don't know how to make to use credit cards, how to be in safe, how to make their budget, and so some things like this. And this is for free. So she has a good channel, good Instagram, this good book, and the bank said okay. And probably that's what you ask, or maybe no. No, then I don't understand the question. Sorry. If you will be in Moscow, I hope we will see each other then and talk, and it will be easier for sure. Because I have my practice in English more than 1 year before, and that's why it's not so good. I understand it, but I hope I give you some good points in personal brand and how we make it in Russia. I hope
100%,
it was
100%. Yes, you gave a lot of valid points, and this is going to help a lot of us. I'm sure about that. And talking about personal branding, if we are talking about personal branding, let me ask you an easy question. Why we need personal branding? What is the reason?
Because it's easy to communicate when you have a brand. Because when somebody don't know you, you know, this is like digital sled. How to say sled in English? Digital.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
You understand? Right now in Russia, when you want to go to work, people, they search for you in digital, like who are you? Trace. Thank you very much, Larissa. Digital trace. So they search for you, like who are you, with whom you communicate, with whom you're friend. And if you build personal brand in digital and they see you, for example, I will tell you like a person, like an owner, I have 30 employers in my business. And when I choose whom to take, one person, good expert, another good expert, but with audience. I prefer person with audience because through him, I can influence on more people, because I am a good, I make good conditions for my people. So he can translate it to the other world. Also, there is brand ambassadors. Like when we are brand, it's easy for us to make brand ambassadors, people who love us, who talk about us, who give, I give you a good example. Evgenia Sazonova, for example, she was on my training in Russia. That's why I am a brand for her, and she brings me here and meet you with me. And if I'm not a brand, it's not possible. I cannot make communication through it. I also need to go and look and find and tell everybody, take me, I'm good. I want to do this. If you are a brand, you just make posts and people come to you and they give you offers. For example, I can make posts and to find new employers in my company. Only through post. I don't need to use Headhunter or like something like this. It's easier to be a brand today.
I completely
Arijit,
understand this.
you completely understand, exactly, because people follow you actually, and you already built your personal brand in really good way. How much, by the way, how much viewers now we have on of this?
In social media?
Yeah.
Well, I need to check. Last time it was around 4,000.
So it is about personal brand, I guess.
Yes, of course, because right now we live in such many information, such many people, such many offers, and we all need to choose as much as quickly whom we need to follow, with whom we need to work. And when we meet some person, it's good, but we come home and we like in Google, search in Google for this person, to make sure that he is the same good as he was in like conversation. I'm sure many people that will look at me today, they will go on YouTube to check, to look, to see who am I, how I worked, and like this. And it's okay. If I don't have digital trace, then it's harder to move right now. For example, do you know Clubhouse? Maybe you tried already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Clubhouse is well. Right now it's my favorite social communication, because you can. It's also about the brand, because you come here and you have a good bio. People took you to the rooms and you can speak, and when you speak, you can influence. And when you influence, you can make deals, friends, love, and all things like this. But if you don't have no bio, why they would choose you? You have just avatar and no bio. That's it.
Super. Maybe we can have an offline discussion regarding the same, because this is a really interesting topic. And when you talk about personal branding, there are people I know that they created beautiful digital branding for themselves. But when you dig into their originality, you will find a deep hollow. They have probably nothing to share. These are all created hollowness in digital world. So when you talk about personal branding, when you teach, you actually teach realities. But we all know people who are probably creating an aura in digital world and saying that, hey, you know what, I'm a mentor, I'm an investor. And then when you talk to them, they don't even understand what is growth capital. They don't have any kind of idea what is seed capital. Forget about investing, okay? So probably in this case, that was my question. In these cases, how will you cross-check someone? How will you understand a person who is real or who is not real? And how will you trace them in your line, in your slate, trace? So there are ways we can always have a workshop. And for that, I'll request you, could you be kind enough to connect with our beautiful Eve? We call her as Eve. We don't call her as Evgenia. So could you please kind enough to connect with her, and we'll have another workshop in our international platform like us. And we are going to talk about in two different ways. How will you cross-check someone who is original or who is not original? And how will you actually create a real personal branding with our speaker from Russia? And to be very honest, don't think about the language barrier. This is another level of personal branding. If someone really want to understand you, they will translate using translator. So it's upon your audience whether they need you or they just want to skip. It's one of the best way. You know what I do? Initially, I give a lot of negative vision of myself. When someone meets me, I am like a very strong devil in front of him. They fear me. They truly fear me. I create a fear impact. When they can cross that fear impact, then I am beautiful to them. So I usually give always a very different impact about who I am. Because in future, it may happen that I am angry. It may happen that there is some kind of communication gap is happening and they will get a shock. Before that, I give the shock in initial level. Once they cross, we are all good. We'll never have any kind of quarrel. we'll never ever have any kind of fight. That's what I have learned in my own way. But I'm eager to learn from you. And thank you so much for being there. Evgenia, I think I should stop myself. Please say stop.
I never want to stop you, actually. Thank you very much for your input as well. And of course, I have a lot of questions as well, but I think that we need to move to our next speaker. And thank you very much, Maria, for your presentation. Let's keep in touch. We invite you, as Regit said before, we invite you to our monthly events we have for now. In the next events, it's leaders meetup and business speaking events. By the way, for the audience, I would announce that business speaking event we have at 19th March, and leaders meetup, it's our next event, we have at 29th March. Yeah, Bianca managed it. So Bianca, am I right?
Yes, 29th of March.
Yeah, 29th of March.
So
yeah.
we will communicate in Telegram. Thank you for invitation. It was very interesting experience for me. So I think right now I feel calm. It's cool. Thank you.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Bye.
Happy to have you. Okay, so as you see, I'm happy that we have Russian speakers as well in this our Women's League, because as I mentioned with our team, that we don't have actually such a big opportunity to speak in English. And I actually started to speak English 4 years ago. I just learned English 4 years ago. Before, I even didn't study it in the school. So for me, it's as well, it's a bit difficult. And I know that it's our culture probably that we need to improve our English speaking skills, and that's why we give this opportunity to Russian speakers, also as a practice for the future, as a English practice for the future. And I need this as well. And I'm enjoying of this language. And thank you, Regit, for your understanding, for your support. You always support people who is not so good in English speaking. I remember our event in December, when we had two speakers, I guess, who wasn't able to speak English at all. And I remember that Regit suggested, can you please remind, yes? How did you react?
One lady from I think Turkey, I see, she couldn't speak in English, and one speaker from Brazil. And yeah, I asked both of them to speak in their own local language. Knowledge doesn't need any kind of language. If they need that knowledge, they will translate it. So we are not looking for mass, we are looking for quality mass. And I believe that people will actually support us in this line. So I think it's time for our next speaker. We have another speaker with us. Caroline, how are you doing?
Hello, everyone. I'm doing great.
Wow, you're wearing a pink. Super.
Hello, Caroline. Happy to see
you. It's our color.
Good to see you all.
Okay, so Evgenia, it's your turn. Like, you are the moderator.
My turn. Okay, Caroline will be speaking about focus on women for economic growth. And I would like to share a couple of words about you, and you will tell a bit more about yourself. Caroline is a founder and Chief Equality Officer of Women in Governance from Canada. So we are happy to have you with us, Caroline. So floor is yours. Please introduce yourself and share with us all your knowledge and thoughts.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, Bianca, for the invitation. It's a delight to be together on stage again, on virtual stage. So I had a very early day to my schedule. I'm based in Canada, in Montreal. This morning I was giving a conference in Dubai at a very large pharmaceutical company. So it's quite the schedule that I have for the day. So I'm going to try to share as much as I can in terms of female leadership and the obstacles that women still face today and what we can do to overcome them. If I understood correctly, I have about 15 minutes to address you and then a 15-minute Q&A from the audience. Is that correct?
That's right. But yeah, you can take time, not a problem.
Great.
The only reason we are giving you more time because you are wearing a pink and today's color is pink.
And red.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, no, it's okay. I'll stick to the time that was allocated to me. I do have a radio interview right after this, so I can't really take more time than what was allocated. So my goal today, as I mentioned, is really to share with you some of my vision, my passion, the things I've been working on for more than a decade here in Canada, but across the USA as well. For those who may not know me, just a bit of background, I was born in Beirut. I grew up through the Lebanese Civil War, and I arrived in Canada as an adult at 22 and a half years old with a very ambitious goal of being a top businesswoman. I never had any idea that there could be any sort of obstacles, because in my mind, anything that has to do with the lack of equality, justice, or equity couldn't be in a country as progressive as Canada. My career quickly progressed from entry level to all the way to my last role, which was executive vice president of one of Canada's largest medical expertise firms. And it's when I got to top roles that I finally realized that, goodness, there seems to be a lack of women. Where are the women? I was reporting to an all-male pale scale board, and a lot of the women that had graduated with me 20 years earlier just seem to have been stuck somehow in mid-management roles. This is when I decided it was important for me to, first of all, document myself, understand really well what's going on in corporate Canada and corporate USA, and then sensitize people around me, women, men also, because they have a very important role to play. I see here we're actually 3 men, 3 women that appear on my Zoom window. I'm not sure exactly how this conference is set up, but anyway, this is what I see. So I'm happy to see there's a balance. There's a gender balance, because to me, anything that has to do with gender equality is not a matter that just belongs to women. We're never going to get anywhere if it's just about women wanting to change things on their own. I think it's important that men understand their role as champions, as real allies of the cause. And us women need to give them the tools to help us and support us. So the work that we've been doing at Women in Governance for the past, now it's our 11th year. We've celebrated our 10th anniversary in the midst of the pandemic. We did a very big global summit in November. And for the past decade, really our work has been focused on several different steps that needed to be taken for society to actually have a profound change, a meaningful change, and a sustainable change. So first of all, we worked on women's leadership. So what do women need to change or do more of to be able to contribute in our society? What are the obstacles that they're facing, and what are the obstacles that they impose themselves? Like, for instance, obstacles such as lack of self-confidence, lack of self-promotion, not being the best negotiators when it comes to salary, not raising their hands for projects that might take them out of their comfort zone. And we all know that if you want to grow and develop, you need to come out of your comfort zone. You need to overcome your fears. These are things that are more natural to men than they would be to women. So for about, since 2009, there have been numerous events that we put together to inspire women with some amazing speakers globally. I mean, we've had heads of states speak at Women in Governance. We've had obviously heads of corporations and thought leaders to inspire these women. And then we also started offering mentoring program where we have top CEOs who support women for a 12-month period in their quest to advance their career and access leadership positions and sit on boards. That was the initial thought, is, you know, how could we be in a country where there are less than 20% of women on corporate boards, where there are less than 5% female CEOs of the 500 largest companies in Canada? So what do women need to do? How can we support them? Mentoring, governance training, sponsoring, all sorts of tools that we can put in place for women to succeed. But then these women would be going back into workplaces that had traditionally been built by men, for men, and where they would get frustrated not being able to really advance their career the way they would want to. And this is the time where we decided we needed to be more holistic. We needed to support organizations in their quest to close the gender gap in the workplace, because we realized that there are twice more factors that relate to the corporate culture than factors that relate to the women's abilities that explain the lack of women in leadership roles. So at the time, we went to McKinsey & Company, the largest consulting firm in the world, and told them that we wanted to find a way to support companies, organizations that wanted to do the right thing, but didn't always know where to start. So we built together a parity certification. And this parity certification is essentially an online questionnaire where organizations will measure the presence of women at every level of the organization. So we look at the quantitative data and we look at the qualitative data. So the quantitative will mean, everything that has to do with attraction, retention, promotion, mentoring, training of women. And the qualitative data will have to do with anything that has to do with the culture of the organization, the policies they put in place, the initiatives that they install, the policies, the procedures, etc., that will allow women to progress at every level. And it's important to say at every level, because if you only focus on decision-making bodies and making sure you have enough women on the board, for instance, that could be an easy fix. You could recruit a couple more women on the board and reach some certain levels of gender equality. But in essence, you need to make sure that there are women at every level. And so we have to build a pipeline of female talent from the get-go, from the entry level. And we also know that in terms of gender wage gap, even the women who are in the entry level, so they're first year in the workforce and they're just recently graduates, we know that if you compare a male MBA student and a female MBA student, there is still a 7% salary discrepancy between the two of them from the get-go. And sometimes that number is even more important. So it comes from the unconscious bias of the recruiter, who will tend to this day, offer less to a woman than to a man. But it also has to do with the fact that the men will take the time to negotiate, which women won't always do. So the approach that we take with the organizations that we work with is to say, listen, don't do this. Don't close the gender gap in the workplace just because it's the right thing to do. Don't do it just because there are so many capable women and half of the pool of talent out there is female. But do it for your own sake. Do it for your own financial performance. Do it because every research demonstrates that the presence of women and diversity as a whole at every level of the organization, but especially at the decision-making level, yields better financial performance. But makes for in diverse groups that are sitting together trying to resolve an issue or trying to find a new product, a new offering, they are going to have different perspectives, have different points of view, have different approaches to a problem they're trying to solve, or a new product they're trying to launch, or a new market that they're trying to penetrate, or new segments of markets. And it is proven time and time again that women will make a difference. Women will have a positive impact. There will be more innovation. The organization will be more competitive. The employee engagement will be on the rise. All stakeholders will have a vested interest in that organization, whether it's the clients, the suppliers, the partners, etc. So we encourage organizations to really take the time to do the self-audit through the parity certification. First of all, to understand where their gaps are, because you cannot really be sincere about your desire to close the gender gap in the workplace if you don't even know where the gaps are, You don't know what their root causes are. You don't know what their magnitude is. There's no way that you can actually know what to do, what your next steps should be. So we, after having evaluated these organizations, we offer them a very comprehensive report that gives them benchmarking, best practices, recommendations. And year after year, these organizations are actually able to see their progress. And I would say at more than 90%, there are very meaningful progress that we see. Just this morning, the Mercer, which is one of the of our partners and one of the organizations in our certification, have just announced that they moved from gold to platinum, our highest level. So it's really good news that comes just on International Women's Day. The employee engagement is key also for financial performance. So if you feel that your employees, male and female, sense that they are working in a very inclusive environment that allows them to thrive, if all differences are embraced, and we're not asking people to fit, but we're allowing for a healthy level of disruption that comes with diversity, this is how we are going to attain our collective objectives. The other thing I want to talk about is something, that I've been speaking so much in the past year, is the negative impact of the pandemic on female leadership, on the presence of women in the workforce. So in the past year, women have lost their jobs at a much faster pace than men, but they've also decided to leave the workforce simply because it was becoming too difficult to manage the work, to manage the home, to be the teacher, to be taking care of the kids while they're not banging on the door, while they're trying to give a conference or do your work. This to me is extremely concerning, because even before the pandemic, we were talking about 180 years to reach true gender equality on the globe. And these numbers, I'm not making them up, it's the McKinsey Research Institute, it's the World Economic Forum at Davos. And so what do we do to ensure that losing all these women is not going to impact the future female leader pool? Because with these women, who on average, the women that are most impacted are in their early to mid 30s, they are young mothers, they are tomorrow's leaders. And if they're leaving the workforce, it is only making it even more difficult for us to be able to attract them back into the workforce, because they will more often than otherwise be discouraged, not feel like, it is worth leaving the kids at home and going back into the workplace. Then, of course, there's the governments. And what is the government role? In Canada, we have 3 levels of government: municipal, provincial, federal. And every level of government has a role to play to ensure that the legislation is very conducive for gender equality. In Canada, for instance, we don't have any laws that force corporations to have a certain number of women on their corporate boards. So the result of that, if we compare ourselves to France, is that we've got about 20% of women on boards, and France has more than double. They're at 42% because they have a legislation called Loi Copé-Zimmermann, and they recently celebrated the 10th anniversary of that law. And Marie-Jo Zimmermann, the deputy who wrote that law in France, was our guest. She's a good friend of mine. She invited me to speak at the National Assembly in Paris in 2015 to talk about the differences between the 2 countries. And then fast forward to today, well, although Canada and France were very similar in terms of female leadership, well, today France has done leaps, advancing the number of women on their board. So kudos to all the work that they've done. I don't think that Canada or the US, for that matter, are going to see any legislation anytime soon. Many of the European countries have had that for a long time. If I think of the Scandinavian countries, they're actually among the first ones in the world to have had that type of legislation, but it impacts women on the boards, not necessarily women at the executive committee or the top management of an organization. And now Bruno Le Maire, the French Minister of Finance, is actually, or Economy, is actually looking into potentially having a law that should be divulged soon for women also at the executive committee, which is quite quite new that they would intervene within how an organization is actually set up operationally. But it'll be interesting to watch. So I think, you know, I've been speaking for 15 minutes. I want to make sure that the conversation is as engaging as it can be. And I find it always more interesting when people participate, share their questions and their remarks, and we can exchange experiences. So I'll turn it over to our distinguished moderator to share some questions you may have from the public.
Okay, thank you very much, Caroline. You know, for me, always interesting, and I already asked these questions, you know, of speakers before. What do you think? What is the main strengths of women?
What are the main strengths of women?
Yeah, what is the main strengths of women? Yeah, that.
Well, women have a very high emotional quotient. We tend to talk about IQ a lot more than we talk about EQ. Today, recruiters understand the value of EQ if you want to really engage your teams to be successful, if you want to be very democratic in your leadership style. So I think there's so many qualities that women have that are natural, that are intrinsic to women. And if they were able to, on top of that, add some of the qualities that are very natural to men, then we could be the most powerful type of leader, because men are very strong, very good at networking. They're very good in terms of negotiation. They're very good in terms of personal branding, putting themselves out there. And we should really learn from that and couple that to all our natural strength. We're I think going to come with to become a very powerful type of leader. And to me, the most important thing to see around a decision-making table, whether it's a board, an executive committee, or it doesn't matter, is really the complementarity of talents, because men have their own style, women have their own style, and it's these perspectives that come together and really make a big impact. At Women in Governance, our own boards of directors is composed of men and women and co-chaired by a male and a female chair. So I think we really walk the talk. We've got men and women at every level of the organization, among our volunteers, and also people of various generations in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, because that's also the strength of different perspectives.
Yeah, agree, absolutely agree with you. Thank you very much. And our audience, I see that we have a question, yeah, from Marco. Please ask questions and prepare your questions after Marco if you have.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. Caroline, I'm from Sydney, Australia. It's early morning. It's about 2:20 in the morning. So welcome. I worked in beautiful Canada in 2001 on Vancouver Islands, and it's like my second home. So welcome to the World Leader Summit and International Women's Day. Just an example I had in my family. My sister Angela, my older sister, she used to work in the corporate world in finance. Then she had 2 children, and she felt that her need to obviously support her family and her young kids, and she never went back. She lost the hunger of you know, working full time, and she tried to get back part time, but it just didn't feel right for her. She wasn't really pressured by her peers. She took some time off work and she went to education. What I'm getting here is there's a lot of ladies in the education world because of the hours, because of the flexibility, picking up children after work, the holidays. It's more inviting for women to get involved in the education system in Australia. Do you find that occurs quite a lot in Canada and across the world, where women have to sacrifice their careers for family and, you know, peel back their employment and their skills?
Well, you know, globally, we still hold the lion's share of the work around the house, the work with the children, and the parents as well, right? Our aging parents and even our parents-in-law. So It's often the woman who will take care of her own parents and her husband's parents. It does take a lot of time, there is no doubt, even if women tend to be very resilient and be able to pull so many different, have so many different hats at the same time, there is a negative impact on women's careers. There's no doubt about that. If you look at the number of leaders who have children, for instance, in top executive roles, it's men, vast majority have children, but the women who make it to the top, they're often didn't have children. So that's a huge issue to me. As a mother of two adults that are thriving, I find it extremely concerning when some women say to me, oh, I don't want to have kids. My career is too important. So it's really horrible. I've never heard a man say, I don't want to have kids because my career is too important. So that needs to change. I think it's important that on the first hand, men contribute. I speak in conferences at universities very often. I was speaking at Ryerson University just on Friday, at McGill University a few weeks ago. It's extremely important that young women choose their partners smartly, meaning that making sure that they're going to be doing their lives with somebody who is going to understand the importance of sharing the load. And the new generation, we do see it. The fathers are much more involved in their children's lives. So that's very refreshing compared to my generation, but they still don't do the dishes. So we really have an issue of having to reach a true equality at home to be able actually to demand it at work. So it begins with the woman accepting that their husband is going to take care of the kids, accepting that the husband might make a meal that might not be as perfect as what they would do, but let it go. It's really key that the two are true partners in this adventure, which is life and parenthood. And then organizations need to show flexibility. And I think that might be one of the very meager upsides of the pandemic, is that we now realize that, yes, you can actually work from home. Yes, you can have flexibility. You can do part-time at home, part-time in the office, whatever it's going to be. I don't think that either men or women are going to want to go back, even after the pandemic, to full-time jobs at the office. There is going to be, and I mean, there are surveys globally that demonstrate that nobody wants to stay at home full-time, that's for sure. But nobody wants to go back to the office full-time either. So I'm hopeful that this will encourage more women to actually embrace a career and be able to do both, because you can do. I've lived it. I was even a single mother for many, many years, and I've lived it, but it's all a matter of mindset and network. Are you able to count on people around you? And then there's also, I mean, what I've done for a long time, because I was sitting on so many boards and I had so many evening meetings, and I did a lot of charitable work. Well, I bring my kids with me, because what better way to raise some very responsible citizens than to bring your teenagers to say, listen, you know what, this is the work that we're going to do, and get on it. Raise your sleeves and get to work, and it gives them an unbelievable sense of pride and contribution, and that follows them. Today my daughter is a business lawyer specializing in cybersecurity, and she's still involved in a million different charitable activities, and I can tell you she has a lineup of clients. She's a partner in a cybersecurity firm at age 25. Making crazy money and having crazy opportunities, because she just did everything so young, and she even went she even became a lawyer at such a young age because of accelerating everything that she was studying. And my son is in finance and also doing unbelievably well. So at the time, I do remember people telling me, do you spend enough time with your kids? Maybe you should be home more often. You're doing too many events. You're doing too many board meetings. I don't believe in that. I believe in giving the right values to your children and making sure that they understand the difference between right and wrong, and that they understand the role that they have to play in society. When you're from a well-to-do family, when you're educated, when you've got everything at your fingertips, and that there are so many other people in this world that are struggling, and they know my personal story very well of having grown up through the Lebanese Civil War and coming to Canada as an adult and just deciding that there was no stopping me. But some people don't have that strength of character and collapse, and we have to be there to support them. So all that to say, it actually served my children so well to have had a mother who was not always there, was on the go and traveling so much, etc. But when I was there, they were really interested in the conversation. They were really opening up, and that would be my advice.
A beautiful story, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, beautiful story. Thank you very much, Caroline. So, Regit.
Thank you so much, Caroline, for the beautiful insights. And this is the time that we should have our next speaker with us. Beautiful timing, great insights and inputs. Thank you so much. We'll be honored and happy to have you again with us, probably in our monthly events. So this is the time I think I should introduce.
Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline.
I should introduce our next speaker, guest. A speaker who usually do kickboxing. A speaker who is like a fire. A speaker who is one of the pillars of World Leaders Summit as the sixth pillar. A person who don't take rest. She is restless. And a speaker who has got amazing, beautiful yellow hair. Bianca, welcome to World Leaders Summit as a speaker. Thank you so much for being there with us as a core committee member of World Leaders Summit and running EBW, a great initiative from Romania. Welcome to World Leaders Summit once again, Bianca.
Thank you so much, Arjit. Oh my God, I don't know how you do it. Can you imagine that these guys are here from 9 a.m. and it's already afternoon? And first of all, happy International Women's Day again. I've been talking all day. We launched the Elite Academy, a mentorship program for SMEs, having know-how exchange with the corporation. So I'm really happy today. It's an important day for us. And again, I will take 30 seconds from my speech to say something really important. Congratulations. I honor the efforts of World Leaders Summit team. Eve, Arjit, Marco, Dave, Conchetta, and everyone in the team, you've done an amazing work. I have to say something. These guys were up on Christmas time, on New Year's Eve, 3 a.m., 5 a.m. Imagine Russia, Europe, Australia, India, having a call. Can you find a time zone for which to be good for everyone in the team? It is not possible. So we've made so many efforts to have this amazing summit with more than 60 speakers in more than 40 countries. And I don't say that just for you to say, oh, you've been working so hard. Oh my God, no. It's about the fact that when we are together, we are stronger. So imagine if we will be collaborating as communities, as societies, as countries. We will have prosperity everywhere. No more diseases, no more war, no more nothing. We will just prosper. So I would record that and I will put it as a mantra every day when we work. We will wake up as people, as individuals in our collective consciousness. Let's think about that. If a team with a little 5-10 people were able to bring together 60 speakers in 40 countries, imagine if at a global level we will be doing that. Imagine that. It's amazing. So thank you again for having me and congratulations to everyone. About me, besides the fact that I do a lot of sports and I love that, I am the founder of Elite Business Women and Elite Business Club, Elite Business Women Investment Fund, Elite Communication. I don't say that just to praise my work. I want to say that we were born to succeed but programmed to lose. And I will tell you why I say that. First of all, when I say about the fact that I run Elite Business Women clubs in 11 countries, a network of 12,000 companies, people ask me if I'm a feminist. And I don't know what to say. I don't know why it should be like that. First of all, when we invest in women, they invest back 90% into their communities. Second, for me, talking about women and supporting women, it's advocating equal opportunities for women to prosper in the society. Why do I say that? We still have countries and cultures in which, for example, women are being married at 12 or 15 years old. We still have cultures and countries in which, in the lack of financial resources in a family with a boy and a girl, the boy is sent to school and the girl is, her own destiny is to get married and to have children. So she lacks the opportunity to education and to go to school. I know we have a lot of developed countries and a lot of developed economies, but we still face this type of challenges for let's say, the less fortunate ones. It's not about feminism first of all. I've been writing a lot of things because I want to cover a lot of topics. I will share a little bit about my story. Why do I talk about women entrepreneurs and about education? Because they made the difference in my life. I've been the first in my family to graduate a higher education, not because I'm the smartest, but because I took the opportunity in my hands. I left my city and I moved to another city, to the capital city, to study at 19 years old. I got my first job after the first month of school in a multinational company. At 23, I was a board member in an international NGO. And at 24, I was the director of the regional director of the Alpha Group International, a company in more than 40 countries. At 26, I launched my own business. And I've done that because in all the multinational companies in which I've been working, I've seen that we don't have enough women in board positions. And I was witnessing women getting out from their offices at 9 p.m., 10 p.m. And men, I don't want to, I don't want to polarize, but they were leaving their offices at maybe 5, 6. And I said, why? We have so many women who are really responsible. They are working hard. What is happening? So I started to study the so-called women on boards and the fact that we don't have balanced gender boards. And I started just to study. I was really curious to see what is happening. And I got the chance to work with the European Commission, and they have an amendment in Europe to have 40% women in board position by 2020. 2020 was last year, by the way. Of course, we don't have 40% women in board positions, but we've done and they've done, and I was in this project as well, a lot of awareness about the fact that we need more women in the teams, and we need more women in leadership roles. We need their skills, and we need to understand how men and women complement their skills together. Again, it's not polarizing men and women. I do believe in diversity. My mentors are men. I've learned a lot of business from the men I had as mentors. And I really honor their business experience and know-how. So it's not about polarizing. It's just about the fact that when we bring together, let's say, the compassion that a woman has and the way she nurtures her team, and we bring together the drive that a man has to bring the money on the table, imagine what a teamwork is that. So we need more teamwork, of course. Another thing that I wanted to share is about the fact that when I started my company, I've seen that only 3% of the venture capital funds are going to women startups and to women businesses. So I was thinking about the fact that it is really hard to scale up a company, and it is really hard because we don't like to talk about money. And when I say that, I've seen, imagine that we have 12,000 women in our business clubs, and I've seen so many women. And when we talk about the money, it's like we don't like to ask about the money. I don't say that 100% of the women are like that, but in general, and what I've seen is that we don't talk about the money. So what I would love to do is to talk more about the money and to have more investors for women startups and for women in business, because we work a lot and we work in domains of activity which impacts the communities and the societies. So let's bring more money on the table for women in business. Some other ideas I would love to talk about today are some numbers. So women were 55% more likely than men to think about the fear of going alone as a primary reason for not starting a business. It is the Rose Review of Female Entrepreneurship study in 2019. Women are less likely to believe they possess entrepreneurial skills. Only 49% of women are confident in their capabilities to start a business, compared to 55% of men. Established women-owned businesses are more ambitious than their male counterparts. We are ambitious to work. We don't ask for money, ask for our work. And another thing I've been viewing, women start businesses undercapitalized. So we don't have funds to start a business. We just work hard, and we think that this is how it's going to work. And it's not like that, of course. We talk a lot about the challenges of women in business, and of course that before talking about some of the solutions I've been proposing in our programs and in my career, I want to say that not all people have to become entrepreneurs. Not all women have to be entrepreneurs. Not all women have to be career women. I honor the women who are, following their heart, and they are just, I don't know, they are taking care about their families, or they are singers, or they are artists, or whatever they want to do. So again, I think it's really important, because I talk so much about women entrepreneurs, and sometimes I feel a little bit crazy because people are looking and say, but if I'm not an entrepreneur, I'm not valuable. Of course you are. I love you, of course, but my work is in the entrepreneurship field. I am in love forever about building businesses and about going global with my work. So if you're not an entrepreneur, you can use the discipline and everything that happens in an entrepreneur's life. You have to have a lot of qualities to build a business, and you can use that to build a career in whatever domain of activity you want, or whatever activity you want to do. So we have challenges. We've been talking a lot about challenges we face as women, and I would like to say that I honor the efforts of the men we have in the team. They've been supporting all day the women we had in the panels, and I love to see that. I see more and more men involved in supporting women, and this is something that melts my heart. What type of solutions can we bring to help more women entrepreneurs? First of all, and it is not a joke, we need social infrastructure. Women are taking care about their families, about their kids, about their parents, grandparents. So, for example, in Romania, we don't have enough kindergartens and places in which to leave your maybe grandparents or the elderly and your kids. So it should be a policy at a global level to have a social infrastructure to support women who are working. Number one. Number two, we need mentorship and coaching. I have mentors since 22 years old. I think I would not be so far if I wouldn't have people to ask me the right questions, or to push me when I was like, it's not possible. It is so hard, I just want to quit. Of course, I never quit, but sometimes you feel that you just need someone to tell you, you're doing great. Just wake up tomorrow and you will have another feeling about that, So if you are a woman and you build your career, or you build your business, please make sure you have a mentor or a coach with you. It doesn't have to be the best, or you don't have to pay all your salary or to give all your turnover to him, but you need a mentor or a coach. It made a difference for me. Another thing that is important for a woman who wants to build a career or a business, it's networking, and I will say that until the rest of my life. You need networking, and you need to surround yourself with quality people. Your network is your net worth. So make sure you do that. Make sure you have people with which to build, with which to create. And of course, you have to use networking in two ways. First of all, you use networking as a tool to build a personal brand, and it has helping me a lot. And you can use networking as a way for the business development of your company. We buy from people to whom we trust. It's life. Why don't we buy from anyone on the street? If someone knocks on your door and say, hello, I want to sell you the best beauty care product, why don't you buy from that person? Because you don't know him. So when we go to networking events, don't treat that like a way of drinking coffees and exchanging business cards. Do the follow-up. Go for a follow-up coffee with people with whom you want to build a business, and do that regularly. My mentor Gerard always told me that, where your place is not in your office. It's out there on the street, drinking coffees with people to have businesses and build businesses. And I was, how many coffees can I drink on a day? I don't know. When you are tired of coffees, drink tea and then drink water, but don't quit. So yeah, it's important to do networking, and in the same, let's say on the same path, I will talk about again collaboration. I've been building elite business clubs in 11 countries, a network with 12,000 companies, because I had great partners, such as World Leader Summit, of course, and some other great partners. We don't have all the resources, and we should not, quit because we think, how can I build that? How can I do that? Of course, I don't have the resources, but just build partnership with people and organizations with whom you have the same goals and the same mission. It's not easy. I will not say it is easy, but it's important for you, because you don't have how to reach global scale if you don't have partners around you. Some other important thing I have as a solution to the challenges women face to build a business or a career is the access to finance. And in this matter, we launched the Elite Business Women Investment Fund. It is new, and it's something that at the moment we are using just to generate business opportunities and investment opportunities for our business clubs, and we do that in partnerships with some other global forums of investors. But I would love, and this is what I will say today at this live summit, I would love to build together with you, people who are here and people who are watching us, an elite generation of women investors and women business angels, and to have more women whose businesses were to be funded if we have more women investors. When I see a woman in a room full of men investors, I see how she struggles, because she talks with her heart, and sometimes men ask about numbers, and it's not the same. So I don't say it's good or bad. I just say that sometimes it's not all about the numbers. It's as well about the impact you can have, and when you build impact, the numbers will come. So it's just a way of seeing things. So I will just summarize. We need social infrastructures to help women who are building their careers and their businesses. We need mentorship and coaching, and please have a mentor or a coach. It will make the difference in your life. We need networking and global collaboration. We need to stay united. We are stronger when we are working in teams. We need access to finance and to build a generation of women investors. And don't forget that when we invest in women, they invest back 90% into their communities. It's not about feminism. It's about how we can thrive as societies and communities. And at the end of the day, all we want is to be happy and to prosper and to have a beautiful life. Thank you.
You know what, Bianca? Let me hop in a little bit. If you look at the Sindhu culture, which we call as Hindu culture probably, in our culture, in our society, in our books, we have a goddess called Lakshmi, and she is the symbol of money. So when you look at Sindhu culture, way back, probably 7,000 years ago, we realized that the symbol of money is woman. So when you look at the group of men who are controlling the money, you need to understand the money is actually controlled by women. So probably that man is the
the decision.
So that man is the Kuber. Kuber is the god who is taking care of protecting all those monies, but he don't own it. So we men, we don't own it. You are the goddess who actually own the money. Anyway, jokes apart, yeah, we need group of women. And when I personally see, at least in my circle, that investors, bankers are women, they do much more better than men. And I can vouch for that. I've seen that in my life. I've been into this ecosystem, into the investment circle for last 16 years, 16 plus years as of now. Apart from the fact that I do angel investment, I manage money of others. Of course, I manage a couple of women's money as well. So if you have money, you can always ask me to manage that. Jokes apart, let me on that tone, let me give the mic, the moderation mic to our moderator, Evgenia. Eve, the first woman on the planet, could you please take the mic and introduce our next speaker? She's already here. She's from Greece. Marcella, thank you so much for being with us. Eve.
My pleasure. Good afternoon.
Yes. Hello. Thank you, Arijit. Thank you, Bianca, for your amazing presentation. I would like to ask you, of course, about your first mentor. I wanted to ask you, but I guess we will talk about it a bit later. Marcella.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and happy International Women's Day. Thank you that you're celebrating it with us. And Marcella, I would like to introduce you shortly. Marcella is a general manager and financial advisor, Iconic Santorini. And she will speak in topic Women in Hospitality. Marcella, could you please tell a bit more about yourself and share with us your knowledge and your thoughts?
Yes, my pleasure to be here. Thank you. I mean, to be part of this very interesting group, and also thank you to Concheta who has invited me to be part of this experience. My name is Marcela Faja. I'm the general manager of financial advisor for a boutique, a multi-awarded boutique hotel in Santorini, which is one of the most beautiful islands in the planet. Now we are going outside of the winter time. We are dealing with Eolo, and we are moving into our spring. And me, I'm Argentinian born, and I have lived in 10 different countries. I mean, with history. I have learned and graduated in business administration, and then turned into history because it was my passion. And I start my career in international brands, and then move to the boutique area, which is very interesting to me and is very challenging at the same time. I have lived in different continents. I have been in South America. I have lived in the Caribbean area. Then I move into Europe. So, I mean, this gives you a better understanding of the human and a better understanding of the world, and how you face each and single situation. Like, I mean, the one that we're going to talk about is how are we going to handle the thing of the pandemic and after the pandemic thing. So, so that's briefly, I mean, a short revision of who I am, and but probably this is important, but not as much as important of what we're going to talk about, which is much more related to what are we facing, what are we dealing, and how are we going to do that. That's the most important thing. And how is because after all this situation of the pandemic, that means it's like a big sea that we are still swimming in. I mean, from the Aegean Sea, we are still in the swim, seeing the shore on the other side, and seeing it much better, but not as clear as we want yet. We still need to keep on swimming. The human is the most important aspect that, I mean, we need to avoid in this time that we are running.
Yes, so your topic, women in hospitality. So
yes.
Floor is yours. You can continue. Yeah.
Yes. In fact, what are the challenges nowadays in the hospitality sector that we need to face? Especially being in Greece, which has been a country that has dealt with the pandemic, I mean, in a very solid way. is that probably the most important challenges that we need to face right now is the safe reopening. We are gonna reopen the tourism into Greece strongly and extensively. And which are the challenges is to reopen safely and to reopen and give some speed to the start again. Last year, I mean, we have gone through the situation of the pandemic and to deal with certain protocols and very secure protocols, but not much knowledge of what we will be facing. This year, the different thing is that we know what we are facing. We have other tools. We have other things that we count on. So to me, one of the biggest challenges is to reopen safely and to give some speed, I mean, to make the motor to work again. So this is important because, I mean, you need to deal with your day-to-day thing, with your little group of or bigger group of colleagues. Then is your community. Then is the place where you are and your country. And this will help. This will help in general to the overall economy. So that's what are the challenges so far.
Super, super. And I have a small doubt. People are a lot talking about downgrading the travel and tourism industry. Hospitality industry would take a lot of time to come back. Because of COVID, the business will actually not happen. And of course, I can see that a lot of properties are on sale as an investment banking company, which I run. We have two different companies based in Australia and in India. We can see a lot of hotels are on sale and they are trying to get more investors on board so that they can sustain. Your thoughts on the same, your feedback on the same, how do you face it?
My feedback is that, it depends on what you have done in the past. To close, let's talk about around the world. Many properties did not open, many properties did not choose to open, in countries that were receiving hospitality. And last year, let's talk about something that what we have done. Last year, there was, up to your decision if you decide to open or not to open a property. So this gives you the possibility to continue to flow and to be on the market. Sometimes, and not to take a challenging decision leads you to a situation that you are mentioning, that is the sale of the properties. Sorry to tell you, but sometimes you need to make decisions where you run the risk to do what you have to do. So, so when somebody asks you, what should we do, Marcela? And it's you who make the decision on saying, yes, we should open, no, we should not open. But listen, to run away and not to run the risk is always to lose. So, let's talk about a case that we know, which is ours, is that we open successfully because, people want, after all this situation, to reconnect with life, to reconnect with joy, to reconnect what makes them happy and to live in a pleasant environment. Again, after all what we have been to be indoors in lockdown with unhealthy habits, let's talk about the real thing, the day-to-day life. And honestly, the first thing that people is gonna do when they can, and their countries allow them to do, is to move on and travel. So for those ones that we have run the risk to move forward and to sustain our 2020 operation, we will do it well. There are others that were not able to sustain their operation in 2020, and unfortunately, many of them are in the process that you mentioned, and others, of course, have closed forever. It's part of the whole thing. But if you have run the risk at the right time and you have done it properly, you will be able to achieve a positive 2021.
True, totally true. You know what? I'll give you a small input about my own organization. So we moved into cloud in 2017 mid, and when we are moving from a real office to a cloud-based office, a lot of people say that this guy is crazy. What he is doing is shutting down his existing company, existing office, and moving people to cloud and asking them to work from home, recruiting people from out of India more.